What's up, YouTube? I'm about to go live on TikTok, and we're going to get this party started. What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. And we are back again for some more action. We're gonna get it. We're gonna do it. All right, now let me go look for myself and share my shit out. Let us see. There we are. Share. What's up? What's up? Come on in, y'all. Send one to Nadine. You'll get one, and you'll get one. 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 We are live. Booyah. What's up, y'all? We're just getting started. Just started her up, so you know, make yourselves comfortable. Do all the things. You know the things. What's up, Benjamin? I'm glad you got the invite to come and check the shit out. I think I can actually share it from up here too. Let's see. Oh yeah, nice. That's weird though. I can only send it to like. It's only about 20 people it'll let me send it to. That's weird. Anyway, so we got some new information, new reporting on the school bombing. BB has run away to Germany. What's up, Enigma? What's up, Benjamin? Ooh, a grocery store. Hey, Chip, what's up, man? I haven't heard from you in a minute. I'd love to hear from you with all this crazy shit going on. Oh, thank you, Kara. You are the first gifter of the day. Thank you. Appreciate that. Let's see, what was that? Boxing gloves. Oh, yeah. Okay. It actually starts the live with the last gift that I had put up there, so. I didn't even put that up there, but it was there, so that's convenient. Anyway, I'm going to, oh, shit, we already got 15 people in here. Well, let me go ahead and get started then on the topic, because I just ran across this morning, and we've got some reporting. And I actually, when I read this, I thought maybe we're like taking the blame for shit rail to make them look less bad. What's up, Chip? Thanks for the thanks for the request to come up. I don't know if you saw this or not, but now let me pull it up here on the screen.
Yeah, they're saying that the U.S. may have been the responsible party for the schools hit in Iran.
Right, yeah. U.S. military was targeting an area near bombed Iranian school, sources say. Here's the subtitle. 3 witnesses and an education official told NBC that the school was located on a former Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps base that closed 15 years ago. I'm sorry, but I feel like the U.S. would know if something was inactive 15 years ago. Wouldn't you assume, like, the amount of intelligence that we have? So it's hard for me to.
Well, yeah, there's the intel and then there's the targeting packages. And so in this war, I don't know who is relaying the targeting, the target or targets to the various officials making these decisions. And it could be that Israeli intelligence passed it on knowingly or otherwise to the Americans to carry out the strike. And really, they're one and the same. It's not really, there's not much daylight between the U.S. and the Israeli intelligence and militaries at this point. So, the United States of Israel, you might as well call it, carried out the attack.
That's what I've been calling it. We live in the USI, Chip.
Yeah, Jesus. No doubt about it.
It is.
Yeah, I have a friend that served in Congress, so I know firsthand what it's like in terms of the influence and the chilling effect of the threats that are made by AIPAC and other members of the Israel lobby. You just have to play ball or you're out.
Right. In one way or another, right? like Jeff
Yeah, and
Murley.
they'll destroy him. You look what happened to Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean, she got ousted, and 6 or 7 other Democrats got ousted in the last cycle. Anybody who now this is going to change, I think, thankfully, because now people are turning the tables, saying if you take
Waking
their
up.
money, we're not going to vote for you. But yeah, until recently, it's always been the case.
Yeah, and now they're hiding APAC money through these other organizations we've discovered,
Yep.
like Hakeem Jeffries. So they'll find a clever way to kind of hide it, but I don't think they're going to be as good as that as they think they will be, because somebody will figure it out. So
Yeah, most
sleuths
of
on
the money
internet.
doesn't move through. Most of the money that comes in doesn't actually move through super PACs, much to people's misunderstanding. It comes through what's called bundling. So there's individual limits of I think $3,800 per citizen
Right.
to any particular candidate. And so what they'll do is they'll get 50 to 100 people in a room for a $3,000 plate dinner, and they'll bundle that money from those 50 or 100 people through these organizers, these money people. And that's a lot of the money that comes through campaigns now. So it's really the whole system is what's the rot. They're just taking advantage of a rotten system.
Absolutely, yeah. Let me play this. This is Jeff Merkley here. He said this, I don't know, a few days ago, I believe.
We are now we're the little pet puppy with Netanyahu walking us around on a leash and saying, hey, I'm going to attack Iran, so you all better just do what you need to do. And we're like, oh, okay, I guess we better act as if we don't have any leverage with Israel. Say, hell no, you're not going to attack Iran. We're not going to engage in negotiations that are fake negotiations. And by the way, reports negotiations are going well. Have we been reduced to just a little puppet of Netanyahu?
Yeah, that's Jeff Merkley. I mean, so I'm so glad that people are starting to wake up to this shit. Really, how long because I know you've been researching this stuff for a while, Chip. Like, how long has it been for you, and are you happy that people are kind of enlightened?
Well, way back in 2010, a book came out called The Israel Lobby, written by Professor John Mearsheimer and co-authored by Stephen Walt. And they laid it out very clearly. Pat Buchanan was ringing this bell back in the 80s. And he said, we live in Israeli occupied territory. So he was ostracized horribly for it, because back then, if you said anything anywhere near that, you got targeted big time. But, I think the cat is out of the bag now. The toothpaste is not going to go back in the tube. People know what's up. And I think that moving forward, I think the Israelis know that their days are numbered in terms of their domestic influence. But I think they've already accomplished most of what they want to accomplish. They've gotten the money out of us. They've gotten the weapons. They're getting this last chapter, which is the most important one. And let's face it, our country's on the I hate to say this, but our country is pretty much like a worn out piece of equipment. And we're on the down cycle of empire, while China and others are on the way up. And we're in really bad shape. We don't have the financial standing anymore. We're losing any moral authority we used to have, if any. And they're on the ascent as well. And I think that there's a professor, Jang, I think his name is. He talks about Pax Judaica being the next big powerful bloc, which is going to be led out of Jerusalem. And I really think that's what all this is about. Not to sound like a kook, but this is about big power. And these people have orchestrated and created a framework within which they're able to direct larger entities to their benefit, and then use them up and throw them away and go to the next one, which is going to be India.
I was literally just about to say that Modi has, as Anna Kasparian just said, I think yesterday, she's like, they've opened their legs to Israel. Come and fuck me. Yeah, it's pretty fucking wild what we're seeing. I mean, India's, that there's a lot of expansion that can happen there, because they haven't even really hit their stride necessarily.
It's the ultimate form of evil. It's because you have a small group of people. And by the way, most people who are from the matriarchal lineage of this don't believe or think this way. I mean, they're probably normal people. But unfortunately, there's a very aggressive, very calculating, very well-heeled, financed, and intended people that do play the game at the highest level. And they're the orchestrators of power. And they get certain non-tribal members to play the game with them for money, or they blackmail them, or whatever they do. And they orchestrate these power moves. And they've been doing it in every society they've been in since the inception of organized civilization. And that's why they've had so many times where they've been ejected. And it doesn't mean the average person's a bad person for being part of the tribe. That would be idiotic. But it does mean that tribe has elements to it that are consistent historically in terms of how they behave. That's why I call it the operating system and the dirty bag of tricks, or the playbook.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, well said, Chip. Now, Lonnie, you came in after Chip. Did you want to jump in there?
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask who are the three Arab countries that are pulling or talking about pulling away from the U.S. after all this has started? Because I
Um,
heard a lady state that there's one of them sent a letter stating that they are considering pulling away from the U.S. because they don't believe in the reasonings that Trump allegedly has for this war. Um, so,
it's
I
looking like
mean, that's,
Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Kuwait are starting to review the contracts and shit that they've, been putting through. Those are the three, which is
yeah,
kind
so,
of insane. I mean, because to that point, it was just reported today that Iran said that they are not going to be bombing those other Arab nations anymore unless an attack comes from there. So something's going on there.
yeah, because I'm like all of a sudden, I mean, I knew this was a farce from the beginning, right? Like they done told on themselves trying to explain the reason for this whole situation
They done
anyway.
told him.
So,
I asked you.
somebody's not muted.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. Mute up, guys. Let Lonnie make her point. And I'll get to you. I promise. I know it might take a minute, but go ahead, Lonnie, please.
But yeah, that's like I said, this whole thing, like when they came out with all their reasonings, because they done flip flop reasoning more than the fish out of water. First it was because allegedly they had something to do with the 2020 and the 2024 election and why he lost 2020 and they tried to make him lose 2024. Then it was because, the Ayatollah and the way he treats his people. Like, are you so for real?
Right,
Like, look at the way you're treating us, talking about somebody
right,
else. That's real. You know what I mean? People in
right.
glass houses shouldn't throw stones. And now, like, Rubio sat up there talking about well, we had to get them before they got us because we knew they were coming to get us. Well, why would they be coming to get us if your little BB Yahoo buddy wasn't over there messing with people? We wouldn't have had nothing to worry about. First off, we shouldn't even be buddy buddy with him. And the second off, like, why are we fighting someone else's battles? Like, look, so it's just all a big, money grab. And yes, I agree with Chip majority of the time. And all these parties that he's having that people are like, oh, that's what he's doing. That's when he's collecting money. All these little parties that he keeps throwing and having
Oh, right.
instead of, saluting
Yeah,
soldiers being brought back from war. He's having these ballroom parties and collecting all this money. That's why he's never stopped technically campaigning, quote unquote,
well, he thinks
because
of anybody that
yeah.
unalives as a loser because losers don't die to Trump. Fucking
Right,
asshole.
why he's putting them out there to do such a thing. And
Right,
then I just saw a video where he's telling these people that they could have refugee status if they go against the government of Iran. Like he's telling them we'll give you refugee status if you help us against your own country. But yet everybody that's here on refugee status from previous wars, he's kicking them out or putting them in concentration camps. Be so
right.
for real. That's wild. I
That's
just wanted
that's a
to come
great
up
point.
and ask that, but I'm gonna go ahead and drop today. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna argue with the other side. Thanks
You're,
for having me up. Y'all
yeah,
have a
thanks,
blessed
Lonnie.
day.
I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll see you later. And I understand. Trust me. Now, Headley, I believe you were next up. So go ahead, man. What's up?
Hey now. Hey, I just heard about the war this morning. Who's winning?
I mean, nobody's going to win in this war. Everybody's going to
Oh.
lose.
Is anybody winning?
Nobody's going to win.
Nobody's going to win.
No.
All right.
Everybody's going to lose.
So it's a tie.
It's war. It's two countries, well, I guess in this instance, three countries, unaliving people and having their people unalived over stupid ass shit. Nobody wins.
All right. It sucks.
It does.
Thanks.
All Iran has to do is survive and not lose their control over their
That's-
own country to win this.
That's right. That's right.
And the crazy part about this is, and I don't know who made this calculation, and this is something we're going to have to really think through. But if we have a limited inventory and production capacity for interdictive missiles, surface to air, and they have an inventory of, let's say, 12, 15,000, and we have an inventory of 1,200. I mean, you don't have to be a mathematician to figure out that that's a very difficult circumstance to find yourself in. And if we're trying to protect our allies and our bases, and we don't have the ability to do so, what does that mean moving forward? How can we possibly continue the war in the current mode? We're going to have to change tactics if we're going to continue. We're going to have to either come in with ground forces to physically stop those missiles, or we're going to have to use overwhelming force with other weapons, which obviously we know what that means. Either of those options are disastrous.
Well, to that point, let me play this video. This is Volodymyr Zelensky talking about this very thing. Now, I'll read the subtitles because, some of you may not be able to see them from the comments.
Партнери звертаються до нас, до України.
Partners are reaching out to us, to Ukraine, for help with defense against Shahed's expertise and real operational support. There have been requests about this from the American side as well.
Зараз цими днями я говорив з лідерами
These past few days, I've spoken with the leaders of the Emirates,
Еміратів, Катару, Бахрейну, Йорданії,
Bahrain, Jordan, and Kuwait.
Будуть ще перемовини з іншими
There will be more talks
регіональними
with other
лідерами.
regional
Ми
leaders.
координуємося з нашими партнерами
We're coordinating with our European partners.
в Європі. Звісно, будь-яка наша
Of course, any assistance we provide is only on the condition that it doesn't diminish our own defense in Ukraine and that it serves as an investment in our diplomatic leverage. So the U.S. is already recognizing they weren't prepared for this drone shit where these people are running, $50,000 drones and expending a fucking $1 million interceptor to get rid of a $50,000 drone. That's not sustainable for any length of time. And so now they're reaching out to Ukraine, who has had to come up with novel, strategies in war to deal with the Russian issue. And so now the U.S. is reaching out to them for help. That doesn't bode well for the United States. That doesn't look good. Gotta say. Crazy. Now to your point about ground troops, let me play this clip.
Boots on the...
This is Iran's foreign minister. Let me turn it back up here.
Boots on the ground in Iran. Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the U.S. military to invade the ground troops?
Yes, because we are confident that we can confront them, and that would be a big disaster for them.
So you're saying that Iran is ready and willing to take on the U.S. military if there were to be ground troops?
Well, we were ready for this war even more than the previous war. So you can see, the quality of our missiles, how much they are upgraded after the last war, because we learned lots of lessons. And we are prepared for any other eventuality, even, a ground invasion. So our soldiers are prepared for any scenario. When I said that we are waiting for them, it didn't mean that we are waiting for continuation of the war. No, but we have prepared ourselves to confront with any scenario, with any eventuality, any possibility, and we know that we can handle that.
There you go. They've gamed this out. They knew this was coming. And preparation is key. And so, Iran's going to take serious fucking heavy losses, obviously. Probably their country is going to get rocked. But, look at Vietnam. Same shit. Did you want to respond to any of that, Chip? Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, my thoughts about all this as a former service member, and again, I was younger. I didn't have all this knowledge that I've accrued over the years. I was 21 years old. I served in the first Gulf War. I was on the front lines in an armor unit, tanks, and I was a tank platoon leader. And I'm telling you, man, that was the best war to be in, if there is such a thing, where, the amount of casualties that we sustained were minimal. And, pretty much we had artillery and air superiority. So these conscripted Iraqi soldiers, at least in the sectors that we fought, were pretty much giving up. And we policed up a lot of prisoners. Thankfully, not too many lives were lost on either side in the sector where we were. But we spent most of our time just basically mopping up burned out vehicles and collecting people who surrendered. And so that was the best outcome possible for a war. But war is horror. It is just more horrible than you can imagine. The people that are beating their chest and all this bravado, it's not simple. You know, real people's lives get destroyed. People lose their homes. They lose their family members. You know, it's tragic, and there's nothing good about it. It's diplomacy by the worst measures, and so it's politics by the worst means. I think that people are underestimating the resolve. In other words, imagine if America got attacked right now, how resolved we would be to defend our nation from the external aggressor.
Right.
That's how people are. It's a natural thing when someone attacks you at your home base. You're going to fight to the absolute end. You'll use every bit of your courage and resolve and not going to be fearful because it's do or die, literally. And so that's a much different fight than sort of having a skirmish in a neutral place or elsewhere. And the Iranian people, again, they may have lots of internal disagreements about the regime and the religious and or other components of their society. Fair enough. But that's for them to resolve internally and not for us to meddle in. And for us to attack the country and then think that's not going to create a coalescing of different forces under one mission is silly. It's the same thing that happened to us in Afghanistan. The same thing happens to us in Vietnam. The idea that we can somehow keep going into these places and meddling and trying to conquer, especially well-established societies that have, you know, thousands of years of history, more than we do, it's absurd. And so this is obviously being done on behest of another group because it doesn't really benefit the American interest at all. I can't think of any reason. None of the Iranian missiles have the capacity or the distance to reach. The range is limited to our regional bases in the region. The range is like 6,000 kilometers for their most advanced systems. They don't have the ICBMs that China and Russia have, and nor will they be given them for the very reason it would create conflict. But this is something that does not directly affect it. That's why I would make this recommendation. I know this is a pretty serious thing to say, but I'm going to say it. I don't know if it's illegal, but I would suggest that any U.S. service person who is asked to participate in this mission, whether it be in the current form or obviously a stage 2, which would be like a ground invasion, or that they refuse to serve.
Conscientious objector status.
Well, not necessarily conscientious objector, but objecting to a war of illegal aggression. That this is not being fought for any purposes whatsoever. You can make the argument that the first Iraq war, because they had invaded another country, that we were moving them out of the country. Iraq had invaded Kuwait with physical force. So the mission of that war was to remove that physical force, which we did. And we didn't go any further. The second war is much more questionable. And of course, this one is along the same lines. These unilaterally, sort of aggressive wars that aren't started with an attack against us, but we just go in and start doing our thing. That's not the right way to run yourself through the world. And I think anybody
yes, it is. We need to do our thing. We need to represent America.
Hold on, it's not your turn yet, buddy.
Do not tell me.
Listen, if you don't stop interjecting, I will just drop you. I don't care. Wagon has been here for quite some time, and I'm going to get to him next, and then it'll be
I'll finish up too to share the mic. Just to finish the thought. Anybody has a right to their opinion, but here's the thing. If you think it's that important and you're willing to lose your life and fight and die for it, then I respect your opinion. But if you're going
you think that women's rights in Iran, if you're going to be the women in Iran,
if you're going to be if you're going to be the Ben Shapiro's of the world or the Netanyahus, where the sun is chilling on a beach somewhere drinking a cocktail, and you're going to say, yeah, go attack Iran. You have to be willing to fight and die for your principles. And if you wouldn't go and fight and die yourself, why would you want others to have to do it on your behalf?
Yeah, or send your kids, beg your kids to go fight for the war that you want. But they aren't willing. They have no skin in the game, so it's real easy to, so like as you say, they don't get it. War is nasty. It's terrible. And these people,
it's not Call of Duty. It's not something where you get to respawn.
It's like they have like a caricature of war in their mind, or some two-dimensional thing that they don't quite understand. I don't even understand it, but I know that I don't understand it because I've never been in it, and so I can't speak to it. But I know that when I see unalived bodies everywhere and fucking houses burned up and babies getting unalived, that ain't good. But these other people, they see that stuff and they're like, yeah, let's do it. Psychos. That's all I can
you see, we'll pass the mic in a second. I'm going to say this last thing. Having been in a war, the thing that stuck with me are the smells. I remember the smell of diesel fuel mixed with burning vehicles, mixed with burning bodies. And that smell is so unique. And when I smell anything that approaches that, it just takes me it's so weird. It takes you right back to being there as vividly as I was there 5 minutes ago. and it
Yeah,
just never leaves you.
That sucks, man.
Yeah, it's not good.
Let me get to Wagon. And Wagon, I appreciate you being patient. Go ahead,
problem. I'm pretty pissed off about the situation. I'm right wing conservative, real right wing conservative, and I'm pissed off that what Trump did, and he's putting Israel first. I mean, I hate to say it, I don't think it really matters who was president. Whoever was president, this was going to happen either way, I believe. But what surprises me the most is how MAGA supporters have pretty much just given up their values. You know, we're supposed to be, they're supposed to be the party. You know, no new wars. We're supposed to put America first. All that shit. You have this president. He's putting Israel first. We're entering another fucking conflict for Israel. I mean, how many conflicts have we fought on Israel's behalf over the last 20 years, 30 years? How many trillions of dollars have we spent? Do we not learn our lesson? Like when we go and meddle in these other countries, you take out one guy, another asshole comes up and replaces him, and then you got to fight him 15 years later. It's like, when are we going to learn? Like when. And what surprises me the most is how the MAGA people, like it really blows my mind how quickly they just abandon all their values and they're fucking happy about what's going on.
That's right.
I've seen that, a lot of people called MAGA like cultists and stuff, and I didn't really think, I'm kind of right wing. I'm not MAGA. I pretty much have a distrust of government, generally speaking, both sides. But I was like, no, they're not cultists. But after seeing how, and it's not all of them, but after seeing how a lot of them have responded to this, I kind of see it. Like, they're fucking, I'm like, it pisses me off.
Right.
And fucking Israel, I'm tired of Israel. They need to get the fuck out of here. Get rid of AIPAC. Get rid of dual citizen Congress people. If you're not allowed to serve in their military. If you've served in their military, you should have your citizenship revoked. I don't think anyone should be serving in another country's military. It's America. If you're an American citizen, you're American.
I know that's right. Yeah, no, that is weird to have a U.S. citizen serving in another military. That seems odd to me.
I don't know how anyone calls them our fucking ally. Like, what have they done for us?
Well, they unalived our troops. They stole our documents.
Yeah,
they helped Israel get nukes. They
infiltrated our intelligence agencies.
Right.
They spied on us.
They trafficked children and then blackmailed our politicians.
I could get into the conspiracy. I think they had a hand in 9/11.
No, they had a direct involvement, not a hand.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Now with that, we will have to be careful because TikTok don't like it. Every time we talk about that misinformation, like, I'm so sick of that shit. Misinformation.
Just say that fateful September day. People know what you're talking about.
Right.
But, I mean, it's really. I'd like to say. I mean, it's not. I mean, yeah, the Republicans are eat up with them, the neocons, but it's really both sides. It's the whole government.
Yeah, I got a video of Cory Booker with a rabbi dressed like a clown on his back, dancing around in a circle. This is before he was a politician, as a Rhodes Scholar. And Headley says that's high. Headley, you are
Chip, good morning.
You are a
Hang on,
strange
Chip, good morning
dude,
to you.
You're a character.
Hang on a second. Thanks, man. Chip, good morning to you, to your wife, and to your children. Wagons, good morning to you.
Morning.
Good morning, Headley. So you took off earlier. I don't know if you're trolling around hard this morning, but what's up?
What's up, man? No, I just wanted to know who was winning. You said nobody.
Nobody's going to win.
Strategically, who's winning?
Strategically, who's winning? I mean,
like,
I don't know.
Who's taking out more people?
Is that how you measure winning?
I don't know.
I mean, like, the U.S., is killing a lot of, like, children and women and stuff.
But those don't count as a full person. So, like, 6 kids count as one adult.
Oh, come on. Get out of here with that.
No, who's winning?
I mean, that's
This
like
guy
probably
is
the
just
worst
trolling.
retort. That's like the worst reply you could have thought of. I don't know.
It is?
It doesn't even make any sense. No,
Well,
it
I'm trying to
strategically,
find out who's
a
winning.
child is of no combat value. It's just for sadism, basically.
Who do you think is winning, Headley?
I don't know. I'm asking you guys. I just heard about it this morning.
Okay. Well, if your measurement is who is unaliving more, I'd have to say
Well, how
I don't know.
else would you do it?
What do you mean? How about? I mean,
it depends on your objective, right?
All right. Well, who's winning? Who's winning by their objectives?
I would say
Iran.
I would say
Iran's
Iran
winning
by their objective.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, they managed to destroy like what 4 or severely damage 4 American military bases, which is crazy. They managed to destroy at least 2, but probably more, and like high value radar systems, which are the most heavily defended assets in the entire region. They managed to destroy 3 out of the 7 THAAD missile batteries that the U.S. operates. They're not going to be able to replace those for years because they need gallium for the radar, and the only country in the world that makes gallium is China, which won't sell it to the U.S. military. So, yeah, I would say they've been pretty successful, especially given
That's impressive.
all they have to do.
Now, what does the USA and Israel? What have they done?
All they have to do is like make it difficult enough for the U.S. that the American public, gets really mad about it. The U.S. has to actually take over the country, and they're not going to be able to do that, especially not from the air.
And let's look at this.
So that's impressive. What is Israel and America? What have they done? Have they done anything impressive?
Well, they spent a bunch of money.
Just decapitation. Their strategy is always the same. They decapitate. They unalive the leaders of the military and political organizations, and then they just like do tons of bombing against like children and women and civilians to try to make people like mad enough and that'll just create chaos in the country. But all it actually does is just piss people off and say like, well, you know what? The government I ran kind of sucks, but I'll support it till I die over Israel and the US, And so all they've really done with all this horrific shit they've done to civilians is just unify the country against the US and Israel.
So Iran's winning.
I mean, in terms of strategic objectives, but remember, all Iran has to do is not be destroyed, and the U.S. has to destroy Iran. So it's not like a even playing field. Also, Iran managed to shut down the Dubai airport, which is the largest international airport in the world.
And
they managed to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which has like 20% of global oil, 30% of helium.
And if you have
like
a big ass
60% of fertilizer,
I'm sorry for
and
you,
tons of other shit.
So you got a big ass truck. Sorry about your dick.
Yeah,
bro.
and Iran, this will be bad for the economy of Iran too. But
I'll be right back. Chip,
but
you're welcome
Iran
to
has
jump
also
in at any
been.
time.
Yeah, sorry, I just have. I mean, I think it's a complex topic.
Go ahead. You're good.
So I think you have to.
What's your ETA on this thing, Andy?
Just like 30 seconds. But I'm saying Iran's economy.
Not the war. The war, not you.
Okay, whatever.
War, not you, man.
But the Iran's economy will struggle too because they also export oil through the Strait of Hormuz. But Iran has been under sanctions for 40 years. Iran has even on a small level, the people in Iran have dealt with power blackouts, with just living in an economically suffering country, and have the mental resilience and the communities and institutions to exist within that reality.
Yeah, they're used to enduring hardship. They've dealt with hardship for some time, whereas the average American person, while we have some hardships, have dealt with nothing as severe as
I'm not thinking about Americans because I don't think Americans are really going to suffer so much because of this.
That's not true, though, because gas prices have already gone up almost 80 cents where I live just in the last 3 days.
Yeah, but Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, sure, but they're not being bombed in their homes while they're sleeping or
that's just true.
Having no power. Power is not going to get shut off for weeks. There's not going to, you know what I mean?
But drawing from history, though, look at the previous wars that we've been engaged in. The Iranian Revolution was the last time in 1979. I was only about 10 years old then. And I remember my mom having to go to get gas in our VW bus, and we could only go every third day. They had license plate identifications to get in. Then it was a 2-hour wait to get gasoline every third day. So that's hardship, and even though for Americans it's not as it's not like the hardship being endured in the conflict itself, but to the average American that's considered an interruption to normalcy.
Well, good.
I agree.
Americans should suffer. Americans should suffer,
if it
and
becomes
they
a war,
shouldn't be able to. They shouldn't be able to be unaffected by this when their country's doing this. They should be suffering.
No, I agree. But listen, right now it
Um,
seems like it's going to be a matter of who blinks first. So if this does become a war of attrition to whatever degree, assuming it doesn't become a ground conflict, I think what the Iranian calculation is that they can ride this out, given what you said, because they've dealt with this before, the hardships. They're willing to endure whatever because it's their survival. Whereas the Americans are not going to like some of the negative reverberations that are going to accompany this war of attrition. And they're going to put more and more pressure, just like happened under Vietnam. And I think it's going to be a lot sooner because Trump directly promised the population that he would not start any new wars.
I'm not even really thinking about Americans though, because honestly, I think the Trump regime or Trump administration, I'm not going to be corny like liberals and say it's like whatever, but the Trump administration can probably continue this even though Americans will take to the streets and protest. Like the American government doesn't really give a shit about what people think in America, but I'm more thinking about people in Dubai, in the Gulf Cooperation Council countries, in Saudi Arabia, in Oman, and in Israel, because they're actually getting pounded hard and their economies are going to be devastated. They're shutting down oil and natural gas production. And those places are places where, like, you know, people literally live in Dubai because they never want to have to see somebody that isn't paid to serve them. Like they basically want to live in like a magical pod where like they
pod
get to
just got busted up with a few drones.
Yeah, so like these are the opposite of resilient people. Like even like the little bit of resilience and grit that Americans have, these people have nothing at all, even like that, and they're getting pounded by Iran really hard. And because, I mean, again, the destruction of those radar systems is so significant because, you know, the U.S. did everything they could to prevent that, and they couldn't stop it. So if they can't even protect their own assets in those countries that are extremely valuable and damn near impossible to replace for use in this conflict, at least, it'll take years, then, you know, they're not going to be able to protect Dubai and like the OnlyFans models and shit.
That's why Britain got kicked out, because they couldn't
OnlyFans model.
Kicked out.
You said OnlyFans.
But really,
model.
though, so all those countries are going to be barking and asking. And then at the same time, you have Russia now refusing to sell oil to the European Union and saying that, and Russia is basically saying, we're just going to replace all the Iranian oil and just sell to China. And they're probably going to start selling oil to Japan and South Korea too. So if Russia
they
starts
just announced to I think it was to India to get that Russian oil and start refining it.
Yeah.
Because they got a bunch of tankers out there. So now the U.S. is even like, hey, buy the Russian oil and refine it.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, because India's also gonna.
All I'm saying, it seems like we're getting kind of close to revelation, man.
Also, let me just say this too: the ship. You remember the Iranian ship that was blown up by Sri Lanka? Because this also affects India. Yeah. So what happened is there was a joint military like kind of parade thing that India, Iran, and the U.S. had scheduled and agreed to before this war. And so it was a ceremonial Iranian ship that showed up like with like, you know, clean uniforms, not a fighting ship, to do military parades, basically ceremonial stuff with India and with the U.S. And the U.S. took an attack submarine and hit it with a torpedo and then attacked the boats trying to rescue the Iranian sailors who were drowning. And they did this right next to India without telling India. And the Indian public was horrified by this because it's the most cowardly, you know, despicable, like dastardly thing you could do. This was not a combat situation. It was just done out of sadism. And so that, you know, Pete Hegseth can get up and be like, we're, you know, demon, you know, we're really killing people, whatever. So the Indian public and the world in general is looking at this going like, you know, you guys are not only, you know, and combine that with the girls' school where 150 girls were intentionally targeted, by the way, by the American military. This is like the most cowardly, despicable just like small dick way to fight a war you could ever imagine. And that has a big impact on the perception of America around the world, especially in places like India, where ideas of honor and fighting fairly
Go ahead
matter.
and land your plane.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Yeah, let's get around. I got some other people in now that I'd like to hear from. Well, unless, Chip, did you want to respond to anything that Cactus was saying before I get around?
No, I want to let the mic. Go ahead and pass the mic.
Sure. I think the next person in was, actually, I think they all came together. Lewis, we'll just go to you first. What's up? I assume you've been listening. Did you want to respond to anything?
Yeah, brother. What's going on? It's been a little while since I had to get out of politics for a while for my mental health.
I understand.
I stopped joining the lives. It's like,
I totally get it.
There was the question was brought up of who was winning, and I just really wanted to emphasize that you can't win anything if you haven't established what your objective is. And we have like 7 different reasons that seem to just change like every other day, from religious wars to gut feelings to WMDs to protecting protesters. Like, we have not established why we're there. So you can't win if you haven't established. Iran has established they want all Western influence out of the Gulf. That's it. That's what they want. And and by that objective, they are winning. They have proven to the Saudi Arabia that the U.S. will not protect you and your interests. They'd rather protect Israel. And that's why what you had mentioned before was now they're looking at their treaties and they're saying, all right, well, if we can't rely on you to protect us, the next country up is going to gain their alliance. And that could very well be China. Yep. Could very well be China, because China just sent emissaries to Iran to try to, do some negotiations to try to end this peacefully. And if the Gulf region sees that and they're like, well, you know what? Maybe we're going to head over there because clearly we've been betrayed. And
yeah, no, those are great points, man. Yeah, I'm glad you brought them up. Was there anything else? Otherwise, I'll get to, Enigma.
The quick last thing I want to bring up is, as you had mentioned before, we're running out of ammunition. I think Chip brought this up. And now I saw Trump's speech about how he wants to take South Korean, Philippines, and Japan's and kind of bring it over to the Middle East, leaving Asia basically unguarded by us. China's winning. That's who's going to win, because they just have to sit back and watch. And Taiwan is one of 2 countries that produces the chips that we need for our armament. And all China has to do is cut that off. Once we deplete ourselves, China can say, you know what? We're not selling you any chips. Now you can't reproduce because we don't produce that stuff here. So we put ourselves in such a global danger that literally one decision from one country could ruin us, and there's nothing we can do about it.
That's right. And that's actually a great point, because after World War II, we waited so long after everybody had gotten fucked up already by the war itself. And then we came in afterwards, didn't take a lot of damage, didn't take any home damage really to speak of, aside from Pearl Harbor. So after the war, while everybody else is rebuilding, we were already booming. And if China waits it out and doesn't enter at all, or waits until the very end when the U.S. is getting fucked up and our economy is trashed, they're going to be in the same position that we were after World War II.
Exactly.
And that will really catapult them into the position that we had held. And, maybe that's what needs to happen, put some fucking humility into people in this country. It's crazy, the arrogance that I see in my own American citizens. It's fucking wild.
Fastest way to kill arrogance is to get your ass whipped, honestly. Right. And I hate that. There's when I see this, there's a big part of me, I don't want to see my fellow Americans be hurt. But then on the other hand, I'm like, maybe we need this ass whipping to kind of put us in perspective. Because I remember when the Russia war started with Ukraine, everybody thought that it was going to end in a week because Russia's so strong. And then it turns out, wait, maybe Russia's not as strong as we thought they were, because they didn't end it in a week. It's been years now. I think we're heading for that too. I think that's the world's going to view us that way. Maybe America's not as strong as we thought, and that weakens us.
Right. Well, when your cause isn't righteous, it's hard to come out looking good. Really, you know what I mean? Because we're not just not on the right side of history. Now let me get to Enigma. Go ahead.
I would say everybody hello, and this first time I came up, I always listen. Your someone's still talking.
Yeah, I got Coach Pete.
I
I
always
muted you.
listen. Your point of views, especially Chip. The goal was what the first question is, what was the goal? The goal was to change geopolitically the whole area and militarily for the Zionists. Now, is that achieved? No. So now, having said so, if you see last 40, 35 years in my lifetime, all the bases that was built for radars, military equipment, all is gone. Meaning, the power projection from the United States is diminished. Finito, bye-bye in Middle East. And now, all Middle Eastern nations, even the Gulf small nations, they're saying United States is not asset, is a burden. So who's winning? If you're asking now, Iranians achieving their goals for putting on flame all these bases. That's one. That's a win. Second demand is gonna be, I don't want to have near me any U.S. bases military near me. Okay. So one man doesn't change. Now, the one modern guy was Ayatollah, who said no nuclear weapon. Now, in the future, or now, the coming years, you will see Iranian with nuke. Either the United States agrees or not. That's a factual thing. I would, if I was being invaded while I'm negotiating over and over, I would borrow something to defend myself.
Right.
Even anything. So that's a factual thing. Who's winning? Iranian is winning. The home turf is winning, 100%. United States cannot sustain forever to attack Iran in that position. That's a factual thing. Our ships cannot carry more than 40 missiles. Let's be real. So now that's one thing. That's military thing. Economically. Now, all Middle Eastern nations, if you remember Trump, they invest $4 trillion. Will that money come here anymore? No, it will go to China and somewhere else now. And they will say this military equipment is not protecting us. It's only protecting Israel. Okay? So now they understood, all the Gulf nations understood what it means for protection. It's not protection for their nation, it's protection for only Israel.
Right.
Economically. Now, politically, I told you militarily, and now economically, $4 trillion will be gone. No more Trump Tower in the East. Let's put it this way, simple, so Omega could understand it. Now, the third thing is politically. The political thing is United Nations. U.S. didn't go through United Nations or international law or any other law. They broke all the laws in the world to invade a sovereign nation. See my point? The hegemony of all these three things is gone for nonsense. So Iran is winning, and Middle East is becoming free nations from America.
We literally killed all their
Zionists.
leadership.
It
We
doesn't
destroyed
matter
all their
how many
rockets and
people
all their
died.
major equipment.
How many leaders
How are they
died
winning?
for?
Little
How many
Maga.
leaders died for?
Okay, hold on, guys.
Listen,
Hold on,
listen.
guys.
Let me finish,
Hold on,
brother.
guys.
Let me
Hold
finish.
on.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Well, I'm the host,
You
and I
guys
said,
are
hold on.
absolutely- what the-
Little Maga. I think that was
Right.
little. I think that was who is talking right now. Who is that?
That was Little Maga.
Yeah, little. Well, I'm showing that he's muted. Little Maga, just wait. He's not done with this point. I'm going to bring in the timer because we got a lot of people here, and I need people to start wrapping their stuff up so that we can get to everybody else.
So what I'm saying is,
well, hold on real quick. I'm going to put up the time. I'm going to give you 45 seconds to go ahead and land your plane, and then I'm going to get around the room. Thank you. Go
I mean,
ahead.
this Muslim extremist is like
Little Maga, shut
celebrating
the
America's
fuck up, bro.
failure.
Okay, bro, you're out of here. And you know, I would love to hear what you said, but you can't fucking control yourself. Fucking make sense why you would vote for fucking MAGA. Go ahead, Enigma. Finish your statement.
for the last point, politically, meaning international laws that was achieved in after World War II, every nation that sign on, if it is NPT, if it's nuclear proliferation, if it's a war criminal, any of that is on trash bin. Okay, what you see now is everybody's coming to the United Nations and keep back hitting the table. We're the best. We have all the weapons. Now, within year and a half, unless something else happened. Even then, political is gone. All three chips are dead, finito. Middle East is becoming free nations now, independent from the West.
All right, thank you, Enigma. I appreciate that. Now, I'm going to, because Lil Maga appears maybe to be opposition, I'm going to go ahead and jump over to him real quick. Here, I'm just going to give everybody 90 seconds. Lil Maga, go ahead, 90 seconds.
Yeah, I think what that guy just said is bananas. America has more allies in the Middle East than we've ever had. We have them helping us. We literally have most of the European nations assisting us in this operation. We've taken out all of their leadership and all of their major military devices. They continue to pursue nuclear weapons throughout the whole of the Ayatollah's tenure. That was his main objective, was to wipe out Israel. And look, you can say what you want about Israel, but the Iranian people are far worse. They are a way bigger threat to America. They have continuously armed our enemies. They have given Shahed drones by the thousands to the Russian people and sold oil to Russia, which this is really all about, oil going to Russia and China not being exchanged in the petrodollar. So it is good for Western hegemony. It is good for America. And it's something that we see when we see the agreement of the international community that you guys think so highly of.
Okay, you have 28 seconds. Did you need them?
No, I can stop there. That's fine.
All right. Thank you. And please, I dropped you because you wouldn't stop. I just want to make sure everybody gets the time. Now, let me go to Inspire Kindness. Please go ahead.
Hi there. And since we have a time limit, I guess I just want to speak on what I think is Little Maga just said about what I'm learning about the GCC, which is those those areas that, like you said, have traditionally been allies of the United States. However, now what's happening is because Iran is bombing them, like somebody else said, they are not. First of all, there's something that I learned, and I mean, if someone fact checks me, that would be great. But they get 80% of their food imported in, so they don't make, they don't grow food there. It's desert. Their water, 60% of their water supply has to be desalinated. So they've always depended, I believe, on the U.S. protection, and it's been kind of a playground for the rich. Well, if they're going to be at risk, the elite and people with that type of money, they're not going to want to hang out, in those areas.
You're talking about Dubai.
Well,
like
but
Dubai,
then
the principalities of Dubai.
The whole GCC collapses, and the scary part of that is there goes our petrodollar currency.
No, the principalities of Dubai are the ones helping us. Like, they are on our side on this.
And to make your point, Inspire, yes, GCC imports 85% of its food, and you are correct about the plants. So if they get rid of those desalination plants, they're fucked. They're fucked. And that won't even take.
I want to add something.
Who was that?
You want me to tell you something? I want to add something.
Hold on. Well, hold on, because not everybody has spoken yet. Coach Pete, I think he already talked. I don't know. Let me go to Caitlin real quick, and then Coach Pete. Caitlin, go ahead.
Hello. So I just wanted to address the title at the top right here saying that hold on, honey. I just wanted to address the top here where it says that we have bombed the school. We did not. There is proof, and I have posted it, that Iran has come out and admitted that they did that. So I just wanted y'all to know that, and you can check my videos, okay? Listen to the Iranians. They are telling you that they are happy that we have attacked them because they have been under a regime that has unalived their people and has kept their people in terrible conditions for 47 years. And I think that we're doing a very good thing. We're liberating the people. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, so your video didn't age very well. Just read. Even the U.S. is coming out and saying that their investigation proves that the U.S. did, in fact, bomb that school. How does that feel? Do you feel weird right now?
I have proof on my profile.
You
The
don't have
Iranians
proof?
have come out and said it.
So you
There's
don't believe
proof.
Donald Trump's administration?
So wait.
Do you not believe Donald
So what
Trump's
if they bombed
administration?
the school?
Hold on.
If there weren't kids there and there were
Oh,
weapons there, who
God
cares?
damn, bro. You can't shut the fuck up for 2 seconds, can you? You are disrespectful. Caitlin, you do not believe the Trump administration. Is that what you're telling me? Caitlin?
What I'm telling you is that the Iranians have come out and said
That's
that they
not
have
true.
admitted that it was not us.
That's not true. I want to point out to you that there are Pahlavi-based Iranians. Pahlavi is the dictator that we put into power. And there are people that back him, and they are lying.
You can check my stuff
Donald
and then
Trump's
you can tell
own
me.
administration are the ones that came out and said that they were targeting an old 15-year-old fucking base and hit the school. This
I mean,
is
you
from
can
today.
check what they're. Listen to what the people that live there are saying.
Listen to the Trump's own fucking administration, Caitlin.
I mean, of course they're going to investigate it because they don't know what happened. But the people that live there, they know what happened, and they're trying to tell us.
You see that
They
level
investigated
of
and proved it. That's the whole point. They did the investigation and they came out with the report. It's no longer under investigation, Caitlin. This is the report from it. They admitted to it. They weren't necessarily targeting the school, but they hit it anyway. Hit it and did it.
Yeah, they came out and said that.
So what? I mean, what's it matter?
So
What's it matter? There's always like collateral damage in wars. Yes.
If 167 plus little girls unalive, so what? Says Lil MAGA.
Were there 167 little girls unalive?
That's the last reporting I saw.
It doesn't say that in the very thing you just posted.
It doesn't say how many people were unalived in what I just posted.
And the people that lived in Iran, they were protesting for months, and they unalived thousands of their people because they wanted to be free. The people that in Iran,
You want me to show you why?
they want to be free, and they are happy for what we are doing. And I
Okay,
support the people
Caitlin.
in Iran.
Well, no, you don't support the people in Iran. You support a dictatorial regime that the Trump administration wants to put in there. You claim that they unalived 2,000, 3,000 people.
Wait,
I'm
was
sure
the
that number is
Ayatollah
going to
a
keep.
dictator?
I am speaking. Just hold on.
Was
This
the
is
Ayatollah a
Mike.
dictator?
This is Mike Pompeo.
You said we
This
support
is
dictator.
the
Was
Ayatollah.
a dictator?
The Ayatollah, sir, was a religious leader. This is Mike Pompeo.
Oh,
This
he was a
tweet.
religious leader.
Okay, this guy.
Ethno-fascist.
This guy can't just hold on, bro. This
a
is
Muslim
Mike
nut job who killed millions.
Lil MAGA.
of people.
Look, dude. Just calm down.
That's your.
I know that you know that I'm about to destroy all of your fucking arguments here in just a second.
You are?
And you don't want anybody to hear it because you don't want to feel bad for supporting a fucking guy that is engaging in this shit. You're getting emotional. You're about to crash out. And I'm going to unmute you and let you crash out and make yourself look stupid. So go ahead.
Oh, really? Yeah, good. Thank you. Yeah, the person who can't
Crash
defend
out.
arguments is the one who mutes people. The person who can't make arguments is the one who mutes people. The one who claims the Ayatollah was just a
Oh, damn. Did you see what happened there?
See, you can't even let me
Say-
finish.
no,
you can't even let me finish.
Because I was talking. Listen, bitch. I was talking when you interrupted me. I was talking. So using your own logic that the person that won't let somebody else speak is wrong just proved that you're the one that's wrong, because I was about to say something I've got to hear up on the screen and you won't let me say it because you can't control yourself. And with that, sir, I'm going to drop you because it's just getting annoying at this point. If you want to come back and you think you can control yourself after your testosterone has kind of diminished, you're welcome to come back if you want to act like a human being. Now, to Caitlin's point about the Iranian regime unaliving people, this is Mike Pompeo. When the protests started, let me read. Happy New Year to every Iranian in the street. Also to every Mossad agent walking beside them. You see, we've done this before in Iran. We did the exact same thing in 1953. We sent intelligence operatives in there to create and foment a coup to topple their democratically elected leader. We then installed a dictator who began surveilling, interrogating, torturing their citizens on behalf of the U.S. and on behalf of Israel. I believe it was called the Savat, somebody can correct me, his secret police that the CIA and Mossad helped him fucking create, the dictator they put in place. That's what the U.S. wants to do. And so they're doing it again. Mike Pompeo said that Mossad is walking next to the protesters. They weren't legitimate protesters. This is what Israel does. This is what the United States does. So when you tell me that, oh my goodness, they shot 3,000 people. No, they shot people who were there to do the country harm and to try and overthrow it, which is exactly what U.S. police would do if somebody in the nation had 3,000 people that showed up with arms trying to overthrow the country. Don't you think they might do that? Of course they would.
And you know what, Lib? Furthermore, I think we can all agree that there's always two sides to a story. If somebody took out our government, do you know how many tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, would celebrate for that?
That's right.
Like, you know, it's like, you're going to, maybe, yeah, Caitlin, you know what? You will find people, diaspora and whatnot, that will support the anti-regime in Iran. But you have that in every country. You saw it in Venezuela. You would see it here if it happened here. Like, you can't just go based off of like one story and then propagate your propaganda because you happen to put some videos of a few people or even thousands of people, because there's always two sides to a story. The whole point is we don't belong there. We should not be there at all. There's no reason for us to be there. And Little MAGA had brought up, the WMDs. Our own intelligence has said since 2003 they have stopped and they did not want it. That's our own intelligence. And I have the report. I just can't read it to you because if I go to it, it'll mute me. But you can look at it on Congress. The last report stated since 2003, there's been no credible evidence that they have even tried. It's all lies. It's all it is. And we've heard this WMD thing before. And we found nothing.
Rinse and repeat.
Right. Like,
I have a question. Do you think that it's fact that the United States and Britain have been exploiting Iran for its oil since, like you said, in the 50s or the 48, 50s?
Yes.
And that it's possible that, there's been reports from leaders themselves saying that they're ready for the U.S. to, have boots on the ground. So is it possible that it's uniting the people because they have a different value system than the United States? Because they're, from my understanding,
I'm getting tired of this shit.
Ties into their beliefs of a martyrdom and, like an ultimate sacrifice thing.
Yeah, hopefully I can talk now.
Yes, and my apologies to Pete. Guys, Pete's been waiting for quite a while. Pete, I'm going to give you the 90 seconds, but real quick, Pete, and seriously, okay. I appreciate you waiting. Guys, I don't understand. We got 160 people in here, and we're not even to 20,000 likes yet. What the fuck is going on? Tap that screen, please. If you're on a TikTok live, TikTok wants you to tap the screen and gift and do all that stuff to push it out to the FYP. So please, if you're on the panel, don't tap. Panelists, don't tap. That's just for the people in the comments. Now, Pete, again, I apologize that it's taken so long, but I appreciate you waiting and being patient. Go ahead, Ben.
Okay, that's no problem. I listened to what Enigma said. My dad is a Vietnam vet. My cousin is a Vietnam vet. Now, the problem I have with that is they came home, and what did they come home to? A bunch of goddamn hippies running around with their heads cut off like a chicken. These guys were fighting. They didn't ask for it. And now with Iran, I'm going to tell you, if I was a president, I'd flatten the whole damn country. The whole country, be desert. Because you guys backing up Iran. And the thing about the girls' school is, where was the school at? The school was right next to where they bombed where that piece of garbage that's now seeing Allah in hell. The girls' school was next to that. So you cannot blame America for that. If they bombed the right one. They got rid of them. Accidentally, things will happen. Just like they said. Like Donald Trump said. I'm Democrat all the way. But after this garbage with Biden in them, no way. I vote Republican. And if nobody like it, guess what? Dial 1-900, go you know what yourself. Because I don't like, my military family. Okay.
Well,
Can I say something?
look, I appreciate that, Pete. I appreciate your honesty too. I'm not sure, at what point, when was the last Democrat that you voted for? Just curious.
Hey, here we go.
No, I'm just curious because I'm just struggling that you're a Democrat.
Hey, okay, here's the thing. I'm 67 years old. You back it up. Clinton, all a bunch of bozos.
Okay, so you haven't been...
All a bunch of bozos.
In Bush, were you in favor of Bush?
I weren't in favor of none of them clowns, to be honest with you.
Okay, so we do have some common ground there.
Yeah, I don't think.
Well, so let me ask you, what did Iran do that makes you, just want to level them and be done with it? And I understand that people felt that way about Iraq too. They wanted us to just level Iraq. What did Iran do to us that makes you want to just, level it?
Because of what? It's not. They take in Iran but then Iran's bringing in other countries that they're bombing. They shouldn't be doing that. You get Qatar, Kuwait, everything, and they're going after the U.S. servicemen. My family is military since World War I. So I don't. If the guy goes to Allah, if they go to Allah, I don't care.
Coach, do you know why they did that?
Why they did what?
Why they attacked the neighbors?
Because they're trying to get at the U.S. Because they're all them guys help support the U.S.
Yes, with the bases and whatnot. You're absolutely right, and the radars, right. So strategically, it makes sense for them to do that.
Yeah.
They were attacking American bases and whatnot. But secondly, they showed those other nations that America was not going to stand up for them. That was their second objective. And they won, and they clearly did that. The U.S. abandoned them. And we're supposed to protect them.
Who did they abandon?
Saudi Arabia, Syria, Libya,
You think so? You think so?
Yeah,
I don't think
Saudi
so.
Arabia, buddy. Saudi Arabia came out publicly and said the U.S. abandoned us, and all the troops left. Everybody left the country to go protect Israel.
So you believe everything the media says?
I would believe our allies, sure.
But remember, media can twist things too. Enigma, I don't even want to hear your big mouth.
I agree with you, Coach. The second thing I want to bring up was those hippies that your dad came
What I
out.
want to say is,
Okay,
it is not your room.
Okay,
7-Eleven.
I can't hear.
It is not your room.
If everybody
Me
is
and Lewis
talking.
is talking. I'm not talking to
So
somebody that like to go.
I'd like to hear
Too emotional.
Lewis
Too
and,
emotional.
Well, I'd like to hear Lewis and Pete
bend
finish
over and kiss
this,
your ass.
and then
See if that's
Enigma we
emotional.
can get to you. And listen, we can't do that either. TikTok will get you for bullying and harassing. It's fucking stupid, but that's what they do. So let's be careful with that language. Now, I'd like to hear Lewis and Pete for a minute, if you guys want to hash this out.
We just talk. That's what you call normal conversation between two human beings. Okay, go ahead, Lewis.
So Pete, the Vietnam War was very unique in the sense that we had a draft, and fragging and all that, right? Those hippies that you denounced helped end that war, so that your dad could come back.
You actually believe that?
Yes,
Well, sure.
I do. They made it very unpopular.
Like they say, opinions are like something. Everybody got one. Your opinion right now about that? No. If you had people,
do you not remember? Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Lewis.
Do you not remember that famous photo out of the Vietnam War where the female, she had a flower and she put it into the weapon of the servicemen in Washington? Like that was hippie propaganda to end the war. That helped end the war. Now, granted, we got our butts kicked in Vietnam, and that's ultimately what brought us back. But like these were people that stood up for your dad. They didn't like.
No, they didn't stand up for my dad. They didn't stand up for my dad. You know why they didn't stand up for my dad? Because they were back here in the U.S. waving hippie things. They didn't stand up for my dad.
Pete, there was a draft. They just happened to
but
be
my
lucky
dad,
to
my
not be
dad.
drafted.
Hey,
And
listen
a lot
to
of those
me. Hey,
people were
Louis.
teenagers, not able to
but
join
Louis,
the war.
Yeah, but listen to this, Louis.
Okay.
My dad was in Vietnam. My cousin was in Vietnam. If you weren't there, what else? If you weren't there, we only see what they wanted us to see. And now right now, Louis, my dad is dealing with this thing because of Agent Orange.
Thank you, Marianne.
Of course. I you know what, Coach? I don't disagree with you on that. Where I'm disagreeing is that you had fellow American, hippies or not, trying to stop that, protesting and showing the disapproval for that for your father and cousin. It wasn't that, it's not like your father and cousin came home and the hippies were against them. That's not what happened. They were fighting for them in their own way.
Oh, wait a minute. Louis, say that again. Say what you just said again.
I said that it's when your father and cousin came home, it's not like the hippies were against them.
What do you mean they weren't? They weren't. When the guys came home, where was everybody? You get nothing but the hippie signs.
They were anti-war.
These guys.
Okay.
This is off topic anyways, but yeah. I'm sorry.
It is. No. Okay. So we're going to squash that here. Now, Enigma said he wanted to say something, and then I'm going to open it up to open discussion after that. Guys.
Could you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead, Enigma. 65 seconds.
There was a general, an Iranian general. He was talking on TV a couple of days, if you remember. They were asking him if Iran has a WMD, so if it nukes, and then they asked him if Saudi have a nukes, and then he was said, yeah, Saudi do have a nukes, and then he said, yes, everybody have a nukes. You know what he's talking about? Nobody in this room knows. If anybody remember 1989 or 88, Madame Bhutto. How can I talk to people who are not educated themselves though? Keep bouncing your balls, buddy. Keep bouncing your balls. See, 1988, 89, 16 warheads from Pakistan, disassembled, was brought to Iran. And there was documentation being shipped to MI6, and that's why Madame Bhutto is being assassinated. If anybody remember that. So Iran does have, but they haven't used yet. So, in anybody thinking they cannot use their own, some other people who build their nukes. So that's illusion. All the intelligence officers knows that. So that's what they have.
Okay. Thank you, Enigma. Now, real quick, I'm going to do a quick PSA, and then I'm going to hear from the two new panelists, and then we'll open it up to everybody. Guys, we have 142 people in the room. We aren't even at 50,000 likes yet. Please tap the screen. I appreciate it that we've moved quite a bit from the 13K when I first asked y'all to tap. So thank you for getting on that. I appreciate it. I do have a live goal of 50 donuts. You can please support the show by gifting donuts or whatever. I have a Crash App and a Vimo as well. $ Lib Loudmouth on Crash App and at Lib Loudmouth on Vimo if you want to support the live that way. And also, if you can repost and or share the live to your friends, especially if there's opposition. I'd like to get more people up here that are in opposition. So if you know somebody, you're welcome to reach out to them and tell them to come up here. But if they start interrupting, I'll have to drop them like old little MAGA. Perfect name for the guy, by the way. Either way, let me get to Governor Baxter. Now, I don't know if this is a troll account or whatever, but it says you're a Republican from North Carolina. Please, you're going to get 90 seconds since it's your first statement. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, so this is my statement on the Operation Epic Fury. I personally think that the administration is falling for the same trap that we fell in when we went over there with Operation Iraqi Freedom. I got a lot of questions for the administration. The biggest one is what is our exit strategy? You know, a lot of Republicans and on my side of the aisle get up here on TikTok say this is good. Now, to an extent, yeah, we all know what the Ayatollah and the IRGC and the Quds forces were doing. They were funding various organizations over there. Some of them harmed American servicemen and women when we were deployed in Iraq and other places. Okay, now we took them out. What is our exit strategy? We sending boots on the ground. Nobody gonna support that. I don't support it. And if there are Republicans that support it, they full of mess. Okay. Then we got people saying the president. We got an election this year. You think the American people gonna support this? Honestly, will the American people support this? That's where I land at. I yield the remainder of my time.
Yeah, thank you, Baxter. I appreciate that. Yeah, now let me get to.
I also like the timer.
Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's. I hate going up on panels and never getting to talk because it's like two people yapping. So I brought in the timer to give everybody a chance. I'm not perfect, but I try. Ultra Pragma, whatever. Go ahead.
Ultra's fine. Hi guys. I've been listening for a while. I was in when that other little MAGA guy was in here. That's when I had originally requested to come up. I wanted to like retort to like some of the things he said, but like it's fine because he's gone. Especially because like there's some other people on this panel that are sort of regurgitating some of the same things. I think it's pretty like self-evidently clear that this is like a war just for like expansion. From the American side, I mean, Iran, to the extent that it has been like a thorn in the side of like Western interests for like the past like 40 or so years, like we all like everybody like it's very clear that, like America has had its eye set on Iran ever since like the revolution in the 70s. To support this to any extent is just like full on like you're just like cattle. You are a lapdog for like the Western interest, like American interest in like maintaining like hegemony in the Middle East. Also as well as like just you're a lapdog for Western like Western ruling elites. You support the Epstein class's imperialist war of aggression against like not only the Iranian state but like the Iranian people. And I just think that's just like disgusting and evil. If China bombed like 200 kids in America, would be kind like nuking and glassing the rest of the world. But like when it's like other people on the receiving end from like when we do it, oh no, you have to like watch, you have to like you can't listen, you can't trust the media, you can't trust your lying eye.
Yeah, no, great point. You're right. There is certainly a double standard here. Absolutely. Okay, so everybody that's up here has spoken. So now we're going to open it up to open discussion. But again, let me, Miss Chaos, I see that you sent me a DM. I looked. I don't see a DM. I'll check my alt, I guess, in case you sent it to that one. But I don't know what the ping is. But it's weird because now I've got this bar on top of my live studio. It says, share responsibly on live. Confirm sources before sharing and engaging with content. I don't know what that means. I've never seen it before, but it's got one of those triangle, like warning triangles.
It means your life is restricted. Somebody must have.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm
They
not
must
sure
have like
that
picked up on something.
I've heard that they don't like it when you like share links in the comment. So I don't know. I saw that happen. I don't know if it was about that.
That's weird. Well, because I told people to share the live. I wonder if that's what prompted it, because I didn't see it until after I said that.
No, not sharing the live, but when people in the comments put in links, I think that's what they don't like. I don't think TikTok likes that. I heard that before.
Interesting. Yeah, that's weird.
Probably the reason why.
That's weird. Because they usually filter out the links, and I have to like remove the periods and then put like DOT in the, in place of the periods because they filter it out. That's weird. Either way, so 15 minutes or so. Go ahead, guys. Chip.
Hey, let me give.
Yeah, go ahead, Pete. If you want to start us off.
Okay. So you guys know, I'm from Hawaii. Okay. But the thing is, right now, I don't live in Hawaii. I don't live in the U.S. I live in the Philippines. So it's a big thing here. You see all they want to do is show all the pictures of the bombing and the bombing and the bombing. Well, the school that was bombed was right next to where the leader was bombed.
Does that justify bombing it?
Hey, but the thing is, what are you going to do?
Does that
If you want
justify
to keep-
bombing it? Wait, no.
Yeah.
Does that justify
Yeah.
bombing it? You think
Yeah.
it's fine to bomb it just because like it's in proximity to like a different target?
No, they bombed us. They bombed where the guy was hiding.
Yes,
So,
yes, I understand
what,
that. But
what are you gonna do? Go knock on
What do you
go
mean?
knock
What are
on
you
the
gonna
door
do?
and say,
Don't bomb the
"Excuse me,
children?
sir, could you please come away from the school?"
No, you could like not drop a bomb on 200 kids.
So wait,
You didn't. Did you lose your a couple brain cells?
No,
I
but I
just
think you
said.
might have.
Okay,
Hey, you want me to tell you? You like me
Don't
to tell
say
you
that,
something?
bro.
And
Don't
you're
throw
not
out
going to
insults
like
if
the
you can't
word.
take them. Relax.
Hey, if you don't like what I got to say, shut up. Plain and simple. At least I'm straight up.
Well, let me ask you, Coach. If you know, are you saying that if somebody had hostages in like a school or whatever, just blow up the school?
No. See, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the leader of Iran built his compound right next to a school, a girls' school.
15 years prior, it had been shut down for 15 years.
Okay. But what I'm saying is,
wait.
What
Hold on,
I'm
wait.
saying, what I'm saying is,
it wasn't in a compound. He didn't.
Where,
He didn't
it
bomb.
don't matter
He wasn't.
where.
He was in his. No, it does matter because there's like.
That's
like
his
saying bullshit
compound.
right
That was his compound. That's where
now.
they found out where
They
he was.
killed him. No. He wasn't in a compound. He was in his residence. He was like in his home.
Okay, so where is his
the
residence
school,
at? So where's his residence? Okay, so what's next to his school? What's next to his residence?
Different
school.
like, residential buildings.
No. What is next to his residential?
The school
place?
wasn't near his. The school wasn't near his residence. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It wasn't.
You
in a
go
compound.
look at the picture. You look at the
They
pictures.
were
You
bombing.
can see.
They're bombing a civilian area because he was in his home.
Because they're looking for him. That's where they found out he was.
I think this is
So
going
if
over your head.
there's here's I'm going to emphasize
Is he
something.
literally trying to justify collateral damage?
He is.
Yes.
Shit
that's
happens.
what he's doing.
Shit
Okay,
happens.
look.
Bro, I hope that whatever
That's
like corn-fed
crazy.
town you live in gets like complete glass by China. What do you mean that just happens?
You cannot. We cannot justify. I am not going to sit here and justify collateral damage. Okay. If
it happens. Hey, so what about the U.S.?
Hold on, Pete. Hold on.
What about the U.S.? What about the U.S. soldiers that died? What
about
collateral
them?
damage?
Wait. Do you think school children?
When are you talking about U.S. soldiers unaliving? When? What are you talking about?
Kuwait. They killed how many in Kuwait? How many at the bases?
Are you talking about like in the recent thing?
Yes.
We attacked Iran. And you're like, well,
Yeah,
they unalived
they
our
attacked back.
soldiers. What the fuck did you expect was going to happen, Coach?
What and what did you expect
He
Iran
thought
to
Iran
do?
was just going to lay down and take it.
Right.
What you expect
man.
Iran to? What you just expect Iran to just go ahead and make all the country all Muslim in the U.S.?
What?
No Muslims are taking over the country.
You know what? Yeah, but the thing is,
This is my whole
Do you
thing
think
about it,
Iran?
right? Now,
Go ahead, Governor. Go.
this is what I want to now. From my understanding, from the research, the limited research I've done, he was in a bunker. Now, I'm still researching that, so it may be not correct, but that's what I've read so far. Is he was in a bunker and they used a bunk buster. Now, when it comes to the school, I've also heard multiple conflicting reports about what happened. But if it was Israel, United States, it was wrong. We fucked up. Excuse me, we messed up. You can't justify collateral damage. Like, we can't get up here and brag that we have the most technicalized military in the world, but we can't drop a damn bomb pinpointed without hurting innocent kids. We can't do that now.
Hey, with that being said, Governor, don't every time you have a war, aren't there some mistakes made?
No, oh my God. Okay. Hold on. I wanna clarify something.
Oh, sure. I'll just coming out of somebody's ass.
Sure. You can. Sure. So, Coach Pete, I have no idea where you're getting this information from. But you should probably actually learn how to read. the Tehran,
Hey,
where
you know what?
Khamenei,
Don't you dare
Tehran,
fucking say some shit like that. I would bitch slap you until next week if you did that.
Okay, Pete.
Okay.
Pete,
Anyways,
I don't say
hold
nothing.
on, hold on, Pete. You cannot say those things. If I hear even a modicum of that, I will drop you because I have to protect my life. You are opposition. I'd like for you to stay so that maybe you can learn something, or maybe we can learn something we didn't know. But you cannot do that on my live because they will take the live down. Okay? Please don't do that out of respect for me. Go ahead.
Don't drop him. Somebody.
Yeah, I don't want to,
Don't
but
drop him,
I he can't say those things because it'll take the live.
Well, what I was trying to clarify is that Tehran is on the complete opposite side of the country from where the school that's in Minab, which is in the south of the country, where the school was bombed. Like you're talking about, like, oh, they were trying to look for Khamenei, and it was like collateral damage that they killed 200 kids. No, it wasn't. They're like two different cities on the complete opposite side of the country. Like this isn't like this is what I was trying to say earlier. Like I don't think you're particularly like well read on like what's going on. The schoolgirls that were murdered were on the like 1,000 miles away from where Khamenei was murdered or assassinated in Tehran.
Yeah, I was just about to ask. Like, wasn't this? I was just about to ask that. Like, wasn't the school on the opposite end of the world?
Yes, it was like on the complete opposite side of where Khamenei was assassinated.
Yeah, like my whole thing is. Oh, excuse me, hold on. I got a problem. Hold on. But
And
whole thing
just
is
for
that-
reference, I'm going to put this up there, and it'll just be on repeat, so you guys can kind of see the logistics of what happened. The school's at the top in the orange.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ben.
Could you put up a map of Could you put up?
No,
a map
he get the map. He get the map now.
But Baxter, please go ahead. I think you were trying to say something, and then.
But no, my whole
I can
thing
do
is
in a minute.
that. Excuse me, I had a Diet Coke, so I'm belching a little bit. But my whole thing is that the school was not even in Tehran, but I do remember seeing there were IRGC command buildings there that were part of the strike package. Now, we if it was the United States and Israel that we dropped the ball, I'm just flat out say that I'm a Republican. I don't care what anybody say. We can't get up here and beat our chests into the world. We got the most technicalized military, and we can't bomb something and not blow up the damn school. Okay. Now, if it does come out, because there are conflicting reports that Iran was retaliating and their stuff malfunctioned and it blew up the school. Now, there's conflicting reports all over the stuff. This stuff just happened. This was 3-4 days ago.
Baxter, our government did an investigation and found that we did it.
They already did it.
Yeah, they did
led
it.
The investigation.
Yeah, who did the investigation?
Well,
The
Trump's own administration has come out and said that the preliminary reports show that we did strike them. And the target, as you can see in the image, are the 3 white boxes, which we also got, but we also hit that school.
Okay, so where is the school at?
It's on the top in the orange.
The orange box.
It's the orange at the top.
Okay.
But here's the kicker.
And the other one?
Here's the kicker. This compound hasn't been used for 15 years.
That's what you say. They don't know.
No, that's what
they don't know.
No, that's what they said.
That's what our
That's
intelligence see, like this smells like Iraq 2.0 here.
Yes.
We don't need that.
We set up here. We had George Bush, Dick Cheney, Paul Wolfowitz, Rumsfeld, and all the rest of the Bush administration sold us on this lie. Zarqawi, we met with Saddam and all this other stuff. We ain't even the intelligence. The intelligence was faulty. It wasn't verified. I'm gonna go find this report that the administration released, but it sounds like there's going to be some heads need to be rolling here at the Pentagon. Because how do you do something? Like, what are we doing? I'm lost of words. What are we doing here?
But the thing is, was it the U.S. or was it Israel? Nobody really knows.
It was America. It was American missile launched by an American vessel.
Yeah, we know. They came out with the report. They did the investigation. It was us.
So when they
Like,
bomb these
God.
when they bomb the 3 buildings, okay, those 3 ones in the white, you don't think when they bomb the thing that stuff won't go out? You think they're just going to stay right there?
Those buildings were abandoned for 15 years, Coach.
Hey,
right.
Do you think? And to be honest with you, do you think? Do you think that
Coach Pete, are you gonna
the
like
Trump?
enlist and like go fight in Iran? Like, why are you so, like gung ho and like invade an invasion of Iran? Are you gonna go fight it?
No, but I get family
No. Okay,
members
then
in
why
the
the fuck are you
service.
like so like gung ho
Hey,
about it? Like,
watch your mouth with me, punk.
Okay.
Are you going
All
to
right.
go enlist and fight in Iran?
Okay.
All right, Pete, you did it again. I gave you a warning. You cannot talk like that on the live. You just can't do it. Okay. And you know, when you continue to do that, either you can't control yourself or you're purposely trying to hurt the live. Either one, gotta let you go, Pete. You can come back later, maybe tomorrow or whatever. You're welcome to come back. But I just, you know, I just literally just came off of a 3-day banana because my guest kept violating the rules. So I'm, you know, like no tolerance policy. So with that said, I mean, this is, you know, it's really fucked up because our boom booms are so accurate. You know, we can send a boom boom through the window of a fucking bathroom and hit the toilet, right? And yet we're doing this near a school and unaliving these children while the school is in session. There's no excuse for that. There's just no excuse for that. And we can't accept that as a country. And if we do, we're worse than the people that we're claiming are bad, in my view. Like, that's crazy. Chip, I haven't heard from you in a while. Did you want to offer any thoughts?
Well, yeah, just about Pete. I mean, he was being pretty hard on some people, and they didn't snap back at him. So, you know, it's no reason to get angry. I mean, if you disagree with somebody and don't take it personally, they're disagreeing with you because they think differently about it. It's okay. One thing that really troubles me is, and I'm a military guy, when I hear people talking this bravado, turn places to glass, you know, all this other stuff, there are real repercussions to obliterating a place. I mean, listen, I can't stand the state of Israel and how they run themselves politically and militarily. And I don't want that state to be flattened into glass because a lot of innocent people will lose their lives, animals, you know, territory, beautiful place. However, I do want to see the political entity changed. And so therefore, I think you can advocate for that. Just because there's a current political power in place doesn't mean that every person, first of all, supports it or they believe in the ideology that runs it. And that America is a great example of that. I'm sure there are people right now that would love to see the political process change, but I don't want to see us, you know, flattened to glass to achieve that goal, even though, you know, maybe America does need some kind of a punch on the chin to stop doing this stuff. So just to point that out, I mean, this warmongering is very, very difficult to stomach, especially for those, not to knock on Pete particularly, but just to point it out, that haven't served in uniform, that have never been in combat, that have never experienced the horrors of war. War seems really cool until you go to one. And then you realize why people try to avoid it so badly. So I would just caution people on all that bravado talk. And secondly, and more importantly, we're a military. We have a very well-equipped, very well-funded military, but we are at a terrible disadvantage in this conflict because we don't have the types of weaponry and munitions to fight the type of fight that we've taken on for this particular chapter. And the fact that decision makers, and I would gather that the military warned President Trump and those who made these decisions about this. I can't imagine they wouldn't, but they probably would have said, hey, if this does carry on past, you know, week 1, week 2, if you don't get immediate reactions and the public doesn't rise up, we're going to have a really hard time keeping up with the missile defense systems. And that reality, the fact that our decision makers made that calculation is very, very concerning to me, that they didn't at least think twice before engaging in this action. Because right now, if this continues the way it is, we're in big, big trouble. And so is Israel.
I just want to say this real quick. You know, I voted for President Trump, and a lot of people on my friends on the Democratic side of the aisle, a lot of them ask me, do I regret my vote? If he keeps on escalating this, then yeah, this is not what I voted for. I'm about to start raising holy hell with the administration because this is not right. We have no exit strategy, and he sound like George Bush and Dick Cheney.
wanted to add
You're not
something
wrong.
as well to.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Who was that? Somebody said they wanted to say something.
That was me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank you. I just wanted to mention that actually that there's been polling done on like support for the war in Israel. I googled it real quick just to like get the numbers right. The poll found profound backing for Operation Roaring Lion, which is what they call it, among Jewish respondents, with 93% expressing support. Support for the campaign was high across the Jewish political spectrum, with respondents on the right, 97% for the operation, compared with 93% in the center and 76% on the left. So nearly like the entirety of the population, like over 90% of the Israeli population supports like the war, and 57% support like expanding it from like the current objectives. Like they were asked like if the objectives of like ending nuclear capabilities or ballistic and nuclear capabilities by the Iranian regime what was achieved, do you support like furthering, like going further from that? And 57% of like respondents said like yes, they want to go further, like beyond that.
Yeah.
My question is,
go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to say thank you so much for having me, and it was really nice talking to you.
I would have liked to got introduced. I've been up here for a while and no introduction. I'm a 22-year Marine
Can
vet.
I take 10 seconds? Just 10 seconds. That's it before Inspire goes.
Well, actually, I was going to go to John because he hadn't actually gone yet, but he dropped. So go ahead, Lewis.
Inspire had asked a question when she first came up about like Iran. Iran used to be a democracy. And then when they nationalized their oil, yes, you're correct. The UK and the United States did a regime change to the Shah. And I wanted to answer that question for you because you had asked that. Yeah, that was – they had a democracy. The democracy was very popular. Once they nationalized the oil, the UK and America did a regime change and put the Shah in. And that's what we have today, we're dealing with today. So just so you know.
Well, thanks so much. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you, Inspire. We'll see you. Now,
see you
John,
later.
the guy that just dropped, if you're still listening, we were in open discussion. It set it on the timer. I mean, I don't know if you guys can really read that very well, but you could have jumped in at any moment. But I was going to go to you because you were the only one that hadn't spoken yet. Well, aside from Hooligan, but he just got here. So you're welcome to come back up and I'll get to you. That said, Hooligan, since you weren't part of that open discussion, let me start off. I'm going to go back and give everybody a timer so everybody can say something. Go ahead, 90 seconds to you, Hooligan.
Well, first off, good morning, Lib. Morning, panel.
Good morning. Good to see you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Happy Saturday. I think you kind of touched on it. I did a little looking into it and looked up on the Al Jazeera website yesterday because I was pretty interested. One of the panelists yesterday brought up some stuff and really made me look into it. And it turns out that school, like you said, it was like we've known that it had been transferred over to a school for about 10 years. And that it used to be some barracks and bunkers for military. But it was specifically for military family. Like, so all the IRGC, like they gave them priority, all their children to go to that school. So when I started seeing that, I really started seeing like the shit real stand out. You know what I mean? They're targeting military family and kids, the schools. That's stuff they've been known for. So it kind of just really, I saw that they tried to say that it was like the IRGC had deflected a bomb or some kind of friendly fire, and that's one of their own things that dropped there, and that was proven not to be true with some of the video footage that they double checked. So I kind of just wanted to drop that in off some. Now that was from the Al Jazeera website, so I guess like anybody, you take it with a grain of salt. But kind of wanted to just throw that in.
Yeah, no, we had Caitlin come up here earlier. I actually hope she comes back. She was interesting, at least. Was basically saying that it was Iran, but we saw this. We saw Israel do this over and over and over again in Gaza. Every time they would bomb a hospital, oh, it was them, or oh, there was somebody firing rockets from there. Oh, they got a bunker underneath it. Or blowing up a school that's totally empty. Oh, that was a headquarters for Hamas, like everything is Hamas. So we're going to see that crap over and over again. They're going to do something crazy, and then they're going to turn around and gaslight everybody in the world and say, no, actually, it was the people that we're attacking. It's, rinse and fucking repeat, right? It's the same shit over and over again. So, yeah, I appreciate bringing that back up, Hooligan. Now, let me get over to Chip. I'm going to go around the room. Everybody's going to get, there's 65 seconds. The initial time is 90 seconds, just so everybody knows. But once you've said your opening statement, you get 65. Go ahead, Chip. 65.
Well, I want to talk big picture for a second because I think that's ultimately what matters. And I have a friend that served in Congress. People probably know people or have a congressman they've spoken to, or maybe you haven't. But what he told me was the amount of pressure that he was under to be supportive of Israel. And he was more neutral. He didn't really have a feeling about it one way or the other. But the party leadership puts tremendous pressure on the members of Congress to support the party line. And if you want money for your campaign, which if you don't know this, the donations go through the campaign committees of the parties. And so the super PACs normally will direct the money at the discretion of the party leadership to the various campaigns. And so if you want support, you have to play ball. And that means playing ball in Israel. And that is the number one problem in our government right now, I believe. And again, not to solo out those people. I could care about their ethnicity or their religion. Doesn't matter. It's about influence. And when a very small number of people have tremendous wealth, power, and influence and control mostly our foreign policy and a good bit of our domestic policy, I think that's problematic. And I'm glad people are waking up to it. That's what needs to change for all these other things to change, in my view.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's pretty sad. Now, East LA, I don't think you've spoken yet. So 90 seconds to you, sir. Go ahead.
This current conflict is not about regime change. It is about an attempt to eliminate the Jewish state. That is the genesis. That is the revelation of everything that exists today regarding this conflict. It is the objective of those who want to eliminate that state to take it apart piece by piece, issue by issue. It is their genesis and their revelation to neutralize an exclusively powerful state. The United States, once again, their motto is, what's in it for me? We have made a commitment to Israel. If we do not fulfill that commitment, we will look weak in the eyes of our two superpower counterparts, and they will start to infringe upon our power. They will they will make efforts to chip away at our power. The United States of America is vastly invested into this conflict. They are not going anywhere. And by the way, all this munitions shortage baloney, you haven't even begun to see what the United States can do at this point. I'm sad to say that.
Okay, well, do you concede that we're spending like $1 million to shoot down a $50,000 drone?
At the moment in this chapter of the conflict, yes. But will that change as the conflict continues? When it does change, this is the way I'll close with one sentence. When it does change, then the destruction against military targets in Iran will increase vastly because we will be much more aggressive.
Okay, much more aggressive than attacking unprovoked a country that hasn't done anything to us. Okay, thank you, East LA. Hooligan. I guess you just went. So Lewis, go ahead, man.
I'm glad you went straight to me. I disagree with East LA completely in the sense that when we have our Secretary of State Rubio and Mike Johnson both essentially saying we entered this war on behalf of our quote unquote ally because our ally was going to do it no matter what, and we were fear for our stuff in the Middle East, to me that's not an ally. That's a bully who put us into a situation where we had to defend ourselves. That to me is like, that is essentially saying you have a friend, you walk into a bar, the friend starts a fight, and now you have to join that fight because your friend's going to get his butt whipped. Like that's not an ally. That is adversary by definition. Like, we have to stop viewing that country as an unconditional ally and start putting our laws. If they want our support, they have to start abiding by our laws, what we want from in the Middle East. Because right now, we lost a lot in the Middle East because of them. And I don't know if we'll ever recover from that, from a world political view.
Yeah, I agree, Lewis. And if I had a friend that stole all of my secret documents and unalived my family members and trafficked children to blackmail some of my family members, I wouldn't really call them a friend anymore. I don't know if that's just me. Well, maybe that's weird. I don't know. Governor Baxter, go ahead, man.
I personally think that folks that criticize the Biden administration for sending billions to Ukraine, but don't say anything when the current administration is sending aid to Israel. I call that a hypocrite where I'm from. I'm from North Carolina. Okay. And we call them hypocrites. I had an issue when we sent foreign aid to Ukraine, Israel, and all of them, because we got veterans and we got folks here in the United States that ain't got a pot to piss in or wanted to throw it out of, and we worried about Israel. Let me tell you, I cannot stand, I can go on a 60-minute tirade about Bibi Netanyahu, but I ain't going to do it because I'll probably get your lives taken out. I ain't got enough time. I'll yield the remainder.
Okay, now you said that you had voted for Trump, right? Like, are you like historically Republican, or was that something like that kind of changed over the last 8 years?
I vote for a candidate I agree with.
Sure.
So when it comes to when I looked at the domestic policies of President Trump and Vice President Harris, and I agreed more with President Trump's domestic policy than Vice President Harris. Now, some there you gonna find the Republicans, they're ultra MAGA, whatever. That ain't me. I'm more of a moderate Republican. I don't support this bull crap that he's doing. He needs to stop it, in my opinion. He's talking about unconditional surrender. Yeah, sound like boots on the ground to me. I'm hearing that we've got 10th Mountain and various other military units that are on a 48-hour standby.
Well, when
you think he's going to get Congress to approve of this?
Because he unalived an Iranian general in his first term. Was that not like a caution for you? Like, did that not concern you?
It concerned me, yeah.
And
right, it concerned me.
So, like, does it actually surprise you that he's doing what he's doing?
I'm a little shocked, a little surprised, considering that he ran on America first and no new wars, and he's literally about to get us into a war.
Right. So you could see at least that the dude was a fucking liar. Right? I mean, he flat out lied through his face.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
he got
crazy.
He got up here and campaigned in 2020, 2024. In 2020, he campaigned on being the only president to not get the U.S. involved in another conflict, which to an extent, yeah, it's true. Right? We didn't have any new conflicts under his first term. And then he campaigned on the same rhetoric in 2024 just to get up here within 2 years and start regime change.
Right.
Like,
right after he went in
and neocon,
stole the president from another country too. Crazy.
If you're going to be a neocon, then just come out in the open and say, I'm a neoconservative, and then I more likely wouldn't vote for him. But, you know, hey, I knew had a feeling something like this was going to happen, especially with Marco Rubio as Secretary of State. You know, he's the biggest neocon out of them all.
That dude is a joke.
Gov, what do you think about us talking about going to Cuba now after this?
Crazy.
What do you think about the whole Cuba situation between the U.S. and now apparently we're going to stretch? I don't understand how we can stretch our military so thin between
Lewis,
Ecuador, Cuba.
I appreciate the question. I just had a couple of questions for Baxter based on what he had said earlier, and I didn't want to interrupt. I still got 3 more people that hadn't talked yet. So will you save that question for when I open it back up to open discussion again?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. So let me get to Ultra. Ultra, go ahead. Your 65 seconds, and then we're going to go to the next 2 people after that.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to Baxter as well, but maybe we can do that later. I wanted to touch on something that Chip said earlier, and just looking at it more like big picture. I wanted to do that as well, like just draw back, as kind of getting a little bit more bogged down in regards to like the specific details of what's going on with the war right now. I think that the larger like population at large in the West, but especially like in America, is starting to like be more questioning of like our relationship with Israel, which is like a move in the right direction. But unfortunately, like a lot of people are just like falling into like a trap, so to speak, where they're missing like the forest for the trees when they start focusing on like the specific ethnic background of like some of the excised like political groups, like why is the American state like so interested in its relationship with Israel. But like it's putting the cart before the horse to sort of like say like Israel has like excised influence over America. It's actually America that has excised influence over like our vassal state, that is Israel. The reason why Rubio and co like said like kind of like implied like Israel is the reason why we're doing it, or like they go into it, is because like they're trying to like obfuscate from like the actual influence that the American state has had in like attacking Iran for the past like 50 years. I can go more into detail on that, but like it's difficult to do in like under 60 seconds.
Okay, so you believe that we have more influence in Israel than they have in the U.S.?
Objectively, yes. Everybody focuses like on AIPAC, for example, and like while AIPAC does have a lot of influence in American politics, AIPAC's not even the largest Zionist lobby in America. It's actually CUFI, KUFI, or Christians United for Israel.
In Israel, is there a law that says that you can't boycott the United States?
Why would you boycott like your overlord? That's like Iowa boycotting the federal state.
No, I'm just asking, is there?
No, I understand. But the reason why, I understand
is there?
But I'm saying like you're putting the cart before the horse. No, there's not.
Okay, there
no,
isn't.
No, the answer, no, there's not. I know, yeah.
But there are, I think every state now says that they won't hire you if you boycott, divest, or what have you from Israel. So who has the control and power?
It's still America. The reason why we have laws like that in place is to ensure that American state interests are maintained in our relationship with Israel. It's not because like Israel wants to like have like the American population like subservient and like constantly like in positive thought in regards to Israel. If Israel was the one that had like the more influence over America, then we would have bombed Iran like 30 years ago, 20 years ago under Obama, under Bush.
Well, let me ask
under
you,
Clinton.
Do we know that the U.S. went into Israel and began trafficking children and had a bunch of Israelis grape those children and then use that to blackmail for favors? Did we do that, or did they do that to us?
Are you talking about Epstein?
Well, I'm just asking, because if we have more influence over them, why is it everything is flip-flopped?
It's not. It's because you're, like I said, you're putting the cart before the horse. In regards to Epstein, I'll admit, like
saying
Epstein
that,
is
but that doesn't mean anything
above like the intelligence community. I'm trying to like or clarify what I'm saying. In regards to Epstein, like you're saying, like what you're getting at with Epstein, like it wasn't like Mossad like trying to do blackmail. Epstein was already an actor prior to his ties with Mossad. If you read through the emails, which unfortunately I've read like half of them,
did he have ties to Mossad?
If you do. Yes, but what I was going to say is that his ties to Mossad didn't come until after he began like the trafficking. They reached out to him after he had already started it.
Ghislaine's dad. Ghislaine's dad was MI5. Also had ties.
Yes,
and they were doing it then too.
But they didn't meet until. Yes, her father had ties to like British. He was like a British.
So, do you know of any U.S. person? Do you know of any U.S. operation where we sent in somebody to traffic children in Israel in order to blackmail politicians in Israel?
We don't have to do that because Israeli politicians are already in line with American interest. Why would we do that?
Right. I mean, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's American interest here.
That was sarcastic, right? By the way, what you just said makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Wait, do you think the Israeli state is not in line with American interests?
I think Israel owns the United States.
How though? Where do they get like whenever like any UN vote they like restricts anything that Israel does, like America's the one that comes in and protects them. Whenever Israel needs like guns and missiles and money, like they get it from us. We fund them, we back them, we've supported them ever since the 70s and the 60s.
They dragged us into Iraq. They're dragging us into Iran.
America has been wanting to bomb Iraq and Iran since like before,
and won't admit it. They won't let any inspectors in there.
They got that from South Africa, but
they stole our documents. We said nothing. They unalived our soldiers. We said nothing. They went to Egypt and planted boom booms to get the U.S. to come in and do shit for them, and we said nothing.
No, I understand, but listen, you're putting the cart before the horse. Like you're not.
That makes no sense.
We allow them to do that. It does.
No.
We allow them to act in such a way because we have a vested interest in maintaining regional hegemony.
Not Occam's
and
razor.
Israel
the
is
opposite of Occam's razor.
Israel is an unsinkable carrier for us. It's just a military base for us. It allows us to project dominance in the region, which is why we allow them to do all that.
I get it. So what's happening is that we're allowing ourselves to be fucked by them so that we have access to that area in the region.
Well, we're not getting fucked by them.
Yes, we are. How many trillions of dollars did we spend? How many soldiers were unlocked? How many civilians did we kill in Iraq based on faulty intelligence that came directly from that country? What are you talking about?
Do you think the American state cares about any of that? Do you think like Bush was like concerned with like the civilian lives in Iraq when we invaded them? Bro, he was calling like the French president talking about Gog and Magog. What exactly? They don't care. Like none of this stuff is at all. It isn't like a negative for American state. That's what I'm saying.
But Republicans and Democrats, what's the one thing that they always agree on? What's the one thing they always come together
and support for maintaining American hegemony, which is part of maintaining our dominance in the Middle East, which is part of our relationship with Israel. Yeah, to what end?
To any end.
No.
We are unaliving ourselves to protect them. And you're like, it's because we own them. If we owned them, we wouldn't do things that were harmful to our reputation.
It's not harmful.
It is harmful.
It's not harmful to us.
It wasn't harmful to our reputation. The Iraq War wasn't harmful to our reputation.
How many Israeli soldiers died during the Iraq War?
Hold on. Are you telling me that it wasn't harmful to the U.S. reputation what we did in Iraq and Afghanistan?
We've been like the global hegemon for like the past 30 years since.
Did that harm our global reputation?
I'm in agreement.
Are you gonna?
I'm not saying.
Are you gonna ignore it?
I am. I'm not ignoring it. I'm addressing your question.
Well, then answer the question.
Like a broader level.
Just answer.
Because because it's a very simplistic view. The reason why we invaded Iraq, like Israel
either it injured our reputation or it didn't. What is your opinion about that?
It's irrelevant because America is still global hegemon. Like that's what I'm trying to get you. Like you're looking at this from like our perspective, like as citizens, and I'm looking at it from like the American.
So you're saying it doesn't matter, but that's not what I asked you.
Care.
I asked you if it hurt our reputation. You saying it doesn't matter one way or the other. That's not an answer to the question.
It is because America's perception by the global community is irrelevant to the interests of the American state. That's why they're fine committing such like act. That's why it's not at all. Wait.
Yes, it is.
What pushback has America? What pushback has America received because of the Iraq War? From China, from Japan.
Other countries violate international law and then cite the U.S.'s actions in violating those laws. They can do it. They can do it.
What are you referring to?
Russia. I mean, there are other nations that do these things because the United States hasn't obeyed international law since it was created. And so why the fuck should anybody else? To me, that harms our reputation. It makes us look like idiots. It makes us look like we have a double standard. You don't think that's harmful to our reputation?
International, in regards to Iraq, it wasn't really that harmful. But what I'm getting at is that it's irrelevant.
Finally,
because American dominance is so dominant. I said that already like 3 times. I'm just trying to get that it's an irrelevant question. The actual interest here is American dominance.
It is relevant because where that stems from was that we are doing things that are harmful to us for them. And even if we have this hegemony that we want to maintain from Israel being a quote battleship or whatever aircraft carrier that you claim
This
that
is
it was.
wait,
We would not
Host,
chop
this is
off our
verbatim from the
head.
American.
We would not chop off our head in order to protect something that exists on its own
APAC,
anyway.
That's not why APAC exists. No, hold on.
I didn't say APAC.
You're misunderstanding.
I'm talking about
Israel.
Israel.
No, I was reading the comments. I understand. I was reading the comments. No, hold on. There was no pushback that the American state received for the Iraq war. There was no country that embargoed us or sanctioned us. There was no country that declared war on us. There was no country that said, like, get your military bases out of my country. None of that happened. That's why I'm saying, like, this question is irrelevant.
You think
American
that there
power
was
and
no
dominance was
pushback?
maintained in spite of it.
You think that there was no pushback to what we did in
Not
Iraq?
to any degree that was at all relevant, like, of note.
Okay.
What country, after Iraq, what country got rid of, like, American bases in it? Like Germany, Japan, Taiwan.
Okay, this is weird because the problem is that we're already powerful and people are afraid of us, but that doesn't mean that they aren't conspiring.
That's what I'm telling you.
Okay,
That's the only thing that matters.
I'm not done talking. That does not mean that they aren't conspiring and building allies behind our backs in order to wait for the right time to strike, which is exactly what they're doing. And right now is the right time for them. And they're going to start doing that. And then all of what you say, we'll end up chopping off our own head to protect a country that you claim we have control over, even though everything that we do is what they're asking us to do.
Yes,
Can I say something that? Can I respond with something that the
Well,
Secretary
East LA,
of
I've got to move.
Defense-
I've got to move on anyway because we have two more people, and then I'm going to open it up to everybody. So, Ultra, I appreciate it, but let me go to Kadala. Sorry, guys, I know that was probably a little longer than I intended it to be, but that was a weird conversation. Go ahead, Kadala.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Israel is a genocidal, colonial, illegal occupation terror state. First, foremost, last, all of it, end of story, since 1948. The corruption in the U.S. government is pretty equally spread out between Democrats and Republicans. And I think what Ultra is missing is literally any opinion or view from outside the United States, because somehow, Ultra, you are projecting what other people from outside your country see as far as it goes with opinion. And let me tell you that since Iraq, since all of that, we have looked down on the United States. We have known that there is corruption and blatant manipulation from Israel, and we've seen it. And the fact that you're blind to that is on you and your media.
Yeah, thank you, Kadalo. Let me get to Dylan. Welcome in, Dylan. Guys, if you don't know Dylan, send him a follow. He does overnight lives, Canadian. Go ahead, man. 90 seconds to you. Oh, I actually should have given you 90 seconds, Kadalo, because that was your first time speaking. That's my bad. Did you want an extra 15 seconds? Or are you good? That was my bad.
I think.
Yeah, go ahead. Dylan.
I was just going to say hi. I can chime in at any point. I'm waking up anyways, just having my first coffee. So give me a couple more minutes here.
Sure.
Fuck Israel, and we'll continue the conversation in just a bit here.
All right. Well, then with that, I'm going to open it up to everybody. But before I do, guys, we have 163 people in here. We haven't even hit 100K likes. What is going on? Please tap the screen if you're in the comments. If you've learned something, if you're mad at me, I don't care. Please tap the screen right on my face. I'd appreciate that. Let's get those likes up. I do have a gifting goal as well. I'm just a little bit over halfway there. 50 donuts. I've got 26. If you want to support the live, do it that way. I also, on my bio, have my Crash App and Vimo information. If you want to support it, that way you can send it to me. $LibLoudmouth at LibLoudmouth, respectively. Let's open it up. I don't know who wants to go first, but go for it, guys.
I'd like to go first if I could. This whole notion that Trump is lied about promoting peace and not wanting war. This in itself is a lie. If you know anything about history, you know before World War II, Franklin Roosevelt not only campaigned on an I hate war platform, but at the same time he signed into several non-aggression, I forget the proper wording for it, but neutrality acts. There you go. He signed into several neutrality acts. He oppose war. This is what he based a lot of his previous ideology on. Now, before you tell me that both Germany and Japan instigated things with the United States, I'm going to tell you that before World War II started, there was literally issued by the United States Naval Department a shoot to kill any enemy vessels from either Germany and or Italy. Okay, so when things change, then leaders become very aggressive. This is exactly what happened right now, as witnessed by the attitude that some people have on this panel. Screw Israel? Yeah, this equates to eliminate Israel. Once again, since this massive push to try to eliminate Israel has existed, any leader of any nation who responds to it by offering Israel assistance is in no way being dishonest about being pro-peace. Peace only comes when you have security. If the Jewish state is not secure, then there is no peace.
There is no such thing as a Jewish state. It is a Zionist state, and the Zionists in Israel, as documented by the UN, treat the Orthodox Jews and the Orthodox Christians within this terror state of Israel terribly, terribly documented crimes against humanity on the Orthodox Jews within Israel. It is a
Show me the
Zionist
source for that. Okay, documents. Show me the documents. Show me the
It's
documents.
on the UN. I can send it to you by private
Show me
message.
the no.
But there
Just
are
show me.
documented.
Tell me
Show
where the
you
documents exist.
on the UN.
What does that mean
Go to
on
the
the UN?
UN.
That's yeah.
Go. Oh my God. Go to the UN website. Look up Israel. Look up documented crimes against humanity. Look up Jews. That's it. It's all
Against
there.
their own people. I'm asking. You made an
Against their
accusation.
own people. Correct.
They're committing crimes against humanity against their own people. Is this what you're telling me?
This is absolutely correct. There's video
Look up.
documentation.
Look up
provide a source
look
for
up
that before.
East LA. Look up the Ethiopian Jews and what they did to them.
Yeah, that too.
was
That's
not
even
a
worse,
crime
honestly. But in
against
regards to the
humanity.
Orthodox, wait,
That was not
you
a
think
crime against
euthanasia?
Do you think preventing women from
euthanasia?
preventing women from having children against their will? You don't think that's a crime against humanity? Trying to destroy the progeny of people?
That they didn't try to do that. So what they did is they passed out
Yes, they did.
certain types. They passed out certain types of contraceptives.
No.
They
There
didn't
was forced
destroy
euthanasia.
women's ability to reproduce.
No,
That is a
East.
lie.
East, that's actual bullshit. No, there was actual forced
Then
euthanasia
you show
of
me
Ethiopian.
your source. Give me some kind of source that claims that Israel literally destroyed women's ability to reproduce. I want to see that, really. I mean, if you're going to make a claim like that, I'm not the source guy. Okay, I like to have discussions, but when you start making these kind of claims that are literally way out in left field, then
It's
I don't
not out
think
of
it's
left
unreal.
field.
By
You're
the
just
way,
not
if you
particularly
don't want
knowledgeable.
if you don't want to do it, fine. I'm not going to push you. I'm not a pushy guy. But really, if you're going to make that kind of claim, I would appreciate it with all respect that you show some kind of documented news source or documented governmental directive that an accusation of a directive. Show me something, please, sir.
East LA, you just said you're not a source guy. So where do you get your information then?
Information regarding what?
Anything revolving around Israel. Like you just said, I'm not a source guy. So you told me.
Dude, are you serious? Dude,
That's what
are
you
you
said.
serious?
That's what you said. So I'm
No,
clarifying.
why are you, because I haven't made a specific claim right now, okay? When I make a specific claim, okay, now I'll give you an example. When I talked about Franklin Delano Roosevelt, right? My source for that is, let me see, let's see.
Well, no. That's not. I don't care what the source is. I was clarifying.
Okay, so
you said you weren't a source guy.
What specific issue do you have a problem with me? And I will give you my source. Go ahead. Now, what specific issue is it?
My issue with you was your statement.
When I said, then let me clarify. When I said I'm not a source guy, I am a source guy when it comes to me, but I do not like to chase people down and request that they show sources.
I don't think you've ever,
to do that.
on my show, I don't think you've ever provided a single source for any of the things that you've said.
You've never asked me for one. If you ask me for one, feel free to do so.
Pretty sure that I have.
Never, sir. Never once have you said.
So if somebody asks you for a source, you'll go find it and put it up there?
Of course, yes. No, okay, as long as you treat everybody else in the same manner and you ask them for a source for every claim they make, if we're going to really stifle the conversation to that point, then fine, I'll do it along with everybody else. But if you're going to single out me, then that's completely unfair.
I'm just asking
when I make a okay, I'm going to make a. I'll give you an example right now. Okay, I'm going to tell you something right now. America did not lose the Vietnam War. Okay, now if you want my source for that, I'll tell you. That is a claim that is considered to be way out in left field. But I will tell you. Okay, I'll tell you my source. First of all,
it's from Israeli Times, brother. What are you talking about? That's from the Israeli Times.
I'll just leave that.
Now, once again, I'm aware. Okay, once again, let me answer what he just said. Once again, I am aware, and I even said this myself, that Israel forced them. I don't even know if it's forced. That I don't know, because the Times of Israel is a leftist. Okay. But even if it
Times
was
of Israel is a leftist outlet.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Let me finish, sir. Please stop interrupting me. What I said was the words that came out of my mouth was that Israel did not destroy women's ability to reproduce. Okay, they passed out birth control. Okay, that they did do. And by the way, if you say force, okay. Even that's inaccurate. They weren't going to let them in Israel unless they took them. That's putting a lot of pressure. That's not right. And I don't agree with it in any way whatsoever. However, once again, sir, they did not destroy women's ability to reproduce, which is precisely what I said.
Okay, so all that is wrong. Hold on, I wanted to retort. Sorry. I wanted to get back to like the Iran thing, but like, while we're on this, that was like all just like completely made up. I don't know where you got any of that. So what actually happened was.
Are you serious?
Okay, here, let me put it to you. Let me hold on.
Where women's ability to reproduce
was
destroyed.
Take a deep breath.
No. Show me the source where women's ability to reproduce was destroyed. Okay.
If you could keep yourself under control for like 5 seconds, I might be able to read it.
I will. I'm taking a deep breath. Here we go. Boom.
Okay. So what I was going to say was that this isn't even from the Times of Israel, which you called we're about to call a leftist outlet, which is like that's crazy. This is from the Guardian, which is also not like famously like anti-Zionist either. Israel. This is from 13 years ago, by the way, which is when it happened. Israel's health ministry is investigating claims that Ethiopian women are being injected with controversial contraceptive without their knowledge or consent. Now, thousands of Ethiopian women are said to be receiving shots of Are you gonna? Oh, that was something else. Shots of Depo-Provera every 3 months in Israeli clinics. The contraceptive stops menstruation and has been linked to fertility problems and osteoporosis. Yaakov Litzman, Israel's deputy minister of health, who has previously denied the practice, will lead the inquiry, a spokesperson announced on Wednesday, again, 13 years ago. The phenomenon was uncovered when social workers noticed the birth rate among Ethiopian migrants having like it split in half throughout a decade. An Israeli documentary of But what happened was that they were trying to come in, like the Ethiopian Jews were trying to like migrate into Israel. They were told like if they want to live, they have to like constantly go to these Israeli clinics to receive these shots that they were not at all told what was in it. And it turns out that over 5 years, the fertility rates in these communities was dropping in half. And it was found out by social workers that were working with these migrants. And it led to a whole debacle where the Ministry of Health of Israel had to investigate it, which is ironic because they, of course, themselves say like, oh, there was nothing wrong. No, we didn't do it. We investigated ourselves and we found that we didn't do anything wrong.
But what were the findings of the investigation? What were the findings of the investigation?
I want to point out that this actually came from the claim that they didn't ever do crimes against humanity against their own people. And I'm about to pull up the definition of what a crime against humanity is to prove the point that you were in fact wrong, East LA. I'm still pulling it up, but y'all go ahead.
So I have a good source here from Al Jazeera, reported it among other large news broadcasters, about Israeli police beating ultra-Orthodox Jewish protesters who, the ultra-Orthodox Jews were trying to prevent members of their community from being forcibly enlisted in the IDF, and the Israeli police beat them, imprisoned them, starved them, because they didn't, it's against their faith, the faith of the ultra-Orthodox Jewish people within Israel. They are pacifists. They do not believe in going to war, and they were being forcibly drafted by the IDF. And then they were beaten, jailed, and starved.
Yep.
This is on Al Jazeera, published 21st of August, 2024. If you'd like the link, I can post the link, share the link. It's on aljazeera.com. And it is well documented that these are crimes committed against the Jewish people. This is a Zionist problem, and anyone making it into a Jewish problem is a problem themselves. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in any of the religious nonsense. I also don't believe that it is right to call all of this a religious war. It's not. It is Zionist. It is genocidal, colonial maniac. That's what it is.
Based on available records, Israel has not prosecuted its own citizens for crimes against humanity committed against other Israelis in domestic courts, while Israeli security forces have faced allegations, once again, allegations of various misconduct, however, not stating crimes against humanity over the decades. The specific legal classification of crimes against humanity is generally applied to widespread or systematic attacks directed against a civilian population. Once again, Israel has not prosecuted its own citizens for crimes.
Yeah, we investigated ourselves.
Let me finish. I'm almost done. Why don't you let me finish? I have one more sentence. Okay,
I didn't hear what you said. Okay, hold on. Let him fucking finish, or he's gonna cry about it.
It's just one sentence. I'm gonna cry big crocodile tears. Okay,
go ahead.
Once again, okay. What we are talking about are crimes against humanity. They have not prosecuted against their own people. Show me a prosecution by the Israeli courts against one of their own citizens for a crime against humanity. That would be easily pulled up. If anybody has it, let me see it.
That doesn't mean that they didn't commit crimes against humanity. Let me ask you something. Do you think genocide is considered a crime against humanity, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, let me read. This is from the UN.org. This is their own document. Article 2. Let me just read. In the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. And then you go down to here to D, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. Crime against humanity. You've been debunked, sir. Okay.
I have not, sir.
Moving on.
Once again, there has been this is what I keep asking for, sir. A legal conclusion. In other words, where have there been prosecutions by the Israeli government against its own citizens?
They won't.
Wait,
you don't have that.
They won't.
Are you asking for a source where the Israeli government investigated itself and declared that itself was wrong?
That's exactly what he's asking for.
Is that really?
We're going to take the goalpost. East LA said, "I'm going to take this goalpost and move it over here." Because the claim was that they never committed crimes against humanity against their own people, against Jewish people, and I just proved that they have.
No, you have not. Once again, I'll read it again. I'll read it again.
It doesn't
Let me read it again one more time.
An Israeli court to say that they've done this, because under international law, the term of genocide, which you yourself said was a crime against humanity, includes preventing births from within a group, which we now know for a fact they did. And so you're wrong.
What I
it's
said
fine.
was,
take the L.
What I said, no, I'm not going to take jack. What I said was Israel has not prosecuted its own citizens for crimes against humanity. That's what I specifically requested information on, and none of you have yet to give it to me.
Okay, so then let me ask you, you do concede that they have committed crimes against humanity, against themselves, against Jewish people?
Not until there is a prosecution within their own court system.
Right, so if somebody unalives somebody else, they didn't actually murder them unless they've been prosecuted for it. Is that right?
There's only two people that know the truth regarding that. It's the victim and the alleged the alleged perpetrator. Other than that, the rest of what we're doing is speculation until there is a legal decision that is made to either
Right.
guilt
So
or not guilty. Okay,
if
so
a
yes,
tree
sir.
if a tree
Can I?
falls in the forest and nobody hears it, did the tree actually fall? East LA.
You know what? I really don't know. Does anybody really know the answer to that question?
You want
I have a
evidence from a country to
Right.
investigate itself when we had just in the last year raping of Palestinians, which the Israeli government denied, and then a whistleblower, a general from Israel, came out and said, yeah, that was happening. And then there were massive protests, not because they were raping Palestinians, but because they wanted the right to rape Palestinians. This is the same nation that you want them to investigate themselves.
Now, once again, show me a directive, a governmental directive that authorizes the graping against anybody. Show me a governmental document. Show me some kind
This
happens.
proof.
It doesn't matter what the law is. It happened.
No,
and
because
because
you guys.
Hold on. I want to get a little bit further down to this. East, why are you such a Zion? Like, why are you in such like defensive support of the Israeli state? Are you Israeli?
Because I passionately believe what you are doing right now is you are completely judging Israel to a totally different standard. When we have on October 7th, when we actually have the operatives of that G side committed by H group within their own GoPro cameras, whatever they're called, actually bragging about what they did on October 7th, when you have actual the same human rights organizations that you promote actually saying that it is a sin war, that was the ICC actually filed charges against it. The evidence is overwhelming that it is at least a compelling discussion to speak about H group, but you say nothing about H group.
East LA. Well, hold on, real quick. Hold on, real quick. Hold on. East LA. Hold on. Let me ask you this, East LA. Do you believe that the H group has committed crimes against humanity?
I think they've committed a G-side, yes, sir.
You believe that? Can you point me to a court document where they were tried in a Palestinian court in Gaza and found guilty?
I've never stated it as a fact. I've always stated that.
Can you point me to a document? But you just said that they committed crimes against humanity. You just said that they did.
You guys are establishing. No, I didn't. I said that in my opinion they did. That's a huge difference. Once again, I am qualifying what I'm saying.
This guy's so full of shit.
This is what I'm saying.
You're so full of shit, bro.
No, you're
gaslighting
that's all
motherfucker.
You can do is you can start swearing.
Dude, you're a gaslighting motherfucker. Listen to you. I said in my opinion. In my opinion.
Exactly.
You didn't say that.
Exactly.
Wait, and what is it?
I never once established it as facts. I never once established anything as facts.
But you believe that they did.
You're just saying it?
You believe
that they did. So you think it's an opinion and you're fine with saying it?
I believe, passionately, I believe that Israel has, based on the information that I got, based on the information that I've received from... Why don't you let me finish rather than...
Because I want to know where you're getting this from, bro. I don't care about your opinion.
Well, then, but it doesn't do you any good to say what information when I'm about to tell you.
Okay? Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. You talk a lot. I just want to get to the actual answer.
Oh, meanwhile, you're just bloviating as I'm trying to answer you directly. Okay, yeah, who's the hypocrite here? Anyway, once again, by the statement made by Tammy Bruce that the entirety of every malady that has befallen the H group, the Palestinian people, is there you go, telling me that I don't talk when you start to.
Yes, I wanted you to repeat.
Dude.
I just wanted you to repeat it so I could Google it.
No, stop interrupting me. Ask me after I'm done.
I don't even know what we're talking about right now.
Statement. Well, he's interrupting me just constantly.
I had asked him to explain where he's getting this information from, and he just keeps crying.
I am telling you from the spokesperson of the United States State Department, Tammy Bruce, who has stated that the entirety of every malady that has befallen. I'm not saying it exactly. What's the word I'm using? I'm paraphrasing. The entirety of the calamities that have befallen the Palestinian people are at the hand of H group. This is the assessment made by my State Department, and I believe that assessment to be true, and I believe that assessment has more credibility than anyone on this panel, including me.
Okay,
Well,
so you're just believing somebody else.
Googled.
You're believing somebody else's opinion.
That's all you're doing. You're listening to sources on somebody else's opinion,
Liberal.
You didn't
He
let
said.
me finish.
Listen.
He said Tammy.
Okay,
he said
dude.
Tom. He said
Okay,
Tammy
I
Bruce,
realize
who was
Tammy Bruce,
the American diplomat to the UN.
She's not the American diplomat. She's
He's
not the
basing his
American diplomat to the
information
UN.
from what the American
She's
state
not.
is saying.
Okay.
No,
She's not currently.
We're going to need to move
currently.
on from this because it's getting ridiculous. Like East LA
You're wrong, dude. You're
does
just
this.
wrong.
He plays semantics. I said opinion. I didn't do this. He has a double standard when it comes to Israel. He'll claim that H group has committed crimes against humanity, but he won't apply the same standard he applies in Israel, where he needs it to be an Israeli court in order for that to be true. Yet he'll still claim that even though there's no court in Gaza that has said it's true. East LA, you know what you're doing. It's just ridiculous.
Can I ask you? Okay, can I ask you?
I'm
can
sorry.
I ask you a question?
You're interrupting me. Can I just say two things? You're interrupting me. Like you.
Can I ask you just one question?
Complain about something and then
Sir,
do it yourself.
Can I ask you one question?
Double standard upon
question,
double
please.
standard upon double standard.
Okay, yeah. By your observation. Okay, fair enough. Can I ask you one question?
No, we're good.
Okay,
We're
fine.
moving on. I'm going to go to the individual timers now, so we can get some. I don't know, a little bit of sanity in here because it's just annoying. Chip, go ahead, man. 65 seconds for you.
Wow, that was painful beyond belief.
Yes, agreed.
East again allegedly, and he may or may not be getting compensated for the work he does online for one of these people that's out there advocating for Israel. He may not be. Now he'll raise an issue, which I did offer him information to read about the conflict, so he had historical context within which to make up his mind. And I even said, I'll buy the books for you. I'll ship them to you. Heck, I'll even pay you $1,000 if you read these 3 books. Now, I'm not trying to tilt his view. I just want him to be well-informed and have somebody to compare his viewpoint to. I don't really care what conclusions he comes to. I just want him to be making his conclusions based on a variety of information. And so, anyway, for what it is. Anyway, the problem, again, getting back to the original subject, is that we have a government that's infiltrated and we're controlled by Zionists. I completely disagree with Ultra. He says that the Israel is an outpost of the U.S. It's the exact opposite. A very small cadre of pro-Israeli Zionists and their Christian and J counterparts control our government, and they control the foreign policy decisions and have for many decades, by the way. So I completely dismiss that argument.
Yeah, thank you, Chip. Now, East LA, 65 seconds for you, and I'm just going to go around the room. Actually, real quick before I get there. Guys, we have 142 people. We haven't hit 100K yet. I don't know why. Please tap the screen. I really appreciate it if you tap the screen. We haven't met my gifting goal of the donuts yet, so if you're able to, I'd appreciate some support so we can continue to do this. In the face of adversity, we have to plow through, and in order to do that, I need support, and that support can come in the way of gifts, or you can go to my profile, Crash App, and Vimo, $LibLoudmouth, @LibLoudmouth. You can send offerings that way. I'd really appreciate that. So East LA, time is yours. Go ahead, man.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I don't think that I should have to qualify this with every statement that I make, but everything that comes out of my mouth is based on my opinion, okay? Right now, regarding whether or not it is a G-side, even in terms of Israel, this has not even been proven plausible so far. Once again, this is a statement made by Joan Donahue, the former president of the ICJ, okay, that no plausibility has been assessed to the actual accusation of genocide. Plausibility has been assessed to the right of the Palestinian people to be defended against a G-side, okay? This you can look up on the YouTube. You can look it up on YouTube. She said it to the world literally. Number two, the only person that is, and he's even by his own mouth, he wanted me to read some Holocaust denier baloney. I wouldn't read that for anybody, for any price. So I'm not. Chip is the only one who's really offered me money for anything.
You're going to take that money? Take it. Anyway.
I wouldn't. You know what? I'm going to tell you straight up. I wouldn't take a nickel from Chip, and I wouldn't take $1 billion from Chip, and that is the truth.
All right, fair enough. Well, Hooligan, go ahead, man. Timer is yours.
All right. I guess real quick, that thing that I just stayed the fuck out of there.
It was a mess.
Some Chip said earlier, though, I think the money and politics we talked about the other day, Lib, I think it's deep on both sides. And I don't know if there's a way to get away from it.
Dad,
hold on.
let me tell you something.
Hold on.
That's adorable.
Sorry, guys. Yeah.
Let me tell you something.
Bubby, hold on. I'm talking right now.
Hey, it's going to tell you something.
Yeah, I know. So, aside from the money that's originally comes into politics like that, that's, like I said, that's going to be a hard thing for them to step away from. That's what we need, right? But I had one question. I think it's more of a question to the panel. An observation. I did a little look a while back, and I see a lot of presidents kissing the wall, wearing the yarmulkes, and Trump was up on the podium with one of the guys last year saying he's our first Jewish president, the best Jewish president. So is that now a major
Daddy.
something major to think about and look about how much Israel impacts us? I mean, we have American presidents over there kissing the wall. Like, I personally, I question it. And Obama did it. Trump has done it. So it's not just a right side or left. You know what I mean? But that's concerning, right? And when you look at that, so
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. It's symbolism showing that we support them. I mean, it could mean religious shit in my view, but it's ridiculous. It's like kissing the ring of something. It's fucking weird to me. I don't really understand it, but if you guys want to answer that question as we get around, we'll do that. And thank you, Hooligan. Lewis, go ahead, man.
Chip, I will take that 1,000 to read 3 books. I think that's a fantastic deal. I really want to get to the point of Ultra's point that you had mentioned before, Lib, with the Israel is not controlling the United States. I don't think a vassal state, I've never heard in history of a vassal state spending millions upon millions of dollars to 93% of a government, and they're the vassal state. And that doesn't make sense to me. I think Israel impacts a lot of our domestic and our foreign affairs, especially foreign affairs. I do not view them as an ally. Also, I don't want them to not exist per se, but I'm also from New York City. And I would argue that Jews in New York City are much safer than Jews in Israel. So in Tel Aviv, Israel, right? Like, so I don't agree with the assessment that we need a Jewish state. I think that's ridiculous. I'm very religious, and I'm not a religious person. So,
yeah, no, I appreciate that. We don't. To that note, we don't need a Christian state or a Muslim state, or you know what I mean. Like none of those have to exist. Like it's not really a thing in my view, anyway. Thank you, Lewis. Dangerfield, welcome in, buddy. Go ahead. You get 90 seconds.
Hi.
Since you haven't talked yet.
Actually, I've been waiting all this time just to address the prompt.
Yeah, go ahead.
Our missiles that we use can change direction as much as change their target within 5 miles of the target. We have cameras on there. Not only are they guided, but there's cameras. You know what you're going to hit. This is why I don't understand how the hell they could hit a girls' school.
Right, unless it was on purpose or completely, totally incompetent.
Well, that's even incompetence. The guy is looking at the screen. He's actually seeing what the missile sees. I don't see it in this day and age making that kind of mistake. And then we were told that they were hiding their military in that school. That's what was the first comment that came out of the State
1970.
Department.
Sorry, go ahead. That was an autoplay. Go ahead.
All right. Well, that's it. That's what I wanted to address the prompt, and then this East LA, go to hell.
Danger. All right, thanks, man. It's good to see you. Ultra, go ahead.
So yeah, kind
kind of have to do a two-parter, one respond to East and then another respond to like Lewis and Chip. For starters, East, like over almost every single major like genocide scholarship, like NGO or like organization in the world like recognizes Gaza as like a genocide. The UN, the International Association of Genocide Scholars, the Lincoln Institute for Genocide Prevention, Genocide Watch, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and Médecins Sans Frontières, they all recognize what happened in Gaza as a genocide. So I don't know what like bullshit, like it came to you in a dream because it's like your opinion, that's irrelevant. Now in regards to like Israel, like its excise like influence in American politics, that like I was explaining prior, like the only reason why that happens is we allow it. We also have like excise Saudi and like Kuwaiti, not Kuwaiti, like Emirati, influence in American government, but like nobody's saying like, oh, we're occupied by like Sunni Wahhabis, right? And the reason why we allow Israel to do that is because we have like it helps like our goals in the region, maintaining our dominance there.
All right, thank you, Ultra. And Dylan, I hope that coffee has run through you. Go ahead. Actually,
I can't say it's doing much in terms of me comprehending the conversation much more, but yeah, I'm just trying to gauge how specifically the people that are in defense of Israel right now are making any sort of justification or excuse that they can for them, how you think this affects specifically the United States on an alliance-ship level with a lot of other countries that aren't standing with Israel right now. It's like, it seems like a whole lot of defense for Israel when a lot of the other countries don't care. We see what's happening with the connections between US and Israel. We see the genocide that occurred in Gaza and that's going to inevitably end up occurring in Iran. And I don't think a lot of other countries want to align themselves with genocidal dictatorship countries like the US and Israel. So I'm just trying to gauge a little bit more from those that are supporting Israel, how they actually think that's going to work out in their favor down the road. Because as a Canadian, I don't see it working out for your favor. And we're one of your closest alliances with the United States right now. So I don't personally understand. I'm not grasping it.
Yeah, and if we were to get, freaking terror attacks or whatever as a response to this, that's going to affect you guys too. So you have every reason to be
100%
concerned and all up in this.
Well, it puts us at an obligation, right? Do we take the side of the United States because it's easier, or do we take the side of humanity, which is going to be a lot harder to fight against the United States and Israel? So,
right, just like somebody, I think it was Lewis, that said, your friend, you go to the bar with a friend and he gets into a fight and then expects you to join, even though you didn't start it. It's a fucked up situation to be in for Canada.
Kind of like, I just want to sit at the bar and have my drink,
Right.
I don't want to getting into
Can we just all get along? I mean, come on now. Jesus. It's like,
that's my Canadian mentality. I have to understand the Canadian mentality isn't the mentality that the majority of countries follow. So
right. Now,
just
now
one
real
more
quick,
thing.
I'm gonna
Can I say one more thing?
Real quick, Danger. Yes, in a minute. I'm
Okay.
gonna open it. I'm gonna.
There's absolutely no reason.
Hold on, Danger. Hold on, Danger. I'm going to open it up for open discussion for another 15 minutes now that everybody has had a chance to do it. But I got to do a PSA real quick. Guys, we are not yet to 100,000 likes. We're at 86K. Please keep tapping. Get double tap. You can get both fingers going. Also, make it a game, whatever. Let's get those numbers up to 100K and share the live if you can. Just share it, repost it, do all those things. Let's get it out to the FYP. One of the best ways to do the FYP is by sending gifts. You can find my gift gallery. If you go in there, you can fill those gift galleries up. That, under my understanding, will actually push the live out even further when you do those gift gallery gifts. And I think you have to fill all of them. One person has to fill them all in order for it to be checked off or whatever. But if you want to help the live and support the live as well financially, you can do those gifts, and I'd certainly appreciate it. I also have my Crash Apps and stuff on my bio, so check that out as well. I really do need to find a constitution that like a pocket constitution like this one here, and then sell them, have them in my shop, but I can't quite fucking figure it out how to get them in there, because every time I go somewhere. So if anybody knows how to do that, please send me a DM and help an old man out. Anyway,
probably Alibaba.
Yeah, I mean, I may just fucking be in there gluing the spines myself with the Constitution. These fucking MAGAs better read this, bitch. And it just
You got to make that buck, man.
I know.
You got to make that buck.
Gotta hustle. And I'll be helping the country out, because if you haven't read the Constitution, maybe you should try. It's not. It's
at least the Bill of Rights.
Thank
right?
you.
At least
Yes.
the Bill of Rights.
Absolutely. All right. So I'm going to open it up for open discussion, guys. Please go ahead. Respect each other a little bit, and there we go.
All right, just one last statement. Our own military intelligence has said that Iran was at least 9 years away from posing any kind of nuclear threat. Okay, so what was the immediacy? Why all of a sudden?
I'll tell you why. Because the political shift on Israel is now gone to a net favor recently. And that's why Trump and the administration didn't try to gain favor for this war. They just went straight into it because they knew by the time the midterms hit that everyone, if you look at every midterm election or most midterm elections, they're anti-APEC, call what happened in Gaza the G side. Israel and Israel 2 months ago tried to push a 20-year deal to gain money from the U.S., and they know the time is limited. So they had to push their last agenda as fast as they could to get what they wanted, and that's why we're where we are now.
Yeah, real quick, let me give a shout out, Dylan.
Trump
Thank you for the donut.
Nuclear agreement we had with Iran.
Yeah, Chevy, thank you for the donuts. Lonnie B, I appreciate that. I probably missed a lot of you. Lil Red Lupe, I appreciate the donuts. Thank you guys so much, those that are sending gifts. I really appreciate it. Sorry, go ahead, Dangerfield.
I said Trump ripped up the nuclear agreement we had with Iran. We had people, we had inspectors there. We had boots on the ground, basically.
That surprise anybody?
Right now, Iran has 460 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium. It is a very short step to turn that into weapons grade uranium. By the way, even at
we've been hearing
Why
that
don't
for
you
years.
let me finish, dude? Why
Because
don't
it's
you let me
the premise already is dumb. You're already lying. Every country has to. That's for nuclear. That's for public energy.
because you're on a home panel.
Energy,
Yeah, you know what,
right.
Wimpy? Because you're on a home panel, you think you can interrupt me anytime you want. Try this stuff on an Israeli panel. See what happens to you. Okay, now once again, now you're gonna laugh.
Hey, listen, send me an Israeli panel.
You are right now in an Israeli panel, and you'll be shut down. Okay, you can do this on your home
Send me
panel
one and I'll hop on.
because you don't play on the road, buddy. I do. Okay, now once again, 60%, it is a very short step to enrich it to weapons grade. Number one. Number two, and this was what I was about to address. You're talking about an element of the Iranian leadership that is by far radical, okay? Well placed into the radical realm, okay? They represent and constitute a direct threat to the Jewish state. They have threatened the Jewish state, and they have proxied an enemy that actually prosecuted a G-side against the Jewish state. Therefore, they represent a clear and present danger. Once that happens to any nation, they have a right to defend themselves. That's all I'm advocating for, is the right to defend themselves.
Israel has done the same things. Israel has done the same exact things. And
Wait,
the
you're talking
difference
about-
is they are a nuclear nation. They are the nuclear nation in that region. So, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Ultra.
No, Louis, sorry. I didn't know when you were finished. Yeah, Louis is right. Like, Israel has done the exact same thing. Israel's the only country that, in that region that has nuclear, except maybe like the Saudis, who has like nuclear capabilities. The reason why Iran, like I was trying to say, like every country has like enriched uranium. It's for like energy. You ding dong. Like we have that as well. We don't have enriched uranium just for like building ICBMs. This is also like for the energy grid. This was part of the Obama nuclear deal with Iran. Like they could keep enriched uranium for the purposes of civic reasons, but they just weren't able to like get it to like the next step to like getting nukes. Japan has the same thing. Taiwan has the same thing. Like every country has this. This isn't like a novelty. And in regards to like there's like fanatics in the Iranian government. Please, come on, bro. Like we just got everybody has read about like the American generals telling like their servicemen like prepare to die for Armageddon. Jesus is coming back. We're bringing about the end times by invading Iran so that we can all go to heaven and bring about the rapture. Blah 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 blah. Like come on, please.
Yeah,
exactly.
And for the record, in terms of like nuclear,
talking about are statements made by individuals. What I'm talking about is a governmental directive, and on top of everything else, in this recent counter-revolutionary movement put forth by the current leadership in Iran, they have at the very low point, unalived 3,000 of their own people. Okay, so that's the very low.
Do you mean
point.
Mossad?
Even if it was 3,000, Can you imagine if the United States unalived 3,000 of its own?
Yes, I actually can.
East LA. You know that was Mossad, right?
And what evidence do you have that that's Mossad?
Sure. I'm glad that you asked. Let me pull it up because I had pulled this up earlier when Caitlin brought this up. I'm going to pull up Mike Pompeo, who has Israel shoved right up his anus. He said, this is when the protest started, he said, Happy New Year to every Iranian in the streets, also to every Mossad agent walking beside them. Now, we have done this before. In 1953, we did the exact same thing. We fomented protests that turned into what would be the coup of their democratically elected leader, and then we installed a dictator afterwards. So we've done this before. We've done it in other nations as well. And so when agents or people close to the regime in power right now are saying that Mossad is right there in the protests, what is the Iranian government supposed to do when they know that the very people that they're saying are in there have done this shit before? You think they're supposed to just ignore that?
There's no doubt that the Mossad is everywhere. There's Mossad in the United States.
Okay, so in that vein, that you acknowledge it, like in that vein, don't you believe that country has a right to defend itself against an intelligence operation?
Does the same thing. There are literally CIA operatives in Iran right now. There are CIA operatives in Israel right now.
So when those operatives are pushing to overthrow their government, they have no right to respond to that?
You would have a case, except for the Iranian government is pushing to destroy, yes, the Iranian government is literally pushing to destroy the Israeli government. Once again, we are in a conflict where our cards, what's that?
How is the Iranian government trying to unalive the Israeli government?
All right, dude, do I really have to answer this question? Because if you
you do. It's a lie.
Yes,
if Iran wanted to destroy Israel, they would have just built their nukes about 30 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah,
exactly. By U.S. intelligence.
If they would have, sorry. You're operating on an absolutely incomprehensibly stupid premise. If they would have done it 30 years ago, then what would have happened to them 30 years ago would have happened to them now. Okay, this is precisely why their military infrastructure is being destroyed, because they are putting forth an overt attempt to obtain the kind of weapons that could, number one, threaten Israel, and number two, in bottom line, eliminate Israel. Okay, because
Netanyahu has been saying for 30 years that Israel is 2 weeks away from building nukes, and that Israel has nukes. That Iran has been 2 weeks away from building nukes.
Yeah.
Okay, then why has Iran never built nukes? If they wanted to destroy Israel so bad because they're such barbaric Eastern psychopaths, why have they not just nuked Tel Aviv?
Because they have been effectively deterred for 30 years by either Israel and or the US.
East LA.
Once again, listen to
East LA. IF 12106. IF 12106 is the intelligence report to Congress that stated that under our intelligence, United States intelligence, since 2003, Iran has not pursued WMDs at all. They have not done it. That's your source right there. Go look it up on congress.gov. IF 12.
And I'm going to tell you why.
1206.
So, telling you why.
So you wanted sources, I give you a source. Our own intelligence has said they have not pursued it. They have to keep, and in that report, it also states Iran has the capability to do it, but chooses not to because of the Anatolia. So I don't want to, so what are you saying? Like, they choose not to do it. They have the opportunity to do it, but they don't want to. That's our intelligence saying.
Now here, let me play this.
WMDs?
Let me play this
Who has
video
it?
real quick. Let me play this video because the attack that we did had nothing to do with nuclear weapons at all. Absolutely nothing. We were literally in the middle of negotiating with them. And I'm about to play a clip about what was offered from Iran in that negotiation, and they got attacked any fucking way. Oh, and thank you for the hat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Who was that? Real quick before I play it. Who was that? Was that Slangin'? No, Chevy.
Oh,
Thank you.
Pull that up.
Thank you, Chevy. Yeah, here's the video. Just listen real close. This is Omani mediator talking about what Iran had agreed to.
What has Iran agreed to you that they have never done before? Can you give us any sense?
The single most important achievement, I believe, is the agreement that Iran will never ever have a nuclear material that will create a bomb. This is, I think, a big achievement. This is something that is not in the old deal that was negotiated during President Obama's time. This is something completely new. It really makes the enrichment argument less relevant because now we are talking about zero stockpiling. And that is very, very important because if you cannot stockpile material that is enriched, then there is no way you can actually create a bomb, whether you enrich or don't enrich. And I think this is really something that has been missed a lot by the media, and I want to clarify that from the standpoint of a mediator.
So explain that. So the enriched material, the things that could be used as nuclear fuel for a bomb, you're saying Iran would not keep on their own soil?
They would give it up.
They would give it up?
They will not be able to actually accumulate that material that will enable them to create a bomb. There's no accumulation. So there will be zero accumulation, zero stockpiling, and full verification. That is also equally important achievement, I think. A full and comprehensive verification by the IAEA, which is the agency in charge of this file.
The UN nuclear watchdog.
That's
So
right.
you're saying all enriched material would be shipped someplace else, not Russia, but
No, the current stockpiles that still exist.
the things that are still in Iran.
I think that there is agreement now that this will be downblended to the lowest level possible.
Okay.
And there you go. This is what they agreed to. They also, and sadly, that clip was a little shorter than the one that I saw. He went on to say that they were open to allowing American inspectors in the goddamn country. And this is why you never heard about this. And I think that is the reason that we fucking attacked, because what they did was they played chess because they knew that, the U.S. and Israel didn't give a shit about the nukes, and it was never about the nukes. They knew that, so they offered all of these things to them, and they still got bombed. And I think that's why they got bombed, because if the media put this out that they had agreed to this, that entire argument goes away. Has nothing to do with nukes.
Do you know how to share screen? Because I literally want to show the congressional report from our intelligence agency. I have it in a picture. I just don't know how to share the screen.
No, I can go to it myself and put it up, or I can make you big if you're able to use your cell phone camera or whatever to point at it.
Oh, so there's no way to actually share my screen from my phone, on the actual photo.
You can, but if I make you big, it cuts it off for some reason because of the way that this format is, where I'm big. When I put you up in there, it'll cut it off.
Okay. Will I still be able to read it from my end?
Yes. As long
Okay, would you mind
as long
trying?
as your top and bottom is a lot of extra stuff that you're not going to read, that's what'll get cut off.
Yeah. I edit every photo to cut out all the garbage and just kind of put in whatever it needs. So if we can try, I would show the.
Go ahead and put the picture up, and I'll put you on the big screen, and we'll see what you have.
All right. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, does anybody have any thoughts about what you just heard, and had you guys even heard that before?
Yeah, I have, and our own intelligence supports that. That's what I'm trying to show is a furthermore of what you just said. Our own intelligence has showed since 2003, Iran has had the capability to do it, and they choose not to do it. And that's from our intelligence report from Congress.gov.
Yep, that's just pretext shit. You know, they already knew they wanted to go in and bomb Iran and deal with that. In my opinion, they're doing it because Iran is the only country in that area that can really fuck Israel up, as we've seen. And so once Israel gets rid of that threat to them, you know, to their hegemony in the area, once they get rid of them, then they can start expanding. And I think that's the next step into greater Israel, you know, from the Nile to the Euphrates, as they say. And I think that's their ultimate goal. And then you'll have one big ass Israel because that's their biblical land.
Yeah, and I'm very curious how they're going to handle Turkey because Turkey's a NATO country. So, and we've already seen talks that the next step is Turkey. So I don't.
We'll see what happens on Thanksgiving. What happens to
right?
Turkey?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, nuclear
Nobody.
powers have always been a controlled issue, right? America's always had to have control over who plays with, you know, nuclear energy or has the capability of, you know, enriching things, you know, going further, right? So we've always overseen and overwatched anybody that's trying to be like that. So, I mean, right or wrong, that's just how America's done it. Now, I've always felt that we should mind our own, right? Not worry about who is doing what, but in the bigger picture, dude, you can't have everybody just with nuclear capability, right? So, I mean, I think that's kind of a fine line to, you know, for me, is that, you know, we shouldn't be controlling on what country, you know, needs it for energy, because I think that's a huge, you know, advancement for a lot of countries, a lot of nations. But how far are they allowed to go, right? So the control on it is understanding and needed, but I think that's a lot of encroachment for us to say, no, you know, you can have it for this, but not for that, right? But then, like I said, that other side of the coin, if we allow them a foot, they're going to take a mile, right?
Yep. And somebody in the comments says, all boys again. Fiesty or feisty. Fiesty. Feisty. You're welcome to come up. I mean, women are allowed up here. I don't know what that comment was supposed to accomplish, but you know, I just accept.
I still fail to see how the U.S. gets to play the moral compass in this entire situation when we're discussing who can and who can't have nuclear weaponry.
Okay.
I'll never understand how the United States gets to be the moral compass in this, considering they're the aggressor in the majority of the situations that occur.
Right.
Okay, so Lib, here it is. Congress.gov.
Yeah,
right there. Congress.gov. The intelligence report, Defense and Intelligence Foreign Affairs. Iran's nuclear program has generated widespread concern that Tehran is pursuing nuclear weapons, according to the U.S. intelligence agencies. Tehran has the capability to produce nuclear weapons at some point, but has halted its nuclear weapons program and has not mastered all of the necessary techniques for building such weapons. And then if we scroll down, where was the other one I wanted to show? The 2013 with the IEAA and how Trump dropped us out of it.
So if weaponization until then dismiss. Anyways, you saw the first sentence. So the first statement was they have the capability, they don't want to do it, and this has been going on since 2003. Is what I was trying to make my point. This is the intelligence report from the United States government, and this is recent. This is from July 24th, 2025. So this is not a concern that we.
Oh, you muted yourself,
sorry.
Lewis.
Sorry, I meant to take off the. This is not a concern we've actually had. This has been lies. This has been the WMDs of the Iraqi era.
Right.
This is not a real thing that we're actually concerned about. We are there for other reasons, and I believe the other reasons is the Greater Israel Project, as you have said before, liberal. That I think that's what it is. And they realize they're running out of time. They don't have much of a choice.
Absolutely. Now, East LA, after seeing what Iran had agreed to, as they're being, right before they got bombed, what say you about that?
Well, first of all, that only addresses half the issue. The other half the issue, of course, is that they are belligerent against Israel. However, regarding the nuclear situation, if they are willing to completely surrender all of their weapons made, not reestablish it, no, surrender it. I don't trust them. No, I don't want them to reduce it to a proper level themselves. I want that to be in the hands of someone else who we can trust. All 460 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium shall no longer be in their hands. Otherwise, they constitute a threat to reestablish it.
They said they would give it up, East LA.
No, they didn't. They said what I heard that guy said. What I heard the guy say it again. I'll correct myself if I heard different. What I heard him say is that we will dilute it to a point where it is only down to an acceptable limit. No, I want them.
They said that they would spend it down so that they didn't have stockpile. What you're failing to realize is that in order to get nuclear energy for electricity, they do need some of that. Are you saying that they shouldn't be allowed to have nuclear power plants?
No, I'm saying that they should, if they need to reestablish it down. No. Once again, I want the 465. We can resupply them somehow in the name of peace. Yeah, resupply them with the proper grade. Okay,
that's what they said that they would do.
I want that. No, they're going to dilute it once again. I want it turned in. I want
and wouldn't have stockpiles. He said the stuff that they would have, they would dilute, and I assume they would end up using it. And again, he even stated in there, and that one clipped it out, but I've seen the longer clip. They stated that they would be open to allowing American inspectors in.
Right, but once again, then just give us the 400. Give us the
Who the fuck are you, sir, to tell another country? Because in my opinion, they needed a nuke. They need a nuclear weapon right now so that we stop bombing them, because that's the only defense of their own country. You may not like their country. You may not like their country. You may not like their religion. You may not like their culture, but they have a right to exist. Don't they?
I'll respond in the same manner that you did. If you want to respond, yes or no. Who the fuck are you to in any way advocate for a compromise on the security of the Israeli nation? You may not like the fact that they exist.
They didn't do anything to Israel. They haven't done shit to Israel.
Thank you. I was about to ask, what has Iran?
Israel attacks Iran all the time. Iran doesn't do anything. Israel unalived their nuclear scientists, like 9 of them?
Yeah.
And Iran hasn't done anything to them. Just leave them alone.
No, once again, they have provided assistance. They have provided aid to the enemy of Israel, the immediate enemy, which is H Group, the enemy that prosecuted a G-side against Israel. H Group. They have.
There's been no G-side. There's been no G-side against Israel.
There has been a G-side.
No, that's bullshit.
So you think that if a country?
Oh, really?
Do you think that if a country commits a genocide, that it's okay to fund and arm the opposition to that genocide?
Sir, that is a loaded question. Once again,
How is that a loaded question? What?
Because
Wait, how is that
Israel
you're over
has
here
not.
talking about like, wait, would you not, if you could go back in time, would you not arm like the European Jews against like the Nazis? Is that, you're gonna go up to like Hitler and be like, oh, well, it's kind of
There
complicated.
is
It's a loaded question.
there is
That's such
absolutely
bullshit, man.
there is absolutely zero
Because
analogy to what you.
that's why you didn't want to answer, because you know.
No, because you don't know
Okay,
what
then
the hell
answer
you're
it. Do
talking
you think
about
that it's
regarding
okay if a
history.
country is
Your
perpetrating a
history is
genocide? Is it okay
absolutely
to arm and
incomplete.
fund the opposition to that
No,
genocide?
here's the difference. My friend. Here's the difference.
It's a
my
yes or
friend.
no.
No,
It's a yes or
I'm
no.
not going to answer this, especially from a clown like
Yeah,
you. I'm not
because
going to answer yes.
exactly, because you're an absolute imbecile and you support genocide. You're a lapdog for American and Israeli interests. You want Netanyahu to give you like the 7K, but you're such like an Americuck. You're actual cattle, bro. You're not even. You're barely sapient. You're a cattle.
And you won't get
Wow.
paid that
Really?
7K, by the way.
How am I
Literally,
going to sleep
Israel's
tonight
being sued right now because
how am I
they
going to
won't
sleep
pay.
tonight with the accusations put forth by a little dingleberry? Oh my goodness, I am so troubled.
Dingleberry?
Let me
How
tell you
old
something.
are you,
my
First of
friend.
baby?
all,
When you
which
talk about,
country is
let's
under?
talk about. No, if you want to draw that analogy, then let's draw that analogy. Now, here's the difference
You just
between what
like to
happened in
see children
Why
getting
don't
bombed
you
and like
let
getting
me
their
finish?
limbs blown
You're
off. Because
attacking me.
you've
And
been
I'm
yapping
trying
and
to
crying
deflect
for
from
like
this
an hour
attack
now, and I've
test,
had to listen
and I
to
want to
like
have
Zionist
I want to have a
garbage.
discussion. But obviously, you're the one who's getting a little tick because
You
you can't
just make
control your
stuff up. You
temper.
literally said
Calm
earlier, this is all
down,
your opinion.
Okay.
I am very calm.
brother.
I'm petting my
Okay,
dog.
hold on. I'm about to
Now
drop two people.
you
Guys, I have to protect my life. You guys are calling each other names. We can't
I'm
do
not
that.
calling him. Well, I did.
We can't do
Sorry
that.
about that. Yeah, I did call him.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway,
Stop
so
calling
once again,
names.
if you want to make the analogy, I would love to have him stop doing that. Please get him to stop doing that. I'm going to stop doing it starting right now. Now, once again, sir, you want to have a debate and you want to bring World War II into it. World War II, you had the entirety, and I mean the entirety of the security system of Schmatzi, Germany, conveying in a place called Wannsee in West Germany to conduct the Wannsee Conference. Under the protocols of that conference, they called for a final solution. This was under the agreement of all security elements, led by Reinhard Heydrich, who was the director of security for said nation. Once again, it was decided to first relocate, then prosecute the final solution. In detail, I don't have time to do that, but this is documented governmental evidence that a G-side.
Okay, that wasn't my
now
question.
You show me the same thing. Show me the same.
That wasn't.
No, you made the.
That wasn't. That
You
wasn't.
made
That had.
the
I had no.
comparison.
That was a complete
No,
non sequitur.
sir. Once again. Okay, no, it was non sequitur because you are the one who made the accusation. You brought up World War
My
II.
question
So
was,
if you did bring,
if a country is committing, I'll ask it again. If a country is committing a genocide, is it okay and should it be that the opposition be armed and backed and funded? That being the people that are being genocided. And I ask you, during World War II, would you have done that for like the Jews?
See, once again, if you're going to talk about World War II, then I'm going to tell you why World War II was a G-side, and the current situation regarding Israel is anything but a G-side. If you're going to draw that World War II analogy, I am going to obliterate it.
Okay, is
Okay,
Gaza is what's happening in Gaza G-side?
Yes, sir.
You agree that it is, and that Israel is committing a G-side in Gaza?
No, sir. No. What happened? Oh, excuse me.
You don't?
Let me retract. What happened on October 7th was a G-side as committed by H Group. What happened in Gaza, what's happening currently, is a reaction to them being first invaded, then sacked. And by the way, sacked with
real quick, East LA. Hold on. Let me ask you this. Can you show me where in Gaza anybody has been tried in a court for G-side?
What was the premise of everything that I said? I'm not stating as
well. That
fact.
was you. That was earlier. That was your metric for saying the crimes against humanity occurred, and this time you didn't say it was opinion.
No.
You stated it as fact.
My metric regarding
so I'm asking you, where in Gaza were they convicted of committing a G-side?
Or anyone accusing them of that. Anyone in the world accusing H Group committing
All right, I'll
G-side.
just mute. Obviously, I can't get a sentence out. I'll just mute. Go ahead.
Well, I know you're going to mute because I just destroyed your own shit based on your own fucking logic.
I'm going to mute
Anybody, name
double standard.
anybody in the world.
You see, this is why I'm muting, because Lewis is interrupting me incessantly.
Oh,
No,
shut
I know
up.
why you're
Was
interrupting. I know
911
why
a
you're
G
muting.
side? Was 911 a G side? Like, was 911 a G side? Like, no, dude, it was an attack.
Mr. Liberal,
Like,
ask the question. Mr. Liberal, ask the question again when this guy is done, and I'll answer it.
Can I ask, is this the East LA show?
Apparently. That said, the open discussion is technically over, so let me go and get to everybody so that they all have a chance to say something, and then we'll open it up again thereafter. Before I do that, let me do a quick PSA. We hit 100,000. Guys, thank you so much. We should have been at 150 to 200,000 by now with as many people are in here, so if you would please tap the screen, I'd appreciate that. I also have a gifting goal of 10 caps. I have one, so if you want to support the live, please do so by sending some caps or to my Crash App and my Vimo, which that information you'll find on my bio. Chip, please go ahead. 65 seconds to you.
Well, clearly people are in pain in the comments having to listen to this nonsense. Listen, East LA and those who speak the way that he does are not acknowledging the reality that the civilized world, which doesn't have a dog in the fight, looks at this objectively, and they make determinations in all sorts of different conflicts as to what does or doesn't meet these standards of criminality. And clearly, some of the activities that took place on October 7th were against international law, crimes against humanity. And so those who planned and carried those out should be held responsible. Some have been unalived, some haven't been brought to justice. But similarly, in the response that Israel has undertaken since that day, they had a right to respond and go after those who harmed them. They didn't have a right to go after the entirety of the population in the region and to destroy their infrastructure and to collectively punish everybody, which is clearly what they did. So to not acknowledge that, and if the international groups have claimed that it does meet the standard of G-side, then why are you so resistant to that determination? In my view, you're simply one-sided. You're not being objective, and so therefore, your positions lack credibility.
Great point, Chip. Absolutely, couldn't agree more with what you just said. East LA, go ahead. 65 seconds to you.
Thank you very much. Okay, first of all, regarding the side itself, all other criteria are absolutely meaningless because every other criteria could be the prosecution of a war. The most you could possibly have within that realm would be excessive force and or even a massacre if you do not prove dolo specialis, which means specific intent. This is the primary aspect to a G-side, specific intent to commit. Okay, you have, in my opinion, once again, by everything that I know. By the way, I'm not the only one who says this. What's her name? Natasha Hausdorff, an English barrister who advocates for Israel, has said the same thing, that no special intent has been established. On the other hand, with H group, I'll give you special intent. They attempted to unalive anything that was in front of them that was alive, and they did so by every means of power that they had, including those flip-flops that they wore that protected their feet while they committed the G-side that they committed. So once again, that does show intent. Israel never did.
Well, that's interesting that you said that they were going to unalive everything that they saw, yet they took, 1,000 plus hostages? So they didn't unalive everything that they saw. That's weird. They're trying to completely G-side somebody while taking people back with them that are still alive, and then fed them and took care of them while they're okay. Hooligan, go ahead.
Go ahead and you can go by me, Lib.
Sure, Lewis.
You know what? I'm glad that you brought that up, East LA. They try to quote unquote unalive everything in front of them. Christians live in Israel. Muslims live in Israel. So if they were trying to genocide an entire population by everybody in front of them without discrimination, they were going after their own religion? Is that what you're saying? Like, that's ridiculous. And like, you are like Chip said, you are not being taking the step back. You are just arguing for the point, no matter what is brought in front of you. I brought you evidence that Iran had nothing to do with nuclear weapons. They wanted nothing to do with it. Your argument was, oh, well, they wanted it and they were a definite threat to Israel. No, they weren't. If you left Iran alone, they wouldn't do anything to you.
But you constantly, not you in specific, but Israel constantly bombards their neighbors day after day after day. All right, I'm done. So,
yeah, real quick, Feisty and Granny, thank you so much for those caps. I appreciate it. Keep those love offerings coming. And thank you, Lewis. Yeah, well said. Dangerfield, go ahead. And I'm surprised
I
I
don't
haven't
know
heard
why
a joke
I'm on
yet.
the big screen. I'm such a little guy. But Nostradamus, he had one thing to say, that the end of the final WAR was going to be in the Middle East, and all the big countries are going to join in, and it's going to be the end. And is this what Israel is looking for? I don't understand what their reasoning is for. We want to protect ourselves against nuclear annihilation, except for one thing. The only people around who can do the nuclear annihilation are the United States, Germany, Canada. They all have nukes. All it takes is 80 nukes to destroy the world. That's it, 80. Nobody's going to go into nuclear war because 80 is the death of mankind. It'll cause nuclear winter. That's all you need. And what are there, 20,000 nukes?
Yeah. Now, I don't think Canada has nukes. Did they? Dylan, do you guys have nukes?
We have nuclear power, yeah. Not nearly to the extent of the United States. But
Like actual weapons? You guys have nuclear weapons?
Yeah, I believe we do. Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Pretty sure we do. Yeah.
Okay. It's
not
made,
like I said, not nearly
maple.
to the extent.
It shoots out maple syrup.
I wish.
Maple bombs. We're going to get you.
The United
Sticky
States didn't
situation.
know when they created 4,000 nukes that all it takes is 80.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a great point you bring up, Danger. Like, what are we going to do? Can just all unalive ourselves for what? Yeah. Now, Hera, Carl, you get 90 seconds since you haven't spoken yet. Please go ahead. Time's yours.
I probably don't need up to that. Thank you so much for bringing me
Sure.
up. So just a quick one. I wanted to just talk about the actual international definition of what is called a genocide. So I'm just going to give you a direct quote. It's basically any act committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. And so you need to meet 3 out of these 4 conditions for it to be considered a genocide. That's the first thing I wanted to point out. So there's an actual legal definition. And then the second thing, which I think is important to know, is International Association of Genocide Scholars in September of 2025, if I recall correctly, declared that the actions of Israel met 3 of those 4 conditions. So I think that's something interesting because there's an actual body of genocide scholars who study genocides and who make these determinations. And then this is also backed up by the UN Commission of Inquiry in 2025. They also gave direct evidence that Israel met some of those conditions. Some of the conditions will include some of the statements being made, drawing comparisons to Amalek in biblical times, and then unaliving over 14,000 children, destruction of housing for civilian use, healthcare, even destroying the ability for people to procreate, destroying fertility clinics. So I just wanted to point out to East LA, I think he should do a little bit more research.
Yeah, thank you, Hera. Appreciate that. Yeah, I believe they've called it Ron Amalek before, right? I believe so.
That was to Hamas by extension, the Palestinians.
Hamas, yeah, everything is Hamas. But yeah, thank you, Hera. Headley, welcome in. Yes,
Hey
I do
now.
have hair. Go ahead, 90 seconds to you.
I'm working on my Johnny Carson. I want to see what you guys think about it. I'm gonna do my Karnak. Ready? I'm holding an envelope up to my head. Here I go. 3 Dog Night. 3 Dog Night. What's a bad night for a tree? How was that?
Wonderful, Headley.
Do you like that?
Keep practicing.
All right. Thanks, man.
You're
Peace in the Middle
almost
East.
there.
Thanks.
You got
I'll
60
see you later.
seconds left. Do you need it?
Oh, no. Thanks for having me up. I certainly appreciate it. And it's great being the ex-king of late night. And I look forward to joining your panel once again in the future.
All right, thanks, Headley. I appreciate it.
Peace.
See ya.
Bye.
Interesting character, that Headley. Dylan, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, no, just to correct myself on the earlier statement, Canada does not hold in, and you are correct. Do not currently have nuclear weaponry. Have the ability to produce, but do not currently have nuclear military. So,
thank you. Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, no, and just in reference back to the conversation about Israel and Iran, I'm not really understanding East's point. You tend to be contradicting yourself a lot from what I'm listening to you, East. I haven't got to speak to you a lot, but in one breath, you'll say like there was this massive attack from Hamas to Israel or Iran to Israel, and then in the same breath, you'll say that it's not backed up with facts, more or less just a personal opinion that you possess. And I don't really understand it. If you maybe want to elaborate more once Liberal gets you in the conversation again. Because
sure, I'm about to open it up to open discussion, so we can have East LA start us off.
Sure, I'll answer what he said specifically.
Sure.
What I said earlier, and
real
I addressed
quick,
just
real
one
quick.
point.
Put just a pin in that, because when I get around, I'll do another PSA. So real quick, guys, let's get to 150K. Please keep tapping. I appreciate that. We have only got about 45 minutes left for the live. So if we could get to 150K by the time the live is over, that'd be awesome. And I still have the gifting goal up there if you want to support the live. Thank you so much. Now, East LA, please go ahead, and I'll for the rest of the show, we're just going to do open discussion. Take it away.
I'm going to address Ethan Gunther, I think his name is. First of all, I was addressing one point when I talked about facts, and that is I wanted an absolute. With the accusation that was made is that that Israel was committing crimes against humanity, against its own people, and I found that to be absurd. So I wanted to see where these crimes against humanity had been prosecuted by the Israeli government. Show me prosecutions. That's what I said about that. Now, regarding the G side, this is a completely different horse of a different color. Okay, we're talking about something that has not been settled legally. No plausibility has even been established to a G side. However, there is, and I said this from the beginning, the evidence is extremely valid in regards to what has been put forth so far. But I think, once again, listen to what I'm saying, I think that the evidence is equally compelling, or even more so, that Israel is not committing a G-side, because you have yet to properly establish intent. By the way, if this was in fact a G-side, then this would be the G-side, the first G-side in history where the G-siders were willing to offer the G-sidees right to self-determination in their ancestral homeland. No G-sider has ever offered that to its victims. Now, see, this is what you're saying. And by the way, I'm going to close down by saying this. Okay? What you clowns are doing right now is you either laugh whenever I try to have a serious discussion, and or you do what this clown did right here. You interrupt. By the way, I have a right to call you a clown.
Simple question I asked you, but since you want to show the disrespect, and I was the one asking you the question, and I think I showed you nothing. I think I showed you nothing by cordialness. I think I elaborated that your stance wasn't making sense to me. I didn't call you any names or anything like that. But now, since you want to be a prick, since you want to be a prick, we'll play the role of being a prick. Name me how you see what Israel did to Hamas, and specifically what they did to the Palestinians, of which we know 80% of the casualties to have been civilian based. I want you, clown, to tell me how that isn't a genocide. Tell me how, for all intents and purposes, 80% civilian unaliving rate is not a genocide in your eyes, clown.
By the way, I am a clown. In fact, I'm a better clown than you. I've actually won 5 Scoomies and 1 award show.
Exactly. No answer. I won't answer.
I'm going to answer the question.
Of course not.
I'm going to answer the specific. You interrupted me. Is this what you? Oh, you're a little ticked, aren't you? Anyway, this is what you do. You interrupt constantly. Okay,
I mean,
now,
hey
once
man, treat me
again,
with respect and
let
you'll
me
get the
give
same.
you.
You start
I
deducing
don't want.
yourself to name
Okay,
calling and you
okay,
aren't
dude.
taking
Okay,
it
good.
seriously
Yeah,
at
you
some
know what?
point.
Okay, good.
He is not talking
Okay, now
all
that we said
live,
that,
and you're gonna
now
accuse
that
him
we
of
said that,
interrupting.
okay.
Like, bro,
Okay, I'll treat you
you
with
are
respect.
the
I'll
perfect
treat you with
Zionist.
respect.
You are the
Okay,
perfect Zionist.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're the
thank you,
perfect
thank you.
Zionist.
Anyways,
Yeah.
okay, so since we're going to respect
Well,
each
real
other
quick,
from here on in, I will.
let's establish a baseline. Well, hold on. I just want to establish a baseline of what a clown is, okay? So let me show you this video of a real clown right here. His name is Rabbi Shmuley. He is on the back of Cory Booker. That, sir, is a clown. Do you see what a clown looks like? That's all dance. Right? And so now we know what a clown looks like.
No, you know
Dylan,
what?
have you ever ridden the back of Cory Booker or anybody else for that matter?
I can't say I have.
So you're not a clown. So let's stop calling Dylan a clown. East LA, hold on. Because let me tell you something. Because what you did irritated the fuck out of me. Because Dylan has been quiet this whole time. And then you start like getting shitty with him. He asked you a simple goddamn question. You couldn't even show even a modicum of respect to the dude who hasn't said a fucking word to you. And this comes after I told everybody, shut the fuck up, bro. This comes after I told everybody to stop calling names. And yet there you were, clown, this and that, to somebody who hadn't even lodged a fucking complaint at you until you did that. You're just acting like a fucking child. Please stop it.
Okay. Do you
apologize.
Want me to respond? If not, I don't.
No, I'd like you to apologize
no
to Dylan.
Well,
if you're not going to apologize,
no way.
Here you go. You can get the fuck out of here. You're not going to apologize to him. You can get the fuck out. All right.
Oh God.
Moving on.
I'm sorry. I deduced that as well, but
Dylan, no, you did nothing wrong because he accused you of things that just didn't exist. Like that's the equivalent of, hey, I boomed you, but you attacked me afterwards. Like, oh, but that's not okay. Like, why did you do that? Like, what? Like, what? like that the preemptive defensive measures, right? Like F off.
Right.
Like
preemptively in defense.
Yeah, right.
Crazy.
Like if you left alone, it'd be alone. That's the whole point, right? Like we and I will speak as most of us are American citizens. If we just left alone, nobody would like mess with us. But over the course of the last year and a couple months, we have seen a depreciation in alliance to the point where we were going to quote unquote invade Greenland, and then the EU was like, "No, you're not." Now we're invading Iran, and countries like Spain and UK are revolting, right? Like they're like, "Nah, we're not going to let you use our bases," as Spain was, and UK is like, "Yeah, we're not sending you forces, but you can use our." You know what I mean? Like we're losing world respect as we go to the point, and that is a big issue because we've always had world respect, and now we're going with the might is right. And might is right is not going to win because it has never won in the history of the world. Might is right has won for a certain period of time, and then it loses because the other nations decide they don't care anymore. We don't want this. We are weakening ourselves with the whole Middle Eastern, I guess, agenda, which I'm not even sure what our agenda is because my own government will not tell me what our agenda is. And that's a problem, right? So I think we need a good asking. I really do. I think we need to be put in our place to the point where okay, let me put it this way to everybody that's watching. After World War II, there was a point where we had a great middle class. We had a great economy because we realized we wanted to be number one, but we weren't quite there yet, right? So we did everything we could. Infrastructure, uh, uh, um, I'm blanking on the name where you produce things.
Manufacturing.
Manufacturing. Thank you. In manufacturing, and then once we got to the top, we forgot all those things, and that happened in the late 1970s and early 1980s during Reaganomics, right? And at that point, we'd lost pensions. We lost good wages. We lost infrastructure. Our bridges are crumbling. I literally have two bridges near me that they tore down because they don't want to repair them anymore. So now I have to drive an extra 20 minutes to go to the other bridge because we don't want to build them anymore, right? Like,
yeah. Well, they got to make sure they have money left over to give to the people who will ride their backs. I think that may be what the agenda is. It's like, I want you to pick me to be the one that you ride the back of. These weird fucking, it's so weird, these rituals and shit. We covered this shit yesterday. Lewis, were you here yesterday on the, did you watch?
I watched a little bit, but
fucking wild, some of the shit that these people engage in. And maybe they just want to be a part of it. I don't fucking know. They've gotten us. We've been taken, and now we're destroying our own reputation, as you were pointing out, for the sake of this fucking country that doesn't give two shits about us.
It's not even reputation. It's like we fought so hard as a nation to get to number one, and then once we became number one, we were like, well, F it. Like, we're number one. We're going to forget what brought us here. Like, we're the only developed nation in the entire world that doesn't have health care guaranteed by our government. The only one. We are like 47th in education now. When we used to prioritize education, we used to give free public colleges back in the 60s.
We used to be number one in education.
We used to be, exactly. And we did that because we realized, hey, we're not number one. Let's fight to get there. And then once we got there, it was like, F all the things that got us here. We're just going to ignore all that. And now we're going to focus like on the military. And if you look at history, we have devalued our currency. We focus so hard on military. This is every nation's downfall. From Roman times to up to UK, to the England, to France. Right? Like, it's like, we got to this point where we now, like, there's a 30% of our population celebrate oligarchs. Like, are you kidding me?
Like, for them, but they worked so much harder than me. I was out digging a ditch for 16 hours yesterday, and I got paid $10 an hour to do it. But they worked so much harder than me in their air conditioning, sitting in a fucking comfy chair. So weird.
Exactly, Lib. And like I said, I live in New York City, and Mamdani over here paid $30 an hour, $45 in overtime to shovel. And the amount of freaking little MAGAs that were like, well, why are you paying that much, like, to do that? Like, because we need it. Like, who's paying for that? Like, are you kidding me? That's what our tax-paying money is for.
And that's barely enough to sustain yourself anyway, $30 an hour.
Exactly.
Especially in New York City. Like, I'm not sure that that's real easy to take care of yourself on, even $30 an hour in New York City. Let alone 15 or fucking 20. Like, I don't know. It's crazy.
Just a reminder, okay? Just a quick reminder. The last time gold spiked the way, really high was during just before the Great Depression. And that was 20% spike. Right now, between last February and this January, gold has spiked over 40%. That means the dollar is worth 40% less. Thank you.
Our currency is being devalued year after year in the recent history of America, and no nation has ever survived that. No empire has ever survived valuing our currency. Sorry, Chip, do you have something to say?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is what I do for a living. I trade, so this is something I spend a lot of time having to follow. So just to share one interesting tip, one of the charts you can pull up, which is fascinating, they have a way you can divide the S&P 500 index, which is 500 U.S. stocks. There's a list of 500 companies that make up that index, and it's priced in ounces of gold, and it tells you how many ounces of gold it costs to buy the S&P 500. So if you look at the value of stocks, yeah, they've gone up. We've had a huge move in the last 4 years. But if you look at them versus gold, the market's actually gone down over the last 4 years. So everyone's got their 401k statements and their brokerage accounts, and they think, oh, I'm doing okay for retirement. Well, actually, you're losing money regularly, probably about 3 to 3.5% every 3 or 4 months in terms of the printing of the American dollar. And that's one of the reasons why these wars are being fought, by the way, because it's the loss of dollar supremacy that's going to completely pull the plug on the U.S. experiment, and it's happening very quickly. The problem is that it's an inevitability, and all empires go through these cycles. You can look up Ray Dalio; he's done some great videos on the thing. And the problem is, it's a sinking ship, and we're trying to plug all these different holes. And one of the things declining empires do is, rather than try to compete, which they can't, like China, they try to fight their way to maintain whatever they can as they're going down the drain. So we're like a drowning person, and somebody, we're just trying to grab onto what we can. And we should expect more of the same, unfortunately. And the problem is, if you look back at the different injections of capital, the money system, during the COVID, the C-19 epidemic, there was $5.2 trillion that went out in terms of PPP loans, and most of those were fraudulent, going to large companies. So the wealth transfers that take place during these injections of capital, the war we're seeing now, the wars we saw in Iraq, other things, this is transferring wealth from the American taxpayer, or at least the obligation to pay it back, and the interest on every year, and goes to the wealthy class, who are the shareholder class. And if you have enough assets put aside, whether it be land or, gold, precious metals, oil, other commodities, or even paper assets like stocks or bonds, you can afford to take a 40, 50% hit on a $30 million portfolio and live a very comfortable life. But if you have $50,000 saved up or $100,000 saved up, and you take that same 50% hit, well, your life is much more affected deeply by those changes. And so that's where we find ourselves. And if you think inflation has been bad so far, I trade oil. I made a lot of money trading oil yesterday. But oil, I don't want to make money that way, but it just is what it is. But oil went up from $88 yesterday to $96. And oil traded, I think it's, let me see what the actual price on it is right now on the futures contract. Yeah, oil is up at $91.21. It went up from $77.50 to $92 during the last 2 days, last two trading days, Thursday and Friday. So unleaded gasoline futures, which is the wholesale price of unleaded gas, not counting the taxes that the government charges at the federal and state level, went up 38% in the last month. So if you don't think that's going to affect what you're paying, and the big kicker is this, and I'll finish with this. Everything moves in our country mostly by diesel-fueled trucks. That's the largest part of our transportation infrastructure, unfortunately. And so everything has an embedded cost of fuel. And when you raise that price by a third or more in a very short period of time, well, of course, the manufacturers pass that on. And so the already crazy pricing at the grocery store and for other commodities are only going to keep going up. And the longer this war goes on, and the longer that the oil supply gets pinched, the more it's going to exacerbate the problem. So, listen, we're in for a rough ride ahead on all sorts of fronts, and I think we should expect more conflict, not less.
I completely agree with you, Chip. I personally hate the stock market. I think we have a problem when a company lays off 30,000 employees, and that company gains interest and money, but 30,000 families just lost their income. Is that good for the economy? No. Overall, it's not. And that's what we focus on. And that is what our regime has focused on, the stock market. So, I am like you said, Chip, the diesel. I drive a tractor trailer for UPS. And UPS has announced this year they're going to lay off 30,000 people. And currently, they are looking for volunteers, and they're willing to pay for those volunteers a decent amount of money. But is that good for the economy? If you lay off 30,000, and the reason being is because automation, AI. So is that good for and billionaires, by the way, if you're a billionaire, most of your money is locked up. It's not circulating through the economy. It's locked up in these stocks. So we have to print more money as a nation to make up that difference. Is that good for the economy? No. It's like we have accepted this role for the last 40 to 50 years of the oligarchs taking over. And And the argument is, well, they worked hard for it. No, nobody works hard for $1 billion. A billionaire should not exist in this economy. In fact,
you got $1 billion, you probably stole some of that, or defrauded somebody out of their money, or fucked somebody over in the process. Like,
exactly.
I don't see how you can accrue that kind of shit.
Right. And listen, I'm not even against billionaires, Lib. If a billionaire exists and the rest of the nation is doing fine, well, if the rest of the nation is doing okay, fine, go ahead, be a billionaire. But when the rest of the nation lives paycheck to paycheck, cannot afford a first home until the year of 40 years old, which is going up and up every year, when the unemployment is going up and up every month after month, when companies are laying off employees, that a billionaire shouldn't exist. I'm sorry. No, you shouldn't be a billionaire when the rest of America is suffering. Right.
Yep. Hooligan or Dylan. Oh, Dylan, go ahead.
I'm just thinking though, like if you give the choice to the 1% on whether or not they benefit financially or if they're obligated to pay more into the system, that's the determining factor. And I think the biggest distinguishing difference between Canada and the United States is just how they're taxed and how the money that they're taxed is implemented back into the country, right? With the United States, it tends to go into like private funds and stuff for these 1% elitists, whereas in Canada, they're obligated to pay more that goes back into a more socialist system, which then provides for public healthcare sectors, education sectors, and a bunch of other things. So, and in the United States, we know that the rich have essentially been given the option to choose. They haven't been obligated. They haven't been forced. So, and until that happens, there will be no change because the rich will continue to be the ones that make the decisions on if they benefit and profit over the majority, or if you guys even have a choice over what happens with them ultimately. So,
yeah, and like even right now, there's the bill on the table to add a 5% tax to billionaires annually to pay for some healthcare stuff and what have you to the American people, and they're fucking freaking out about it. We're talking about a tax on like less than 1,000 people that would generate a fucking I think it was trillions of dollars over the course.
It was $6 trillion.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, and the households are like just that less than 1,000 people are worth almost $10 trillion. It's fucking insane.
That's the brainwash, man. That's what it is. It's brainwash. Like you've convinced the populace to simp for you. That's right. What it is. Like,
and then the whole welfare queen thing. That's how they did it. They played on people's fucking racism to get them to get on board this. Oh, if you're on welfare, you're doing something wrong or whatever, so that they could continue stealing from you, literally stealing from you, while the base is just attacking each other because they know they're fucking racist and don't have two brain cells to rub together, let alone use.
Exactly, liberal. Let me tell you, welfare and food stamps should not exist. It's a failure on our government. When we have people working full time and they have to rely on government assistance just to live, that's a failure on the system as a whole. Like
you're just subsidizing labor costs for companies. That's all you're doing.
That's exactly it. Yeah, and we all have to pay for it. But what does that sound like? That sounds like socialism to me. Corporate socialism.
Socialism. Yeah, well, I mean, to that point, I mean, we should have something like that for like disabled people that can't work. That need like, I don't have a problem feeding somebody else. I'd rather do that than bomb a fucking school of 160 plus little girls. Like, that could have fed how many fucking people? That one bomb? I mean, it's wild to me that we accept that. But yeah, the welfare, every company should pay enough that you aren't even eligible for food stamps.
Exactly. Listen, I'm on the same point as you, liberal. If the whole like tobacco and the government shutdown about like food stamps back in like what was it, October? And they were like, well, people are taking advantage of the system. And let me tell you, and the estimate was about 7 to 11%. So I'm just going to round it to 10%. But just give you that. If 1 out of 10 people were committing fraud so the other 90% could get food on their table, I'm okay with that. Like, okay, I'm fine with that. Like 90%, 9 out of 10 people got to have food on their table. But we're ignoring that this is a failure on our government. And I've always been a proponent of, if you live in the area that you work, you should be able to work in the area that you are living in. And meaning you can afford rent, you can afford food because you work full time in that area. Like it doesn't not make sense to me.
Yeah, well, what's really fucked up when you boil it down to like the why and the motivations and shit. After the prior to the Civil Rights Act, you didn't hear that welfare queen shit. They had all kinds of fucking programs generally just available for white people. And then post-Civil Rights Act, when they couldn't discriminate anymore, that's when there was this lady, I think her name was, Zio, you probably know better than me, Linda Taylor, that they used as a fucking, the welfare queen trope came from that. And that's when they started dwindling all of these like services from people and stigmatizing anybody that was on it because they didn't want black people to be on it. They didn't want to pay for black people to have anything, even though they were still downtrodden and what have you. So like all of this shit, like it's just like engrossed, encapsulated in this just racist shit that we see. It's fucking, my fellow humans disgust me from time to time. Daily,
Yeah.
really.
I agree with you.
I'm fucking, I don't know. Zio probably will know more about Linda Taylor, but I remember seeing pictures of her, like in a fur coat or whatever. That's like anything they could use. But that was also the same type of administration who the war on drugs, they would later admit, was to go after black communities and shit, and hippies and Democrats.
Yeah. Anyone that showed a challenge to the system.
Right. Yeah, it's really disgusting. But and then so now here we are where we've lost the thing that can give somebody a hand up, and now we feel stigmatized when we use it, which if you think about it, if you're working, you're able to work, you shouldn't need them any damned way because you should be paid enough for the work that you do, whether you're digging a ditch or, wiping somebody's ass. That's something else Absolutely. I never understood. Nurse aides do so much work, dude. That is hard work. And it really, and it's emotional work too. And we pay them shit, absolute shit.
Or that's teachers.
Teachers as well. Yeah, so but we got billions of dollars for Israel.
I mean, we don't even have laws here as a federal level that guarantee time off. Like if we look at history from the 70s until now, the late 70s, we lost so much work.
Hold on. Zahel says not everyone is stigmatized. This is true. When you go to those Hasidic communities, nobody seems to mind that the local school districts are paying to bus them to go to private schools so that they can spend fucking 12 hours a day reading the goddamn Talmud. Nobody seems to care about that. And they're living high on the hog on our fucking... I think that's what you're referencing, Zio. Is that what you meant? Anyway, I'm sorry, Luz. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just... It's fascinating to me that we live in a nation where we are now suffering a population decline. At the same time, we are suffering the affordability of the issue. And we have an administration that is outright saying affordability is a hoax. And it's just like, so you're complaining that we're not having enough kids, but we can't afford enough kids to sustain our population. Like, it makes no sense to me. Like,
It's literally, and we look at taxes over the last 50 years. The taxes have changed the burden to the middle class when we used to have it on the upper class. And it's like, it's design, man. That's all it is. They designed it this way so that the rich and the 1% get richer. And what I don't understand is, so what is their plan once the dollar decline, right? Like once the dollar, and that goes back to this. Well,
they have to move on to the next host. That's what parasites do. They'll just move on to India or for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
So, and that goes back to this war. So this war is a global war already, right? We may not call it a WW3 right now, but if that strait stays closed, Europe suffers, Asia suffers, we suffer, South America suffers. Anyone who depends on energy suffers, which is every freaking nation out there, right? So it makes no sense to start this conflict knowing the world is going to suffer, because most of our, or not most, but a lot of our energy, a lot of our helium, a lot of our just, it comes from that area. Like I don't know, man.
We're all kind of, there may be something that these motherfuckers know that we don't know, right? That we're on a path to destruction, the world, and that they're trying to get everything together under their own control before it happens, and they're just going to wipe everybody out, and themselves are going to be the ones left to make sure that this is possible.
It reminds me of that email that came out between Epstein and Peter Thiel. And in that email, it stated, it was right after Brexit. And it was Epstein saying to Peter Thiel, a world in chaos is cheaper, so we can buy it all up, right? I'm paraphrasing that. That I think that's what's happening. I think the elites are trying to destabilize the entire world so it's cheaper, and we can get to the point. They can get to the point where they can just buy everything up. But what I think they're ignoring is the power of the people. There is a point where.
But that's why they put us all. That's why they got us all depressed and unhealthy and lazy and zombie like. Because then if everybody's walking around, too stupid to think and too zombied out to do anything, then you took care of that problem, and that's probably why they've been pushing this for so long.
Yeah, but I this is the hopeful dramatic in me. When we look at this current war that's going on. Over 70% disapproval for it. I don't think.
Well, hold on. Sabrina says, "Who will serve them? The robots will serve them, because in the Genesis mission that Donald Trump put forward, that executive order, he's pushing them to very quickly, within less than a year's time, get robots that'll basically replicate themselves. They'll build their own shit. They'll basically do all the work that we do. And then if that's the case, if they have robots that take care of all that stuff, they have robots. They're working on robots now that can have babies. Once you have all of that in place, what is the point of having anybody else that's outside of their sphere of, whatever, billionaire status, class, whatever? What is our purpose? People are like, oh, we're going to need a UBI. Why would they pay us for anything? They wouldn't need all of us. We'd be completely redundant at that point.
Hey, let me jump in real quick.
Sure.
Sorry, man. I'm dealing with my son this morning. He's pretty active. So I've been just kind of listening.
He just wanted to tell you something, though, Hooligan.
Oh, he always has something.
I loved
to say,
it.
guys. He's 5 years
I
old,
miss
man.
having kiddos, man. I miss.
Yeah, he is. he is full of energy. As soon as we roll out the bed, he is ready to go. And it's Saturday, so there's no school. So you know what I mean. So he wants to do everything. And we had a little snow, so I put a snowsuit on, and put him outside for a little bit.
There you go.
I just right. I just want to jump in like what you were saying. I mean, there was a couple of things I have missed that I kind of wanted to touch on, but shit, that moment's already come and gone. But part of it is this big tech, these billionaires, man. Like I think originally it started with original capital, like capitalism, just original idea, right? And then got just out of control. And we've allowed it, because of America, you know what I mean? The right to succeed, right? And if you're buying my product, why would I stop making it? You know what I mean? So it's nice that dreams like that can come true, but I think it is ridiculous. There shouldn't be billionaires. We have too many issues just in America, right? Forget talking about the whole world. There's too many issues here that that the money that the billionaires. I think a lot of athletes. I think a lot of movie stars. I think there's too much extra running around, for us to be like this in our country. You know what I mean? But that's the way we've allowed it, right? And then on with that robot thing, like I do agree, it's going too far. It's putting a lot of people out of work, but there is still a lot of skilled trades that robots can't do. Robots can't. I'm an electrician. Robots can't do that. You know what I mean? Mechanics. Robots can't do that.
For now.
Well, I mean, have you ever gotten into?
And I'm not going to interrupt you. I want to hear what you have to say, but I'm going to pull up a video so you can see where the current robots are at now. It's fucking crazy, man. But go ahead, please.
Okay, yeah, no, I think I saw one that was trying to cook dinner in a kitchen. I know they're bringing them up as like maids and helpers and stuff like that. This is some of the stuff that I have seen. I do think it's a major issue. I'm not gonna deny that at all. We definitely should be on the watch. You know what I mean? Because we do need all kinds of hands. That puts Americans to work. You know what I mean? And by eliminating the human hands, that's just adding to the internal problems that we have, as it is. So I think that's, I think it's a super touchy subject, but go ahead.
Oh, no. I was looking for that video at autoplayed. Please continue.
Oh, no, I think that's, it hasn't been one of my personal fears, like personally because of my career, you know what I mean? But I see it as a problem in general. I think us relying as a human society worldwide, I think relying on technology as much as we do and as much as we have is actually too far. I can see how it's helpful, right? But you can't rely on AI to tell you facts anymore. They're programmed, they're human programmed on what information they have and what information they feed, probably depending on algorithm. I don't know the details on that, but you know what I mean? Like, so
now that's the AI that we have. That's the AI that we have access to. I guarantee you they have AI that we do not have access to. That's far superior to that. You know what I mean? We can't know what we don't know, but I just have to assume that they're not going to release the most powerful stuff when they can keep it for themselves to tell them how to continue. You know what I mean? Like how to take over everything.
And I think, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think, like I did hear that all the interweb stuff was initially just government free, made by the government. Right. And all these tech bros just jumped onto it. So they're using a government technology. Right. So if the government initially had the guys to program and get all this stuff in place and implemented into our society, you're 100% correct. It's got to be way deeper, than,
Well, you are correct. It's the same thing as like GPS. GPS used to be a government only thing until I think it was like the mid 1970s. My issue with AI is our government has decided that there is no tether to it, meaning that like there's no adjustment to this whole new era, because AI is the next evolution of humanity, right? So like when we look at history, like with flight and cars, there's always been adjustment to either producing it or creating laws to it. And now we live in an age where the Trump regime has literally said no state can put any regulations on it. And that's a problem because now,
absolutely a problem,
right? And now we cannot adjust to the new era. And he's been criticized for this. And we have to, we are living in a situation where education is frowned upon. That's what they're pushing. Like literally, they got rid of the Department of Education, right? That doesn't exist anymore. And we are living in an era where we can no longer adjust to what the future issues are. So I agree with you. There are definitely industries that should be promoted, like electricians or plumbers or like those kind, right? Like, but we're getting to an era where there's no adjustment to what the new era will be. And that concerns me. Like, I think we need to put regulations on AI because I don't know what, how do I put this? I don't think most people in the world would want to live in an era where they don't feel dignified or feel like they're contributed to society as a whole. Like I work, right? Like I want to work because it contributes.
Well, when they have robots doing your job, you'll have to figure something else out. Now, to Hooligan's point about I think it was Hooligan about the electricians. Just watch this clip of what these are fully autonomous. But by the way, maybe they were programmed to do it. I'm not sure, but let's see. Let me unmute.
Right outside my door here in Los Angeles, even though it's early in the morning, there are a number of automated vehicles driving and a number of small, like robots doing delivery. But I think it's a sign and a statement, and China's very clear about it, that it is, very much on the cutting edge when it comes to AI and technological futures, including robotics. But we also see this, as I mentioned here in the United States. Someone like Mr. Elon Musk mentioned recently in Davos that, within a few years, he said within a decade, there would be more humanoid robots on this planet than actual human beings. So I think all of this raises the question, what do we all want with these, with the emergence of these types of humanoid robots? Obviously, AI has already emerged, but what happens when AI is in these robotic forms, which is now becoming more and more commonplace?
Well, I'm sure we'll get to that in a second.
I mean, just look at the mobility that they have, right? The mobility they have is, and they're able to manipulate everything. They'd be able to replace a pole a lot quicker than a human would. Electricians, plumbers, with robots like that, if they can act autonomously through AI, they can fix any fucking thing. Probably even if they don't know how to do it, they can teach themselves on site.
So I only partially agree, Lib. Because,
and for the record,
yes, could they do a new building? Where things there's nothing in the way, and there's, there may be some options, and like Louis said, plumbers, HVAC. It's not electrical specific, right? But when I get into a lot of situations, there's a lot of instant hands-on, like what do I have to do in this situation? Not every wall, not every building, not every ceiling is the same, right? So I believe, like, if you looked at that demo, the video we just saw, those were all programmed to that karate act, whatever that, that's called, right? So if you're programmed to put some bricks, like a bricklayer. You know, they could program one to be a bricklayer stacking bricks, right? That's a little different than some of the internal works. Like I said, in a mechanic, you know, you got to troubleshoot, figure out what's wrong, get down in there, pull a water pump, right? I mean, there's a lot of things that I see are a long ways out, you know. But on that note, I did hear that some of the somebody said that some of the self-driving Tesla cars or some of the were driven by people in like North Korea. Did you guys hear that a couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
Tesla,
so
yeah,
there could
Elon
be,
Musk is engaged in that where he's
yeah.
because when
So I mean,
he
like, so some of
unleashed
this,
his like autonomous humanoid robots, that people were actually doing it. Yes.
okay, so I didn't see that, but that's almost, I mean, you know, I mean, I feel like that's almost how it'd have to be. Now I've seen the advancements,
Why?
right? And the advancements are good. Like look at like surgeries, right? They can get in and go down veins and they can do a lot of things with the robots, and the AI and stuff help there, which is awesome. But uh, I personally am not too worried about a robot taking my job, you know. But that doesn't mean that it's okay for the autonomy to be so big and rampant, right?
I mean, there's nothing that a robot won't be able to do within the
Oh
next
yeah.
probably 10 years. There is
Uh,
absolutely nothing that a robot won't be able to do more efficiently than you
oh
probably
yeah.
within the next 10 years on its own.
It's already been estimated. My industry, the film industry, specifically Hallmark films, that like our industry is going to be dead within the next 10 years with the utilization of AI. There will be
Yep.
no need for set workers. No need. Everything could just be done AI.
Yeah, I
And it's
mean,
going to cost far less.
this
And
is
you're going to
on.
have to develop far less. And you're going to have to gather far less of groups to like a producer and a couple people in a back room can make an entire feature length film at this point without any help from a crew with the use of AI.
I could see
Exactly.
that.
Dylan, now wasn't that the issue like 2 years ago with the writer's strike where
It,
they wanted
yeah,
to use the likeness of actors and writing like because AI existed, like they could
yeah,
use the
that's definitely an issue. Which in the future they'll just have AI actors, like they
yeah.
will have AI personalities that will overrule real actors.
That Black Mirror
Right.
episode. Have you guys seen that Black Mirror episode
Which one?
where
'Cause
they basically, you know, people didn't know that they were agreeing to it, but
Oh
whenever
yes.
they signed something, they were able to use their likeness and then just created, you know, an entire series or whatever about like their life. Like it was fucking wild, but it's crazy. And for the record, this is like a robot with a specific task. They have
Yeah, I'm
robots
watching.
now that can lay concrete. They can literally build the house on site. It's a 3D printer, big
I
ass,
saw that
huge
3D
3D
printer.
printer.
That shit's dope, actually.
It really is, and that'll make it really cheap. But it also is going to take people's jobs. Now, of course, you're going to have support roles where you know you're moving things in place and doing that sort of thing. But you know the
Right.
number of jobs that will be available is very, very, very slim. But again, like, do you need 8 billion people on Earth to provide the stuff when you have robots that it can do 95, 98% of all of the functions? You won't need that many people.
And this is facts. I'm not trying to, you know, let me get straight. I'm not trying to defend the AI and robot, you know, tech world at all. You know, I think they need to calm down, you know what I mean? For that reason, exactly, Liv. For, you know what I mean? Because, I mean, you, you've heard a few of these guys, Gates and Elon Musk, talk about, you know, whatever, depopulation. You know what I mean? We've heard them say that. So this only leads, you know, pushes that agenda some for them, right? Um, but as a you know a general worker, like we need, you know, I need brothers to or and sisters, right, to come out and join me as an electrician, you know, to help build America, right? And we need plumbers and we need mechanics and we need filmmakers, right, Dylan? You know, we need set builders. My daughter, that's funny you say that. My daughter is in high school now. She's a sophomore and she's been getting into building the sets for the plays, and obviously somebody has to do it, but it kind of opened my eyes to that, like, shit, if that's something she wants to do. And so by you bringing that up, you know what I mean? So it does cause problems universally, you know what I mean? All the way around, right? With the push and the advancement of all that tech. And I don't really appreciate it. You know, I don't like,
Right.
but I also don't like the AI and data centers that they're building and what they're doing to the environment and taking the energy and taking the water and polluting the grounds and putting the people out around it, right? So there's, you know, this is uh a big issue, right? It's not just, hey, like, don't make robots, you know what I'm saying, or only make robots for this. It's like we need to watch this in a larger scale in general, you know what I mean? Because they're really, though I did hear that Trump just passed that they had to produce their own energy or something. I haven't looked into that for the AI centers, you know, so that could be a step in the right direction. I am pretty anti-Trump, so you know you won't get much, you know, good stuff out of me for him for that. But if that's true, I think that's a positive with all the negative going on, you know. So, but in that, you know, still in that AI conversation bubble, you know what I mean? I think there's a lot of things that need to be looked into and put limits on and restrictions and shit like that.
Why they got to be making those AI dolls look like Megan 2.0? Like,
oh my God, right? And why are
What
they all
the
women?
fuck?
Yeah, there was only one. I mean, I think we know why. Because, like, you know, the robots that take care of some things that men want them to take care of, that's going to be a huge industry.
Yep.
That'll be a huge industry. But yeah, I mean, we're basically, guys, because they're using our data from all the time that we've been on the internet. And maybe this was the goal from day one, right? Because the Department of Defense is the one that came up with the internet. And why would they do that and release it to us just for free, you know, just open it up for everybody, unless they knew what was coming down the pike and they're like, we need everybody to go onto the internet so that they can feed a bunch of data in there that we'll then later have access to when we start to train these AIs. I mean, that's certainly possible that this is something they had already gamed out, you know, back in the fucking 90s or whatever when it was released. And so now we're basically training our replacements is what we're doing. That's what we've been doing for the last 30 fucking 40 years. Training that which is going to replace us. It's like they outsourced to China, and then they used to have the people that were going to lose their jobs train the new people from, you know, China or wherever it was that they were outsourcing. That's basically what we're doing here. And once that is all done, the billionaire class has no use for us anymore. That sounds conspiratorial, but we see what they do to little girls. We see the rituals, these crazy fucking rituals where they're talking about like eating babies and shit. So it's not a leap to come to that conclusion that this may actually be what their plan is. Just saying.
No, you're 100% hitting the nail on the head. Like, anybody that debates that the government would be in citizens' favor when it comes to AI usage and how much easier it is to just utilize AI as opposed to humans. Right. Humans are much more innate to flaw and time and all of these other things that the government doesn't want to spend or utilize. They'd much just replace us with AI. And then at that point, it also begs an interesting conversation about how humans are going to try and compete with AI to survive. Or humans going to start trying to mod themselves to become more intelligent or utilize AI to create a new design of human beings that can compete with AI. It sparks an entire weird discussion, but I don't know where we're going in history.
I've got a fucking video of a dude. He's a billionaire. I can't remember his name, but he legit says that they will become gods. And because they will, you know, implant chips, they're gonna, you know, become hybrid humans basically, and that they'll become gods because of what they're able to. Like, motherfucker said this out of his own face. It may be on the other computer, unfortunately, Let me see if I can't. I've played it on the live before, but these people are twisted. They're sick.
Hey, Lib, if I can jump in real quick while you're looking for that,
Yeah.
I saw Danger put something in the comments, and I thought I would try to jump to it. Let me see if I can find it. What did he say? How do you propose they create their own energy? Well, I totally think about the green energy. You know what I mean? You got wind farms. You know what I mean? If there's waterways, you can actually use water for turbines. You know what I mean? There's a lot of different ways. I heard one of Elon Musk's place was using a bunch of those big like jet generators, and it was putting off way too much, like a bunch of negative emissions. And so they were trying, he tried to use his own energy, but was just using generators to fuel. And they had like, I don't remember the number, 30 or 40 generators. Yeah, it was, out there running the AI center, which the EPA. Had 30, 40 generators running every day that was putting out mass pollutants, right? So self provided energy is, if we're going to have these data centers, right, I think would be the only way to force them into figure something out. You want to run these however many 4 gigawatt centers, or whatever the numbers of them are. You know what I mean? You got to figure something out, right? Not just come in and take up water supply and pollute the area. You know what I mean? I think there's a few things. Now, I am not an environmentalist, right? But I mean, there's a few options, right? There's options out there.
Yeah, no, or I mean, those humanoid robots can actually, or vehicles that do it, can go mine the shit that they need, and then through AI and or robotics transport that shit, because we've got self-driving vehicles, and then they have robots that are in these buildings that then refine that material into whatever it is, and then transport whatever it is to another location. All of this can be automated. The energy production, it can be automated. The nuclear power plants can be automated, so they can feed their own electricity that way. Again, aside from like experts that you would need to make sure shit's going right, but they would, if they were going to unalive everybody else that isn't necessary, they would keep those people.
Well, the only limitation to the data centers are the infrastructure. That's what costs everybody else money. Like, if you build a data center in your neighborhood, it's not that they're drawing more money. It's that the electric company has to upgrade their infrastructure, and when they upgrade all that costs money. So they put that on to regular folks like you and I to do that. So see, AI scares me because it's an ever learning system. So when the first generation AI exists, they will create the second generation AI, and the third, and the fourth, and the fifth. And they will get to a point where they become human independent, meaning they don't need humans to survive.
And you ever see the movie Colossus, the Forbin Project?
I haven't.
Okay, it's a 1970 movie based on a 1967 book called Colossus. In that book, we created basically AI over AI over AI that became eventually all powerful. And when we didn't want to cooperate, it nuked New York City.
And see, that's the real thing. And maybe these people are so egotistical that they think that they can lord over that which they've created. But let's be clear, Terminator was probably more right. They'll in a moment decide that these people are more of an inconvenience or bad and get rid of them too. So they may actually, if that's their plan, to get rid of all of us, or just let us unalive through lack of health care, or pumping shit into our food or whatever, it'll eventually come for them too, which karma's a bitch.
All these old movies were based on certain theories. Even remember Soylent Green with Charlton Heston?
I remember Soylent Green, but
Okay, where we started eating the old people, we thought we were sending them away to a better life, and we started eating. That was our food because we couldn't create enough food. Why do you go to the self checkout at the supermarket or at the Home Depot? You're creating the problem. That's where it started. It started with self checkout. This intelligent machine. Now, by the way, they have this new thing. You will just pass by this area with your cart full. Nobody takes anything out. It'll scan the entire cart and you pay.
Yep, they
and
already
you drive
have
it
that.
out to your car and use your own bags.
They already have that.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Danger, because I, as a union person, refuse to use those. I always wait in line.
Yeah, you don't even get a discount.
Yeah.
Anymore, sometimes you're forced to. I mean, have you been to the Walmart where there's nobody at the registers? You can only go to the
No.
self-checkout?
No.
Have you guys seen that? So we're almost forced into that, and that's that corporate bullshit. Like, you got enough money to pay people to be at the register. I got a whole basket full of shit, dude. Like, why am I have to ring this up by myself? But they it's all almost forced upon us.
Yeah. We live in a society where we consider 4 or 5 companies that are oligarchs to be capitalism, which is BS. It should be 300 companies. You know what I mean? Like, we should not live in a society where a few, a monopoly or duopoly or triopoly, distinguish prices or how it's going to be. I don't agree with that. I think if we're going to have a true capitalist nation, if you fail, you fail, and if you win, you win. But we don't live in that, unfortunately.
I find it quite interesting how the governments sell it to you as convenience.
Yeah.
When really it's control. When you think of Ubers, when you think of Amazon purchases, when you think of essentially anything the government is selling us is just an easier way to live or more convenient for us as the citizens. When you actually do the digging, it's just a form of essential control and extermination that they're actually using these systems for in terms of jobs and opportunities for civilians. So it's quite interesting. Anytime the government tells you they're selling you something for convenience, dig deeper, because there's most likely another reason behind it.
Well, can we not like mutually agree that we have kind of asked for this kind of help? I mean,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, have we not?
I don't know if we asked for it, but we didn't question it.
Yeah, but I mean, have you been in line at the grocery store and you'd be like, Jesus Christ, don't you have more clerks? Man, I only need this 1 gallon of milk.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So like, it's almost self-inflicted. I mean, I don't want to say inflicted, but you know what I'm saying? It's self-driven.
It's more the government looking and seeing what we're impatient about and then creating things around it that are control formed, but calling it convenience.
Well, I don't know if I would blame that on government per se versus almost like that capitalistic or that entrepreneur like need, right? If I see something that you need or that the public needs, why would I not try to push it and push it out there? Now, I'm not saying it is or isn't government, okay, brother, you know what I'm saying? But like, I think which is again what we as Americans kind of feast on, that entrepreneurship, right? Where you're like, hey, I see a need for this, wherever maybe it's only at the bar, maybe it's only at the grocery store, but I see this need for that. And if you put it out there and it sells and it hits, then you keep making that. And then maybe you advance on that. Oh, maybe it'll do a little more this next time, right? So I think it goes back to we have looked for it. We have through the generations we have looked for this ease. Being that we've seen the technology come so far, right? We had the world at our fingertips, right? With these phones, you don't have a choice but not to have the world at your fingertips, right? Pretty much anymore. And
yeah, but I don't think us as citizens asked for these things though. the government noticed the things that seemed inconvenient to us, and then they formed systems and objects and things that are actually forms of control around what we felt inconvenienced by. But I don't think we as a society, before self-serve tills existed, I don't think we were sitting there in the checkout lineup thinking, oh my, if only there was a machine where I could just do all of my own. Like, that was the government that formed that. I don't think that was us.
That's probably
We
true.
were
but
looking at the shiny object.
I bet you there were a lot of Republicans that were like, damn, I hate having to think. I wish there was an AI that I could type in things and have it think for me. And
Well,
then
and I
comes
think
the large
laziness
language
probably,
model.
right? I think laziness probably
real
definitely
quick,
formed that.
this just happened like within the last hour. I want to play this video. 4 arrested after throwing smoke bombs near the Gracie Mansion, the Governor Mansion in New York. I don't know if this video shows it. It's an anti-Muslim rally, apparently.
He did not do that, bro. Y'all wildin'. Y'all wildin'. That wasn't him.
They're like, yeah, it may not be him, but he's black.
I'm trying to start a shot. I'm trying to start a shot.
Stop resisting. Fuck you. Fuck this guy.
I didn't know part of the NYPD uniform was black underpants.
Oh, I thought that was a black dude.
You fucking terrorist! Why y'all being so rough with him? What's wrong with you, animal? Yo, y'all are a bunch of pigs the way you treat people. Chill the out. Shut the up, pig. Shut up.
She said, shut the fuck up, pig. Damn, this cameraman needs to be fired. So I guess that's what was thrown? That's weird. Yeah, so let me get more information here. This is these fucking ads on. 4 arrested after possible smoke bomb at Gracie Mansion protest sends people running for cover. 4 people are in custody after a possible smoke bomb went off during an anti-Muslim protest. Oh my God. Outside Gracie Mansion, causing a mass panic on Saturday. Police said there were no injuries and no explosions at the scene. And here's the guy it looks like that was throwing it. Where dozens of demonstrators and counter-protesters hastily fled after the smoke started to billow from a device that was thrown by an individual in the crowd. Now, I don't think that's the same dude that they arrested, is it? That wasn't the same guy, was it?
No, it doesn't look like it.
Let me see. Let me go back to... No, because that dude barely got any hair. And they're like, yeah, but he was... yeah, okay, definitely not the same guy.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. So they're saying an anti-Muslim protest, but the person who's living in Gracie Mansion is a Muslim? Wait, so
well, that's why they were probably protesting.
Oh, okay. Okay. I see.
2 people were in custody. God, this fucking website. For allegedly throwing or bringing a device, and 2 others were taken into custody in relation to the raucous protest. Get out of here with that shit. Photos show an unidentified individual light what appears to be suspiciously constructed grenade and move to launch it in the streets towards a throng of people. That's this guy here, I think. It looks like he's throwing it. This dude right here. Other photos show a different individual getting tackled and dogpiled by police because they're really good at their job.
What are they protesting? Like, what's the protest? Like,
You do know that's where Mandami lives, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
right. That's what I'm
yes.
saying. So what
It
is
was organized by right-wing agitator Jake Lang. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and there's his little
Islamophobia.
bitch ass.
Yeah.
They should have. They
Was that
should
the
have
guy
done
that got
it.
beat up and
Yes.
saved a couple weeks ago?
Right. Yeah, by a guy that he hates. That individual spoke to the suspicious grenade hurler seconds before they were both tackled. More video from the scene circulating on social media shows scuffles between the two sides, with one individual deploying pepper spray as he was stalked by the crowd of angry mass demonstrators. The anti-Muslim rally outside Gracie Mansion was organized by Jake Lang, who was assaulted during a similar demonstration in Chicago last month. Left-wing activist carrying a suspicious boom boom device runs towards police. On somebody probably paid that fucking dude to do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is, when they say left wing, that does not
Right.
sound like left wing. You know, like a left wing would not do that.
And look at these fucking douchebags here. Oh, I'm gonna get it for harassment and bullying. Counter protesters also showed up in force after online general strike. NYC called for their supporters to meet Lang with their own Run the Nazis out of New York City. Lang's group brought out roughly 10 supporters, while about 75 counter-protesters showed up to combat his incendiary demonstration. Crazy.
So what are they protesting? Like the fact that he's Muslim? Like I don't.
Right, probably. Yeah, I mean that's what Israel has been pushing this anti-Muslim shit for a long, long, long time.
Right, but he's not even from New York. Like I don't. I'm from New York. I live in New York City. So, like, I view my mayor as, like, he doesn't give a crap about religion or anything. He cares if you're a New Yorker or not. Like, that's his big whole thing. And he's proven that over the last...
Real quick, Josh, what is up, dude? I have not seen you or heard from you in, like, forever.
I know, man. I've had just like a lot of family stuff going on. I'm doing good. Just like a lot of like family stuff going on, and like my mind just gets in the whatever. Sometimes I just don't feel like talking, but I listen a lot. I'm always coming through listening and stuff still.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. I've always we've been friends for a while if nobody knows, but I mean I'm not trying to be opposition. I'm not trying to cause a problem here, but I just have like a question for myself that I ask people. Is just the fact that with all due respect. When was it ever okay to crowd our streets with a prayer and play it over a loudspeaker? When did we ever? Why? If we looked at what happened in Europe and other places, I'm not saying Islam is a good or bad religion, but they are they push and they press, and the people of Iran were good people. It was the regime of Iran that pressed the rules they did upon the people, and those people are glad to be out from under those laws. Like Islam is not a religion of freedom. Islam is a religion of restriction and oppression and keeping women down. They have no rights. Like I don't understand how people can on one end want to support the rights of people and support all these things, but then at the same time say no, we need to support Islam and respect them and everything when they don't assimilate. They don't care what you think. You're nothing but an infidel. They have the same look at us as the as Israel does. They see us the same way. They just are in two different parts. Like I'm not saying one is better than the other. You know what I mean? Because Israel has its issues too. But like, why are we as human beings accepting things like this? Like we would never accept.
Wait, what was it that they were playing a prayer?
Okay.
Well, we would never allow the streets of New York City would be a huge big deal if a bunch of Christians or someone like that shut down the streets and were playing prayers over loudspeakers. It would be shut down. People would not complain.
Yeah, they do that all the time.
That would be the solution. No, they're not playing Christian prayers out loud throughout the entire city. That is not happening. They are trying to bring Sharia law to the United States of America, and they're in Texas and Minnesota, and it's the truth of the matter. They are, though.
Well, Josh,
legally, what about the place in Texas that they bought all that property, and they're trying to open it up and run their Sharia law there?
Okay, well, legally they can't bring Sharia law. Legally, they can't bring Sharia law. They can't. No, they're not. There's no place in the United States.
But
they can't.
But they're doing it. They're doing it.
They're not. Where?
Minnesota, Texas.
There's not Sharia law.
2 examples.
Sharia law. Okay, well, let's.
Texas is having to fight them about it, though.
No. Okay, so if there is a community of Muslims and they abide by the strictures of their church, that's no different than Christians abiding by the strictures of their church, right?
Yeah.
That's not illegal.
I know what Sharia law is, by the way, in the comments.
But they are not going into the government and saying that everybody outside of our religion also has to follow that. That's never been done.
Yes, they are.
Where?
Then what? Explain Iran.
Well, Iran,
That's
I'm
what
saying
happened
in
to
the
Iran.
United States.
Whenever
States.
Iran used to look like the United States in the 1978 or whatever it was, and then when that regime took over and
Colonialism.
implemented Sharia law, they implemented
That's
Sharia
colonialism.
law. It's Sharia law still at the end of the day, and that's what they implemented.
Okay,
and
so
you
I
either
think I know
follow
what the
Sharia
problem
law
is.
or you're unalive.
I think
that's how it works.
I think I know what the problem is, Josh. So what's happening is you're not respecting that there are cultures different than your own. So when you look at, for example, Muslims, doing their religion or their culture or whatever in these countries, it probably looks weird to you. Sometimes it does to me too. I don't understand it, but it's the way that they live their lives. And then you turn around and say, well, in the 70s and 80s, they were acting like us. They were consuming. They were having brands. They wore clothing. No, they didn't, because Pahlavi Pahlavi is the dictator that we put in place during that period of time, and he actually had a secret police that would torture, kidnap, unalive all kinds of people. This is like, there are news pieces that you can see of interviews with. I believe Reza Shah Pahlavi.
The guy stood in the middle of Times Square. The guy stood in the middle of Times Square and said, "They're taking over New York City." Those were his words.
Who is?
Those were his words.
The Hasidic Jewish people?
No, I don't agree with that either. I think they're just as oppressive as the Islamic ideas as well. They're just as oppressive. I don't agree with either of their views. But
okay,
you know what I mean? I don't think that people realize that accepting, like, if Islam wants to practice, that's fine, but practice like every other religion in a church or in a building or something like that. You can't take over the entire time. No, you can't take over the entire Times Square, lay in the streets and stop traffic. That's not praying.
Josh, Christians do this all the time. Whenever I go to any sports event, it doesn't matter where, I have to sit there while everybody around me fucking bows their head in prayer, and they pray over a goddamn loudspeaker. I have to sit there and listen to that. Every time I go to the fucking city council meeting, yes, it does. And every time I go to a city council meeting, I have to sit there and listen to them. Nobody's forcing anybody to listen to that Muslim prayer either. And see, that's why I accept it as
city though, Liv.
And they play it on loudspeakers, Christian bullshit too, Josh.
They shove that Christian bullshit that people
all the time,
all day, every day.
I've never in my life.
None of it
Josh, you've been Josh.
Okay,
Josh, I'm going to mute you because you said a lot of things, and every time somebody responds, you then interrupt them so that they can't respond to you. And so I'm going to mute you. Just
sorry, I'll be quiet.
Yeah. So they do this all the time with Christianity. I cannot get away from Christianity. I'm an atheist. I don't give a fuck about any of these religions. But everywhere I go, it's Christian this, God this, Jesus that. I fucking can't even go shopping without seeing a goddamn cross or somebody talking about, oh, Jesus loves me. Oh, he did this for in the name of Jesus. It's everywhere. I can't even go to the liquor store without passing by a goddamn church. It's everywhere. And so when you're complaining about another religion, like, complain about Christianity, because it's everywhere. And they force people to go down that road. They used to take my fucking ancestors and beat the fuck out of them in their schools until they learn how to read the Bible. So I don't know what you're talking about, Sharia law. I've never in my life, not one time, had a Muslim come up to me and tell me that I had to believe in their bullshit. That's never happened. Probably has never happened.
Well, let me
to
say,
you
can I
either.
just say, I'll just say one more thing, and then I gotta go do some stuff. But I wasn't trying to
that fragile white man bullshit in here and then drop
Who?
off.
What? No,
You're not
I didn't bring up any. Slow your roll, Zio.
No, slow your fucking roll. You came up here.
I've talked to you before. I know,
Josh.
And don't try to run me over and try to tell me white nothing. Don't try to make this a color thing.
You're bringing your fragile white.
Don't make this a. I'm not bringing fragile white nothing.
It is
Stop
about
with your racial.
Josh,
why do you got to get racial?
Excuse
What's it with
me.
black people?
Excuse
having
me.
to get racial?
Oh, was it with black people?
Oh, the white guy.
Excuse me.
The white guy.
Excuse me.
The white guy. Maybe if you would let
Excuse me, white
racism
fragility.
go
fragility.
your life would be a lot
Excuse
better.
me, white
If you
fragility.
would let racism
Excuse
go,
me.
your life would be a lot
Excuse
better.
me, white
all right,
fragility.
guys,
You're
decorum.
so full
decorum.
of it over there. All you do is
Excuse me.
whine and cry about black
Excuse
this,
me, white
black
fragility.
that. I'm suppressed.
Excuse
Okay,
me,
white
white
this,
fragility.
white that.
I know you hate.
You
I
know
know
what?
you
You're
want to
just
be.
as much
I
of
know
the
you want to
problem,
out
too,
suppress
with
black
all your
people,
I
but you
can't be
can't.
racist. I don't want to
Excuse me, white
suppress anybody.
fragility.
I just talked about
Excuse
not
me.
suppressing people.
I know. The
not
poor white
pressing
man
Sharia
he's
law.
so suppressed,
Not doing
and
that thing.
everybody's
And I'm
coming
not a
after
poor
your
white
poor white
man.
man.
And there's
I
no
know,
poor white
honey.
man I'm talking about. I'm talking about every citizen of the United States of America. Every citizen of the United States of America. But you're racist at.
Stop.
You're the
Hold
racist
on.
one.
Can't be
Stop.
racist,
White
stupid.
people.
Hold on, guys.
Who says
Hold
white
on.
people
Hold
can't
on.
be that?
Hold on.
You're
Hold on.
blaming
Hold on.
white people
Hold on.
all
Hold
the
on.
time.
Hold on.
I don't want
Hold
to hear
on.
that shit out of you no more.
Okay, Zio has not had a chance to speak. Let's hear her out. Just don't interrupt. Hear her out. Listen to what she's saying. Don't worry about how it makes you feel in the moment. Go ahead, Zio, please.
Thank you. Josh, you're bringing your white fragility into this room. You're speaking a lot of nonsense about jihad and all this other Sharia law, this nonsense. We literally are trying to give you a history lesson in the evils of Christianity. It came to these shores by dragging people from another place and forcing them not to be able to read, write, or speak their own language, but to be able to know that Bible called Christianity. They came here and slaughtered the indigenous people of this place and shoved that down their throats and threw their children in schools where they were beat and raped and all sorts of things in the name of Christianity. You couldn't go to a public school in this country during my time without saying a prayer and promising this and that for the fucking flag. And it was all linked to white Christianity. You have a nerve coming in here talking about people of color and their religion.
I have a nerve to speak my mind,
Excuse
huh?
me.
You have a
Excuse me.
nerve.
Excuse
No,
me.
don't
You
tell
are
me I have a nerve,
Excuse
lady.
me. Do
Don't
not
tell me I have a
interrupt.
nerve.
Excuse me.
I have
You
a
have
voice
no
like everybody
control.
else, and everybody's
You're out of
equal
control.
in the
Excuse
world,
me.
whether you like it or not.
Excuse me.
Whether you like it or not. What
Excuse me.
percentage of
Reclaiming my
slaves
time.
were actually in the United
Reclaiming
States?
my
1/3.
time.
Sorry, this ain't
Reclaiming
Congress.
my time.
Claim your time all day
Reclaiming
long.
my
This
time.
ain't
Excuse
Congress.
me.
1/3
Excuse
of the
me.
slaves came to
Listen,
the United
white
States.
fragile
1/3.
man.
The other
White
2/3
fragile
went
man.
down to the
Excuse me.
southern countries. And
White
stop with your racial
fragile
bullshit
man.
about white fragile
Excuse
man.
me,
You
white
with your
fragile
bullshit.
man.
Black fragile
Josh,
women.
Josh,
Black
Fragile
fragile
man.
women.
Host,
Black
Calm
fragile
down.
women.
host is
Calm
Black
away.
fragile
down.
women,
Host,
insecure
host
black
is away.
women,
Josh.
oppressed
Host
black
is away,
women.
Josh.
I can't do
Josh.
anything in life because I'm a
Josh.
black
Josh.
woman.
Calm
Baby
down.
cry.
Excuse
Poor
me.
baby. I was born
out,
Guess
black.
what, Josh?
Everything's fucked in
You
my
Oh
think,
life.
my
I'm a black
Josh,
woman. I'm
you're
oppressed.
crashing
walk around,
out.
queen.
You can
Where
say
you
all
at,
the
Crash
queen?
out
racist
is
shit you
legendary.
want
Where you
to
at,
say.
queen?
You're
Where you at,
crashing
queen?
out. You're
Big
Limbo,
crashing
we
queen.
need
out.
You're
you.
a big queen.
We
You're a
need
big
you,
queen.
Limbo.
You're a big piece of shit. You're full of
Josh.
shit. You're full
Tell
of
that
shit
to
with
your
your
mother.
racism.
I know your
Josh.
mother
I did
pushed
tell
you
it to my
out.
mother. I
Tell
would
that
tell
to
it
your
to my mother.
mommy.
And tell you
that to your
too.
children,
Oh,
Josh.
does it matter if she's white or what color does it matter what color they are?
You
Yeah,
a
you're full of
white,
shit.
fragile man.
You're
think
a
that
black,
everyone's
fragile, fucking
excuse
black
me.
woman.
You
Black
think
Josh.
that every
You're fragile
I
black
know,
woman
I
trying to
know
be
I'm
someone
black.
you're not.
Josh.
How
I
about
know.
that?
I know.
Black,
you.
fragile.
Both
Yeah,
I
of you,
know.
we
stop.
can both be
I know.
racist
Stop.
back and
You
forth.
and
We
Josh.
can both.
Stop.
We
Okay.
can
Josh.
both be racist back and
Josh,
forth.
I wasn't finished.
I'm gonna
Okay.
sit here and take your racism.
Josh.
Fuck off.
Okay.
I'm taking that.
Okay.
God.
Okay. Okay.
Oh my
Hold
God.
on.
Holy shit.
Guys.
Like, all right, first of all, I'm from New York City.
I can't even, and see, Josh, you just got a violation even after I dropped you because, again, I've got to protect my life. I couldn't even take a piss. I was trying to take a piss. It took me 2 turns to try.
Yeah.
Every time I walk away, it just blows up. Now, Josh, I don't get it, man. I haven't seen him in forever, and then he comes up and does all that. That sucks. Either way, moving on. It is well past time to shut down the show anyway. So before I get another violation, which could end the live, I'll just go ahead and shut it down. Crazy. It's been a great live, though. I appreciate it. Did you do what, Zal?
Tell your friend Josh that everyone in the comments is saying that he came up here completely nuts. So the bottom line is, whatever his agenda was, I know Josh. He's been in here before. for him to come up here And so maybe he's on something. You need to call him and talk to him. And because his fragility is showing. And it's just, you can't blame other people and come up with garbage about other religions when this Christian country does not have a leg to say it. Yes, Josh, I see you in the comments, but you're outrageous today. And I want to offer this to you. You may feel like you're losing power and control, white man, and that because other people may have some equity in a stake in the situation, but I guarantee you that white men are still on top. And you're talking about freedoms in Iran. Well, women in this country have no body autonomy, Josh. They cannot tell a doctor what to do to their own bodies. They have to be in a coma and brain unalived and forced to have babies grow in them, Josh. So before you point a finger at another culture and what they do with their women, turn your face around to this country and what it's done with its women. I'll land my plane there.
And I just want to address.
And Josh, you're welcome to reach out to me. I have a feeling there's, well, I'm not gonna speak on it. I don't know, but
yeah, you can drop me if he needs to come back up, so I won't trigger him.
I'll trigger him.
I don't want to. I don't want
my villain era voice. I'll trigger him just by being here on this panel. I mean, I don't even have to say
Josh,
anything.
wait a minute, guys. Josh, I love you too. I know you're going through something. Reach out to Lib, and we can talk about it.
Yeah,
and that's okay.
No, Josh has been around from the beginning, guys. He's
yes.
somebody, he's Republican. He's he hasn't been around. I haven't seen him for months, so it was good to see you either way, Josh. You're welcome to reach out to me on Discord or something. That's fine. That's fine.
Hope you get over your white fragility.
So Liv, I just want to point out one quick thing. 10 seconds.
Sure.
Where he said that people were laying down in Times Square in New York City. Times Square is and blocking traffic. That's what he said. Times Square is blocked by a six block radius.
Right.
There's no traffic going on in Times Square. So whatever video or whatever he watched is bullshit. That does not exist.
Yeah.
So I recommend that he start looking at other sources and coming up with the gray area, because whatever he was saying was just wild. And I'm from New York. I'm from New York City. I live in New York City. And I see this shit every day, and there's nothing like what he was saying going on right now.
Yeah, and Josh, I don't know if you're still doing your rap shows, but I need to go back up there, and I've got another one maybe I could put on display. I don't know if you guys have seen that video I did where I went up on and he does rap battles.
Oh God,
it was pretty funny. I laid it down. I laid down a track, as it were. Well, Nakia, I was about to shut down the live anyway, but you and Mist have come in.
I was wondering, you brought me up. Yeah. I was
well, you're welcome to offer a thought or something before I go.
Well, I wanted to say hey, Dylan, and everybody else in Zeal Talk, and sorry for last night. And yeah,
she was clawing last night on Dylan's live.
Oh, was this
never
after
be sorry?
Was this
never,
after I passed
never
out?
be sorry about that.
This was after you passed out. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you were gone. Yeah.
And if you guys don't follow Dylan and go to his lives, overnight stuff. It does.
Yeah, simply whatever you want, guys. It's a Canadian.
It's Canadian server, so yeah, you can say whatever.
You can say all the dirty word that Josh came up here and said. How wonderful!
Right? No. See, Josh, maybe you should go up on Dylan's live, and you and Zio can go at it without worrying about getting dinged on. I'm just worried about getting my show taken down again, Josh. Really, that's it.
Land of the free, baby.
I just came off of a banana. So now, Nakia, was that all you wanted to say?
That's all. I honestly didn't expect you to get up here. The moment I heard you say you're going off, I was like, respectfully, yeah, go get your rest, because yesterday was 8 hours. How many today?
Wow.
4 hours and 45 minutes.
Good. That was very reasonable.
Wait a minute, and we didn't even get to 150 guys.
I know.
Let's tap.
I had 170 people in almost the entire time, and didn't even
You
get
had
to
200,
yeah.
almost 200 people.
Yeah, that
What's
was a
going
lot
on, guys, with
yesterday.
these lights?
Right.
Can we tap, and power tap, guys, and get into 150K so
Maybe
he can
most
shut
of
down?
that
I'll drop out on
was maybe most
Zio
of that
Talk.
was from the group that is watching.
Zio Talk, Saturday Warriors are lazy. That's what the answer is. Yeah.
Oh, your gifts are coming in.
Oh well, thank you guys. Shit, who's that?
Liv, thank
Zion,
you for
I'm trying to
having
hit
me
your
up.
goal.
Oh,
Yeah,
Rara,
thanks,
thank you,
Liv.
Rara.
Thanks for having me up.
Thank you. Yeah,
What
it's
was
good
your
to see you
conversation
again.
before, Zio? Before the host went to go pee.
Have a good weekend. I'm gonna go wreck somebody else's life. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Lewis.
Let
All
me
right, we'll
follow
see
you
it.
so I can follow you.
That's funny. Now,
I love that behavior.
Now, Miss, did you want to say anything before I drop?
I hope you have a wonderful day.
Miss, did you want to say anything before I go?
Oh, missed. I thought you were saying
missed.
miss.
Oh, thank you for the cap. Who's that? Zyle? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I guess not. And Miklo sent Dylan a paper crane. Gotcha.
Mist is chill. You guys will hear from Mist on my panel. He's a Republican as well, so maybe another day we'll chat with him.
Up last night.
Josh, I saw your request, but again, like I'm just gonna go. I'm ready to get off here anyway. You can reach out to me on Discord though. We'll have.
So you don't even care about getting a 150, huh?
Zio gonna keep you here.
No, after that it was a great live. I thought today was a great live. I had good numbers.
Josh,
You
had like 107, almost over 200.
Yeah, gifting has been like a quarter of what it was yesterday, which is crazy because I had more people today than yesterday.
Oh,
but they're probably all the plants. They're like, you should have heard what they were saying about Israel yesterday, and all of the fucking Mossad agents came in today, and they were like, we got to keep an eye on him.
But wait a minute,
It's like, do we need to slice his brake line or don't we?
We had somebody in your comments. You didn't pay attention that was talking about they reported the live or reported somebody.
Oh no, I blocked that guy. Yeah, I blocked that guy. Yeah. Yeah, I saw him Brain or whatever, D-Brain or something. Yeah. No, I only saw him because I saw your comment, and so I started looking. I'm like, "Where's this motherfucker at? I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you, motherfucker." And I got him. Anyway, all right, guys.
Ironically, what Trump said going into Iran. No, joking.
Look what Josh wrote in the comments.
Josh.
Story there, Paula. For a later time.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, my God. Yes. If Millie had been up here, I'd have been like, these two motherfuckers working together. That's fucking funny. That's funny,
God.
Josh. Good shit. All right, guys. Thank you all. I appreciate it. We'll catch y'all over the weekend. I won't be back until probably Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, because I'll be traveling.
Yes.
But thank you all. We'll see you later. Peace.
Have a good one.
Be safe.